Good morning to our viewers and welcome back to the morning of day 3 here at the beautiful Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua and Barbuda. It's round 1 action in the West Indies Championships. Alongside me this morning to get things started is Mr. Vernon Springer. Good morning, sir. How are you doing?
Good morning to you, Joel, and welcome to Cricket West Indies coverage of the Cricket West Indies Regional 4-Day Championship. The 3 games being played in the Caribbean, Spice Isle, Grenada, and 2 here in Antigua and Barbuda, the land of 365 beaches. It's a lovely day here, sunny. Game at Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies, and living national hero, Sir Vivian Isaac Alexander Richards. That's where we're playing here in North Zone, Antigua. So if you're listening to us and you maybe come into Antigua, you got to think about it. Make sure you can come up to the cricket action and get yourself organized in a very big way. The news is that the Guyana Happy Eagles were bowled out on day 2 for 371. They faced 121.1 overs, with the 19-year-old debutant scoring his maiden first-class 100 to tap that up with 126, 339 balls. And it was just amazing of his organization and his concentration powers at this early age. And we wish the young man all the best as he goes from strength to strength. Kevin Sinclair, 43 from 69. For Sammy Pomal, 37. And the outstanding bowlers for the Barbados Pride, Jaya McAllister. First time I've seen him, very much impressed. 3 for 43, 18.1 overs. Feel he was on the bowl. Shem Holder, 3 for 71 from 36 overs. And Akeem Jordan, 2 for 54 from 26. The Barbados Pride, solid start with Mosley and McCaskey. Thought that Mosley gave away 100, really, after getting at least about 2 lives, 65 from 107 deliverers. Zachary McCaskey on debut, 26 from 73. Shamar Brooks is not out on 10. And so Barbados have lost 3 wickets. Shamar Joseph, I like his energy, 1 for 20 from 9. Kevin Sinclair, just thought he bowled too fast as an off-spinner, 1 for 26 from 8. And Versame Pamal, test bowler with control. Thought, when I look back at yesterday, gave away some runs, 1 for 18 from his 9. The umpires moving out, Patrick Gustard from Jamaica, Carl Tuckett from the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, born in Nevis, and Christopher Taylor is the standby from Jamaica. The match referee is Van Roy Burns, and both umpires are on their way out, and we can expect, I feel, Niles Smith to maybe start from somewhere, either the Sir Andy Roberts end. I would like to see him coming up the hill. Yesterday I was talking to Vinod, and Vinod was giving me an impression that he thought that maybe why he selected the Sir Kurt Lambos end is that he would be able to push himself over. But I'd like to see him coming down from the Sir Andy Roberts end. That's where I think the first time that I saw him play for the Guyana team, he really bowled quickly from that end. He's maybe got a little bit more bulky now, but I'd like to see him come down from the Sir Andy Roberts end. So early wickets for Team Guyana, and their catching has to be a lot better. From the Barbados Pride, the responsibility will be on Shamar Brooks. We are not getting real concrete word in terms of what has really happened to Shane Dawes. We just understand that he's not feeling well, and so that in itself is going to place more emphasis and more pressure on Shamar Brooks. But he's quite capable, and with this young team, it is expected that Guyana Happy Eagles can put some serious pressure on them.
I know, yes. It will be a very interesting day for Barbados Pride. Obviously, we're unsure as to whether or not Shane Dowich will come out to bat today. As you said, we heard that he's unwell, so hopefully he feels a lot better soon. But it's going to be an interesting day for the Barbados Pride, having lost those 3 wickets. As you mentioned, they got off to what was a very good start. The opening pair of Zachary McCaskey on debut and Shane Mosley. They put on 69 for the first wicket. Zachary McCaskey will feel as if he gave it away after getting that start. He got up to, I believe it was probably about, all right, I'm missing that part of the scorecard there now. But it was definitely a good start between Shane Mosley and Zachary McCaskey. Jonathan Drake's on debut as well. He played a shot that certainly was ill-advised, and I probably think it had to do with the pressure facing up to Versame Permal on debut. He would know that he's a lot better than that shot than he played, though. And then Shane Mosley certainly gave it away there, and that put the Barbados Pride at 102 for 3. With the pair at the crease in Shamar Brooks and the night watchman, Keon Harding. Keon Harding, obviously no slouch with the bat. It'll be interesting to see how long he can last this morning with Barbados Pride. Facing up here, it looks like to Versami Pramal to get things started. It would definitely be an interesting morning and all to play for on what looks to be a very batting-friendly track here now on day 3 at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Barbados trail by 266 runs as we say good morning to the folks in Montserrat, Anguilla, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and Grenadines, Guyana, Barbados, wherever you listen to us via the Cricket West Indies YouTube channel. This is Vernon A. Springer alongside Joel Manning. We'll be joined later by Vinod Manchan, and we'll be bringing the action to you right here from Antigua and Barbuda. It's cricket action. The West Indies first round regional 4-day championship. Leon Johnson first slip, just making sure that he gets all of his angles sorted out. And they will start with Versami Pramal this morning. Flighted delivery. And Brooks elegantly just coming quietly forward. Something over the years that I've looked at Shamar Brooks, because he's such a good timer of the ball, doesn't really get the left foot right out to the pitch of the ball. He's contented to just stay there. And sometimes I feel that if he just, just extend that left foot out and the head pushing a little bit more, he could be able to get some more runs. He's getting to the pitch of those balls and he'd be good enough that he can hit them inside out over cover. But it's early days yet. Gets another flighted delivery. And I hope he doesn't get into a rut and feels that with Dorish not well, that he can't play his style of cricket, which is to bat. He's an excellent player, and he really have to put the pressure back on the Guyana Happy Eagles. Gets a full toss and just eases it down the ground, gets an easy single, so he gets his first run for the day. He goes up to 11, and the score in the meantime goes up to 106 for 3. Keon Harding comes into strike, and he would have walked out yesterday after the loss of Shane Mosley. And I don't think he's been really put under any immense pressure so far. And if I was Leon Johnson, I'd be putting a silly point in front of his bat very early. In fact, he's gone for a second slip. Pramal from the Sir Andy Roberts end to bowl to Harding. Harding is driving up to the short extra cover, can't score. And the score remains quietly on 106 for 3. 1 run scored so far this morning. On this lovely day here in Antigua and Barbuda. Pramal to Harding, who's undriving nice. Good balance. Really lovely composure. So the first over has been bowled for the morning's play. And to start off well, some 58 boundaries have been scored so far in the match. 106 for 3. And Keon Harding not out 3. And Shamar Brooks is on 11. An exciting day's play expected.
Certainly an exciting day's play expected indeed. There's all to play for here. This is the day that is certainly going to set up this match in terms of the potential result that we could have. Barbados Pride will know that they need to bat to the end of today to ensure that they pretty much bat Guyana Harper Eagles out of the possibility of a win. There's no question about it, especially given that when you look at this surface, there's certainly no demons left in it anymore. It's flattened out. The sun has certainly baked it and caked it. And it is a batting paradise to my mind. I had a chance just a little earlier to walk out there and look at it, and it certainly looks like it's runs in it. Somebody like Shamar Brooks will know that today is the day that he can add another first-class century to his name, and he will know the only way possible, or rather the only way that's not possible, is if he gives it away. Funny enough, somebody like Keon Harding, who also has a bit of a potential with the bat, knows that this is a chance probably for him to make good on what he didn't do with the ball yesterday.
So, Niall Smith will start from the Sir Kurt Lambos end, and I'll say good morning to Henderson Springer. Got to give you a call back, my brother. I certainly will join the day's play. So, bear with me. Adrian Donovan, Milton Small, Harold Eastman, Erskine King, so many players. Kimani Melius scoring his maiden first class 192. Niall Smith to Brooks, pitched up, and Brooks comes quietly forward. And want to see Brooks really move into overdrive. He's a positive player, but I think sometimes he gets a little conservative, and when he gets conservative, He falls himself in a trap early in his innings. Once the ball is bowled between middle and leg, you don't really get that stride out for some particular reason. More the hands go than anything else. Niall Smith, they expected to come up with a big spell here this morning. We're in the number 46, gliding away sweetly in now to bowl to Brooks, pitched up, and Brooks driving but can't beat the fielder cover. Actually, Matthew Nandu, the debutant, scoring a big 100. Over at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, Jamaica 187 for 7. 187 for 7, Jamaica Scorpions. And so you would understand basically in terms of what's going on. Commentary taking place here from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Here goes the big man himself, Niall Smith, as he bongs away in now to bowl to Brooks, and Brooks leaves this alone. Good delivery. So I said Jamaica 187 for 7 in reply to the leeward score of 260 all out. 106 for 3. Talking about the Smith is into his 8th over, not for 25. Quiet start here. Only 1 run scored. The run only by Shamar Brooks of Sammy Permaul. Smith, no fireworks yet. Into bowl to Brooks. Brooks is on driving 4 runs. Just clip that. There's a badly lined delivery. And right into the area of Brooks. And he just clipped that one away. First boundary of the morning. And Barbados are off and running. 110 for 3. Lovely shot by Brooks. He goes to 15. Good balance.
Good balance indeed. You talked about no fireworks as yet, but that was certainly an elegant shot there by Shamar Brooks. Just allowing that ball to come onto the bat, and that's a shot that we've seen him play time and time again. It's relatively easy for him, especially with the pace that Niall Smith has to offer, and he collects a boundary to his name.
Here goes Niall Smith as he bongs away to bowl to Shamar Brooks, and Brooks is leaving alone. Interesting period of play here. Somebody has to put up their hand for Team Guyana Happy Eagles today. And somebody has to decide that, listen, we want 5 wickets. Leon Johnson is asking Niall Smith to be that bowler. 110 for 3. Brooks 15. Comes across his off stump. Judges the line. Anthony Bramble collects. So the second over bowled for the day. And the latest score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Ground, Barbados Pride in reply to 371 scored by Guyana Happy Eagles. They're 110 for 3.
Certainly not in a position of worry at the start of today's play, the Barbados Pride. But what they will also know is that they cannot let Guyana Happy Eagles back into this game. They offered a couple chances yesterday, and when they would have lost those 3 wickets, 3 wickets that I believe should not have gone down to begin with based on the shots that were played. But that is water under the bridge now, and it's all about that reset period. And this is that reset period for the Barbados Pride, ensuring that they essentially bat Guyana Harpy Eagles out of this contest. And it's going to start here on the morning of day 3, being resolute in their defense, being selective with their stroke play. On the flip side of things, Guyana Harpy Eagles will want to start well. They started with Versami Pramal this morning, making a change now in young Shamar Joseph, who is on debut, who looked very good yesterday, hit good lines, hit good lengths. He's not the tallest, but he does have a bit of nip and pace to him, and it's going to be interesting to see how he goes here. The ball obviously not as new as when he first got it in that spell yesterday. So it'll be interesting on the part of the Guyana Harpy Eagles how they approach this morning session, knowing that Keon Harding is a night watchman. Take him the possibility that Dulwich will not come out to bat. It's going to be an interesting contest.
It's also important that the Guyana Harpy Eagles seamers in Beaton, Joseph, and Smith really turn up today, because it's going to be a long day and they'll have to bowl some consistent lines. I'm impressed so far with Shamar Joseph. He turns from the Sir Andy Roberts end into bowl to Hardin. Hardin is just working this into the square leg area, getting a quite easy single. I think they have to treat Hardin as a proper batsman and not just think that he's somebody who came in as a night watchman. Can't look at it that way. The same way intensity you bowl to Brooks is the same intensity that you'd have to bowl to Keon Hardin. I just found that they've not really kept that pressure on Hardin. He's just been allowed to get off strike. 4 from 17, Brooks 15 from 46. You've had one boundary so far. Shamar Joseph goes to Brook. I can tell you, he bowls a heavy ball. He could have stayed for me and hear that as it hit the turf. It's a thump.
Definitely for a young man, not as tall as you might tell yourself certain fast bowlers are, but no, he definitely hits the deck hard. Like I said, I would have had a chance to look at him in the nets as the Guyana Harpy Eagles were getting ready for this particular encounter, and he certainly had a bit of nip about him. You heard a good thud when that ball hit the bat.
I like his energy. Number 63, Joseph, is in now to bowl to Brooks, who's moving across and just working this into the onside, getting an easy single. Exciting times here ahead for West Indies cricket. Barbados trail by 259 runs. And we've been talking too long. We need to really start executing the simple things concerning cricket. We have to find the people who understand cricket, not just play cricket, but understand it. Shamar Joseph bowls a short delivery and gets on it very quite easily. Keon Hardin. If you're going to bowl a bumper, maybe you have to take him to Sir Andy Roberts, Dr. Sir Andy Roberts. If you're going to bowl a bumper, it has to be a good bumper. It makes no sense that you just run in and just try to just bowl a short ball. The batsman needs to be playing, especially Keon Hardin. He's able to just duck under that. You got to look for the badge, the Barbados Pride badge. As a coach, that's what you tell your young fast bowlers. That's what you're aiming for. Anyway up there. Here is Hardin again. Just give him free room. He just work this into the leg side area.
Harding certainly looks quite easy this morning. Doesn't look like the night watchman at all. As you mentioned, yes, indeed, the approach from the Guyana Harpy Eagles must not to be they're looking at Keon Harding as the night watchman, but as the number 5 batsman, or batter rather, for the Barbados Pride.
Everybody has to be treated like a batsman. I find too many times a lot of the teams ease up. They get 6, 7 wickets and they go to sleep. Brooks is defending a good length delivery, covering the line of his off stump. Over, completed 3 overs bowled so far for the morning. And Shamar Joseph from his 10 so far. 1 for 23 with 47 dot balls within the process. 113 for 3. Brooks 16, Hardin 5.
Certainly a quiet start here for the morning, but we pretty much expected this, given that we understand how both sides will be looking at this morning session. Obviously, Guyana Harpy Eagles will know they need to do a bit more, given that there's not much assistance coming out of this surf. We just saw that attempted bunker, I would have to say, from Shamar Joseph, and it just ballooned somewhat out of the surface. No real pace in it. So you're going to have to get it bang on target here today if you're going to pose any problems quite early on in this encounter on day 3.
Winwood Islands piling on the pressure over in Grenada against the Trinidad and Tobago big team. 4-7 for 4. And at Coolidge, Jamaica 193 for 7 and 63.1 overs here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Barbados are 113 for 3, 42 overs bowl. Barbados trail by 258. Niles Smith goes past umpire Gustard, and Hardin standing up and playing a good length delivery. I need to see some more gas, as we would say, from Niles Smith. He's almost ambling up like a medium pace bowler. He's going to run up with a little bit more vigor. His teammate Ransford beaten at mid-on. Very short, saying to him, come on, hit those straps. Smith gliding away, in out the bowl to Hardin. Hardin gets a delivery which is negotiating well, back of the length delivery, and played it quite well. Used his top hand, got across. But because this is such a flat track, it's going to be important for Niles Smith to maybe bowl more in-duckers, really, and bowl more at the pads of a Kean Hardin. I don't think short balls are going to work.
And what I can say, though, is the first signs of effort from Niles Smith on that particular delivery. But well negotiated there by Keon Harding.
Smith. Another short one. Pounded in. And I think you have to understand the areas where you're going to hit. That was another big effort there, but it kind of ballooned down to Anthony Bramble. And that's why I'm saying he's going to have to be patient. More induckers, more nippers, like a fuller length, especially to Hardin. And he's quite capable. In the Super 50, saw him bowl some good Yorkers. And for some strange reason, I haven't seen it yet in this spell here in this game. But perhaps he'll be reminded. Thinking about it, looking at the target, talking to himself. Hardin comes quietly forward to an easy length delivery. He has a lot of makeup to get done because he really didn't bowl well at all, Kean Hardin. And so all those runs he gave away, he'll have to compensate it in batting. Shamar Brooks on the non-strikers end look very relaxed because he's looking at a very composed Kean Hardin who's under no pressure to date. 113 for 3, 4 good deliveries so far, 2 short ones and 2 well negotiated. Let's see what this 5th delivery will produce. Short, that's a good one. That is what you want. Now he understands what we're talking about. But well played, fast bowler to fast bowler. Well played by Kean Hardin. Brooks comes down and gives him some level of comfort and says, that was well played. You look like he can open for Barbados Pride.
Well played indeed. Getting up on those toes, killing it at his feet. And what that also tells you about, too, is that the fact that there's really not a lot of pace left in this service. And so the way he was able to negotiate that, it really tells you a lot about what we can expect here today. And the fact that these bowlers will have to stick to plans and have to show, I guess, a very high skill set in order to take wickets today.
Smith bounding away to Hardin, in now bows to Hardin, and Hardin comes quietly forward. So maiden over, the first of the morning, and the latest score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium as the buses transport the tourists into the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. 113 for 3 on a lovely day here in Antigua and Barbuda.
Quite a lovely day indeed. This morning, very early, there were a few showers, fairly heavy shower, I would have to say, but I think I've come to realize that is Antigua. Some morning rains and then beautiful sunshine coming out right after it.
It's blessings, and I consider that even from since last year, Antigua's been really green compared to previous years. And as you rightly said, it depends on the area you live in, Antigua and Barbuda. You know for sure that you can get some showers. Joseph wants wickets for Guyana. Barbados trail by 258. Shamar Joseph squaring up. Brooks, who's just playing from the crease, really. And that's what I was talking about. You got to get this on this track. You can get forward. And Brooks is class enough to get that stride out. Brooks 16, Hardin 5, 113 for 3. And permit me, Joel Manning, but I come from the technical school, being a professional cricket coach and a student of the game. There's certain areas that I feel that players can improve on. Brooks back of the length and defending nicely. And I think it all has to do with biomechanics and how you get yourself into the correct position that makes you a better batsman than the average player. I'll give you a story about Virat Kohli. A couple of years ago, he came here 2019 to Antigua and Barbados. I had the privilege of speaking to him about a conversation. We wait for a little while. Playing wrong the line of delivery. More comments from you quickly, Joel.
One definitely sliding down the leg side on angle. As we see that replay right about now, Shamar Joseph gets into stride. Hits him just around that leg stump line, but certainly going down. So no trouble there for Shamar Brooks, who's looked relatively easy to start this morning. Certainly been reserved in his stroke play, but certainly resolute in that defense. Well left there again by Shamar Brooks. No pressure on him, but there will be pressure at the end of the day. As I would have mentioned before, it's all about playing that patient game, all about time, taking time out of the game. Still certainly a lot of time left in this encounter. The part of the Harpy Eagles, it will also be that patient game. But in being patient, ensuring that they stick to those good lines and lengths, because they also don't want the Barbados Pride to get off in terms of the runs here. It's more so about sticking to that plan and almost waiting for the errors somewhat, I would have to say, on a track like this. So a maiden by Shamar Joseph, 113 for 3. Some 44 overs into this innings here for the Barbados Pride. Shamar Joseph there on screen. As it will be Niall Smith to continue.
Another good delivery there from Niall Smith. So Smith working away. And a little, I think Hardin is going to have to be careful. He's playing from the crease. And maybe just if Smith just pull that one where he has to come forward, you never know, it might carry. Leon Johnson has certainly picked up that the ball is not going to carry down to the slips. So the slips have begun to get a little closer. Niall Smith, young enterprising fast bowler into his 10th over. The ball to Hardin. Hardin is just turning this. Can't beat the mid-on runs with beaten. And the score remains on 113 for a very long time for 3.
It's certainly all about that patience game. All about string together a good 6. Keeping that pressure on. And then seeing what happens.
Niall Smith. Hardin driving up the mid-off. can't score. And young Macho Nandu is in that position. He's a talking point around the world along with Commanding Melius. Saw you conducting an interview in the play interview yesterday, Joel. Very relaxed young man. He's a student of the game. Because while he controls during his under-19 little days to do online studying, and there's a balance. His parents have done an excellent job to show him his biggest supporters. Again, just sliding this one out into the offside, can't score. So Harding putting up a fight here, more or less.
Putting up a fight indeed, and looking quite resolute in that defense. But yeah, as you mentioned, I had a chance to do the post-match interview with Matthew Nadu yesterday, and he was still quite composed. He was not overawed or overhauled by the moment, because obviously you understand at such a young age, it must feel like you're on cloud number 99, given that you've scored first-class century on debut. But he was still quite composed and still looking ahead to the remainder of this tournament, what it could hold for him.
Niall Smith into Harding, short delivery, and he was able to just get on top of that and just turn it quietly past the short leg. And maybe in hindsight, Leon Johnson would need to look to bring the short leg maybe more to his left because of the pace on this track here. I don't think it's going to go square. These are little minor things that you kind of have to think about. It's not the home ground for Leon Johnson, but Providence is no similar to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, so you should know that. Smith in out the ball to Harding. Harding comes quietly forward. So they're building pressure here. Score remains at 113 for 3. And that's the latest score here. 45 overs bowled. Zachary McCaskey, 26. Mosley, 65. And Jonathan Drake's on debut, not. No Kevin Wickham in the Barbados team.
Hopefully very soon we see young Kevin Wickham making his first-class debut. It's going to be an exciting one once he's able to put on those whites and step onto the field. But just jumping back to Matthew Nadu for a second on commentary, I was curious as to how he slept the night before, if there was any sleep involved. He told me, well, Joel, I actually slept like a baby. But when I woke, obviously, my mind was flooded with thoughts because you want to do well. And it's nice to see that those thoughts did not get the better of him. And he was certainly very grateful for the contribution that his parents have made into me, letting me know that they had a chat with him last night, giving him some encouraging words. And those words certainly paid off for him.
The growth mindset of the young man and his focus is impeccable. Here's another man concentrating very hard. He's got the whole of Barbados on his back today. And he's accustomed of carrying, in fact, any team that he plays for, be it the St. Kitts Nevis Patriots, Jamaica Scorpions, whoever he represents, you always get an all from him. Shamar Brooks.
Certainly going back even to school days, I would have to say he had that about him. Went to the lodge school.
He's a lodge boy. No. Gets a short delivery, gets on top of it. I first saw Shamar Brooks at the 13 and under level for Barbados in St. Kitts and Nevis. And we've been lifelong friends ever since. And sometimes when I sit and I look back at that tournament, the test players that it's produced, Craig Brathwaite, Devon Thomas, Kyron Powell, Rakeem Cornwall, the Hamiltons, Carlos Brathwaite, Jason Holder, so many outstanding cricketers from that level. Could leave, could carry. I think when is the first time that we've seen a Shamar bowl into a Shamar Brooks? That must be historic. I have to ask Vinod about that. Spooner always comes up with something. I really don't know how he finds these monologues to come up with. 258. Pressure building here on Harding and Brooks. Quietly forward. The seamers for Guyana Harp Eagles have been disciplined. And they've done the job, so at least somebody's listening to me.
No, they've certainly done the job indeed, and that is exactly what it needs to be, especially like we talked about again, about on a surface like this is about discipline, being quite disciplined in your bowling, hitting those lines, hitting those lengths, and just waiting for that moment. And when it comes, actually taking that moment.
Again, really pumping it up here. Shamar Joseph, he's a slingy guy, but he's very strong. He's built for purpose. 113 for 3, went over number 46. The end of this delivery, more comments from Joel Manning, and then for the first time for today, from Trinidad and Tobago. I don't want to call him the mayor. I want to call him honorable. Finland Manchard, short delivery, and it was so slow that he could have been able to just take it on the body. So another over completed, 46 overs bowled. Barbados reply to 371, 113 for 3.
Shamar Brooks looking to get out of the way of that one. Probably not bouncing as much as he may expect. Obviously, as we talked about, not that much life, no left in this surface. In cricket terms, we call it a batting paradise. And I really don't think that there's that much pressure out there on the Barbados Pride batters. They will know that their time for runs will come. As I welcome Vinod Mamchan into the commentary position with me.
Good morning, Joel. How was your night?
It was lovely. I went to bed very early.
Uh-huh.
I did not wake at 3 a.m. I, in fact, woke at 4 a.m.
Well, I got a bit worried when I saw that you left the ground with good old John. I always get worried when you leave the ground with John. Anything can happen. But it's great to be here again this morning. And it scores 113 for 3. And my very good friend Philip Spooner just brought to my attention that, Shamal Joseph looks similar in approach to Kevin Darlington or Barrington Brown, who both would have played for Guyana back in the day. And I want to agree with him. I thought there's a little bit of Brown in him when he was coming in. And Spooner, of course, picked that up nicely and sent it across to me. The man, Philip Spooner, who's always pleased to be chilling in the West Indies.
I mean, who wouldn't be pleased to be chilling in this paradise, this part of the world, Antigua and Barbuda featuring amongst it.
Perfect weather this morning for cricket. It's 113 for 3, and the Barbadians, they've started well this morning. Harding has looked good. He has looked competent with the bat. Well, Beaton will have other ideas. Here he is. Again, no issue. That one coming into Harding. Just playing it down quietly. So I think what first needs to happen here, Joel, is these two, they need to bat time. Look to stay together for the first half hour. They've done that. They should then look to stay together until the end of the first hour is played today. And in the interim, they will wear the Guyanese bowlers down. It's very hot out there. And they themselves will grow in confidence. Brooks has a fairly good idea as to how this pitch is playing. He has faced 61 deliveries. And Harding by now will have an idea of the pace and bounce, having faced 33.
Another comfortable single there to Keon Harding. Definitely agreed there, Vinod. It's all about that time. This morning's session is not about the runs, it's about that time. Ensuring that the Guyana Harpy Eagles do not get any form of a sniff or into this game fairly early, especially given that it's not a surface that you would tell yourself you should have too many threats on. So you bat that time, the ball gets a bit older, the bowlers must work a bit harder, and all of a sudden you find that the runs start to leak, the runs start to come, and then all of a sudden Barbados back themselves into a position that this game favors them.
That's a good line there by Beaton. Didn't get much in yesterday, so he'll want to see if he can just settle down or work up a head of steam here. Look to get that breakthrough. I think Guyana thinks that if they can get Shamar Brooks, they can go really far into the Barbados batting. We're not sure of Shane Dorrich, as you went this morning to inquire about his health, and the only information that was forthcoming was that he was not feeling well. But that can mean anything. You know, sometimes you might be standing at the side of the road and a full bus passes you because you were due to go to work and you didn't feel well about that.
That sounds like a personal Caribbean story there for you, Vinod.
So we have little or no knowledge of what is exactly going on with Shane Dorrich. But Shamar Brooks is out there and he has taken over the leadership of the team, and he will want to start that by batting well. Outside the off stump. Well, Spooner is telling me that the Windward Islands, they have declared, and it's game on across in Grenada. Let's find out what's the latest in terms of the scores over there. Remember, they're playing against Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago would have edged ahead of them on first innings. And at the moment, it's 425 for 5 declared, the Windward Islands. So the Lambris left on 55 not out. So Trinidad and Tobago will be looking. Let's see what will happen. This one rushes on just over third slip, and he continues to be a deceptive bowler, is Joseph. That one rushing on there to Brooks. And did he get an edge? Let's wait and see.
Yeah, on the initial approach, it looked like it was a bit of bat on to helmet there.
In fact, it was Harding. Yeah, seemed as if it was bat on to helmet. But I think the pace of that surprised him.
Oh,
It rushed
definitely.
on to him.
It's probably the quickest delivery that we've seen for the morning come out of this service. An effort ball from Shamar Joseph, and that is what it's going to take from the Guyana Harpy Eagles, plugging away, putting in that effort, and creating those types of chances. Of course, that one didn't even go near to hand, but it would have been a good sign for them here at the start of day 3. Obviously, we have to go through those concussion protocols. So the physio now out on the field, ensuring that Harding is still of sound mind and is ready to go again alongside her. Kevin Wickham and Kamari Boyce, the 12th and 13th man for the Barbados Pride. Two talented young men. Certainly it will be exciting to see if both of them could get a chance at some point in time in these West Indies Championship. I'm excited to see how they go. Two young talents, two young prospects for the future of West Indies cricket.
Well, across in Grenada, Trinidad and Tobago will require 354 to win. And this is the final day of that encounter. So 354. You think they'll take up the challenge? It seems to be a good batting track. Spooner, who is feeding us all this information, he's saying that Cornwall grabbed 5 at Coolidge.
Very crafty off spinners. Good old Jimbo Cornwall. I love to see him in action. I love to see him in stride. I love his character as well. In terms of the possibility of a result on day 4 of that encounter, of course, we would always love to tell ourselves that the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team will go after it. But given the volume of runs required, I'm pretty sure at some point they will have to shut shop, depending on how things shape up. But I would love to see them go after it. I would love that, just for the entertainment and cricket value that, could be there.
Well, there are some guys who normally are very attacking batsmen on that Trinidad and Tobago lineup. Who knows? So just to go back here, 5 for 49, Raheem Cornwall at Coolidge. And the latest score coming out of that game, the Jamaicans are 211 for 8, with Abijay Mansing still battling manfully on 40, 146 deliveries. This is hiked away, and it's going to go into the boundary for 4. Bad line.
And at one point, there were cries of catch it with Niall Smith there on the boundary, but Shamar Brooks pulls that one away, finds that gap, and collects another boundary this morning. I have to say he was pretty much in control.
Yes, he was.
Of that one. Got on top of it to an extent and got it quite some distance to the right of Niall Smith there to deep backward square leg.
I say a very good morning to all our listeners across the region, especially those in Barbados who have been receiving some calls from across there, some messages. My good friend David Harris, he'll be joining in at some time during the course of the day. I think he had a big karaoke gig last night. Andrew Seeley, another one of my friends across there. Kevin Pyle, Woody Richards, Barry Wilkinson, Ezra Stewart.
Fun fact for you, Barry Wilkinson is actually my cousin.
Is Barry your cousin?
Yes, indeed.
I do apologize. Good old Wilkers. Of course, I've been friends with Barry for quite a while, and his dad, Sam. Lovely people in Barbados, and, they really enjoy their cricket. They're very knowledgeable about their cricket as well.
Yeah, definitely, indeed. But I dare say you do have quite a few more friends in Barbados than I do. And I live there because I have not been receiving messages as Romsford Beaton comes again around this to Curtly Ambrose end.
Again, Harding showing that he has the appetite to stay out there and bat. It's a good sign that the bowlers, all the bowlers we've seen so far, who've batted in this match, including Harding now, they have shown that they're willing to fight. They're willing to stay out there.
That's always good to see because these days you're looking for cricketers who are more than one-dimensional, essentially. And the fact that we can see Harding here standing up and making a name for himself somewhat.
Well, just on saying that, he plays a wild swipe just over the head of mid-off. And he'll go back for 2. Has to be careful.
You say a well swipe, but I'll lean over now to a calculated shot on that occasion from Keon Harding, knowing that there's space in the cover region, a lot of space here on this field with 2 slips and a man at gully, the 2 men over there on the square leg boundary and a man down at a whitish fine leg. He tells himself, this shot was on.
Well, it's Beaton. He will have other ideas. Misses his run. Do you know Doggy Fresh out of Barbados?
No, I
He's a
don't.
cameraman.
First name?
I don't know his first name. I know him as Doggy Fresh. I've known him for years. Takes photographs of one of the national newspapers there. There's Beaton. There's a story that Doggy once went into the gap and fell out of his car. Got up and chased the car down and got back in.
He was having a time in the gap, a popular spot in Barbados if you ever want to visit there. Not you, but those who are currently watching us on this stream.
Barbados is always a place you want to be. So to Antigua, lovely islands here in the Caribbean. And if you want to do business, you go down to Trinidad and now to Guyana as well.
I would like to do some business in Trinidad right about now. It's carnival time. Time to wine. Yeah, yes, yes, yes.
Time to wine. It's 121 for 3 here at the moment. I say good morning to good old Doggy Fresh. You know, that press box at Kensington Oval has some very interesting characters, I dare say. Sometimes in there it's like a fish market. Everyone wants to make their point. They're so passionate about the sport.
And I think that's what you love about cricket in the Caribbean, whether or not it's the commentary box, whether or not you're in the stands, whether or not you're just at home sitting down watching TV. There's always an opinion, sometimes not the correct opinion, but there's always opinions and there's always passionate opinions. And I think that is what makes cricket in the Caribbean, having all of those coming around you. Obviously, you still have the entertainment on the field itself, but it's certainly a party all around, and it's just lovely to experience cricket in the Caribbean from the club level right up to here.
Again, short delivery, easily swing out of the way. And let it score 121 for 3. There is a group of guys in the press box at Kensington Oval, and sometimes you wonder if they look at the cricket at all. It's a lime for them. It's a hangout. Of course, led by Andrew Seeley, and he included Elvis Howard. These guys are, just having a time, all the time, and they're just enjoying the cricket. You just sit in the press box there with these guys, and you know about everything that's happening in Barbados. Then you add Wayne Phillip to that mix. The only time you miss Wayne Phillip is close to lunch.
Well, it looks like we're going to have a change in the bowling here from the Sir Andy Roberts end.
Yeah, I think Springer has gotten his wish. He wanted Niall Smith from that end. So they're going to try him from that end. He was pretty ineffective from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Let's see if this Andy Roberts end brings him some luck. He's going to run into us now. Whipped away nicely, but there is protection down behind square. Only one to Brooks. Shamar Brooks, as Philo Wallace likes to say. He's like Harvey's Bristol cream. Smooth to the very last drop.
I certainly agree. Honestly, I enjoy watching innings from Shamar Brooks. He's quite a talented young man. He's due some runs right about now, and this is the perfect setting for him to get those runs. Start the year on a high. He now has the captaincy on his shoulders, and he will certainly want to lead by example, being the most experienced man right now in this Barbados Pride setup.
On that note, I'd like to say as well, good morning to the president of the BCA, Conde Riley, the man better known as Passero. Another one of my dear friends across there, Roland Butcher. At the end of this match, I would have called out every Barbadian.
And quite possibly, indeed.
So it's going to be Smith turning from the far end. Nicely played away there by Harding. He's getting the single.
This is good batting by this pair, but I must commend the Guyana Harpy Eagles for how they've gone about the morning session thus far. They've been bang on to my mind. I like the fact that they've gone to the short ball ploy somewhat. Not really yielding many chances as yet. Obviously, you had that sharp one that was somewhat fended off the helmet there from Keon Harding. But other than that, I've still liked what they've done this morning.
So their first target should be a further 98 runs. That will take them up to 221. In that, they would avoid the follow-on. And then they can just look to keep on batting, as you said before, bat Guyana's intention of a positive result out of the game.
It'll be very interesting given that the last 5 encounters all ended with results. And coming into this match, I would have told myself that there will be a result this encounter. I won't say who I was favouring on day one, but I expected a result in some way.
All across in Grenada, Trinidad will be chasing 354 on the final day. An hour into the final day. Who will cry at the end of the day? Will it be Asim Bassarat, the president of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, or will it be Dr. Kishore Shallow, the president of the Windward Islands Cricket Board?
Based on that, I have a question for you, and you can probably answer it as we head into the end of this over, or rather after this over is completed by Nell Smith. But with regards with setting up games for results, I'll get back to it after this delivery from Nell Smith.
Yes, Smith. I think Smith is finding the pitch to be unresponsive. He's not getting the sort of pace that he normally gets. And it's the end of the over, 123 for 3. Yes, sir.
All right, so set a target of 354 on the final day. Could you almost tell yourself that they've almost made it a foregone conclusion, having so many runs on the board, knowing the likelihood of that type of a total being chased down? And would you consider that slightly negative cricket, or is safety more important in this instance?
Well, I think given they would have looked at the Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup. They're without Vikas Mohan, so you have 9 men, 9 wickets to take. I think while Spooner may call it a sporting declaration, a declaration that still has Trinidad and Tobago in the game with a chance, I think basically you can only get 2 results there: Windward Islands victory or draw. So I think the Windwards did the right thing. They've made it very difficult for Trinidad and Tobago to chase that. They're going to be in 2 minds, whether to chase or just to go out there and defend. And sometimes when you adopt a defensive frame of mind, that's when you lose wickets. So I think it's a brilliant declaration, and it puts Trinidad and Tobago in a very uncomfortable position. Knowing the guys and knowing the way they think and how the Red Force play cricket, and given that situation, given the fact that Vikas Mohan, the debutant on debut, cannot bat, I think they might more than likely look to play it out.
That's interesting, and the reason why I asked that, I'll get back to it after this delivery.
Runsford runs through. Seems to be having problems with his run-up.
It appears that way. But I say that on the back of looking at teams, I say like England and the type of cricket that they've been playing now in the test format. A couple other teams, I say even like in Australia, have somewhat fixed themselves along similar lines. You're seeing a transition in terms of teams looking to force results, looking to make something happen and making bold declarations.
Clipped away neatly. It's good to see, though. It's good to see that you have some excitement in Test cricket. Sometimes you look at the Ashes and you see some things happening, and it's even more interesting than some of the shorter format games at times. Test match swings from team to team all the time. There's a certain intrigue in a test match that you can't really get. I always draw a conclusion that Test cricket, to me, and that's just me speaking personally here, is still the best form of cricket. I'll tell you why. You could remember Test match scores and performances in Test matches. You could hardly remember performances in T20 cricket unless it's significant. 4 sixes by Carlos Bradwood, you'll always remember that. But if I ask you the scores in the final of the last T20 World Cup, you cannot tell me. So there's something about Test cricket. There's beaten and pushing out nicely there. Willing to come onto the front foot is Harding. I'm impressed with the batting of Harding.
No, he certainly looked quite good this morning. The pair of himself and Brooks have done the job that the Barbados Pride have needed him to do. 55 minutes into the morning, approaching that first water break. barring no mishaps and shots that need not be played, this will be a good session, a good first hour of play for the Barbados Pride.
Well, talking to that one, it didn't get up much. Beaton looks at the track.
Scenarios like those that could make things just a little tricky. Obviously getting under it, thinking that it would have gotten a lot more bonks on occasion. Thankfully, it still carried over the stumps. But scenarios like that now, which are kind of, I guess, against the run of play, whereby you're trusting the surface, telling yourself, okay, this is the type of bonks that I expect to get out of it. And all of a sudden you find a few keeping low. Here's something that I guess we can monitor as we head across this day 3 and into day 4. So a dot ball to close things out. 124 for 3.
So Barbados showing that they're ready for the fight this morning. Guyana unable to remove the night watchman Keon Harding, who is looking more and more like an accomplished batsman at the moment. No sign of spin just yet. Like Smith is going to continue from the far end. They probably still want to see if they can get a breakthrough early as the fast bowlers are fresh.
I was about to say that I like the fact that you mentioned the possibility of spin, because that is something that I guess we're all looking for here. We didn't see that much impact in terms of actual spin on day 2. Yes, the 2 spinners from Guyana Harpy Eagles did pick up wickets. However, the deliveries that they picked up wickets with were not necessarily deadly deliveries, surface turning deliveries. So it'll be interesting to see once they're introduced into this encounter, how they go, how the surface reacts. The ball now 51 overs old. You know, all these come into play. A couple more footmarks out there, as we talked about yesterday, on the leg stump of those right-handed batters playing into the hands of Versami Pramal. It'll be very interesting to see how this contest turns once spin gets introduced.
Couple of fans just coming into the ground. More than likely they're on a tour. There's a bus in the car park that has brought in a number of tourists to this venue that is named after the legend, Sir IVA Richards, of course. You can see Harding coming forward and just opening the face slightly.
He started it quite easy this morning. I've had the pleasure of seeing him play a couple innings back home in Barbados in the elite competition, more so in the shorter format of the game. It's a fairly long ball when he gets ready, but it's nice to see the level of concentration that he's employed this morning and doing the job that was required of him. Obviously played that one shot, which I mentioned was calculated on his part. I won't hold that against him, but it's been good to see it from the young man this morning.
Edged, dropping short.
I nearly thought
Terrell holds his head.
I nearly thought it was a case of the commentator's curse there for Keon Harding, but still soft hands on that occasion, not pushing out the ball, so still good on the part of him there. Now Smith thought for a moment that that was the breakthrough as we get ever closer to that first water break of the morning.
Oh, this is good running. That's pushing and taking off Harding. This is good. The Barbadian batsmen this morning, they have been good.
Certainly good. If we were under a tree back home in Barbados, there would be a man probably about 60 years old saying, that is cricket. And I agree, that is cricket. That is just it. Drops the ball into the offside, sets off early, a loud call. And that also would pain the Guyana Harpy Eagles as well, something that they were probably not looking for because obviously they settled into a rhythm. They're just looking to bowl there to Keon Harding, take it into that first water break, hopefully take another edge, and he sets off and brings the experienced Shamar Brooks back into strike.
He has proven to be a perfect foil for Brooks.
A bit of chirping going on out there. They will need a lot of that out there today. It's hot, it's dry, and there's nothing going for them on this surface. They will need to keep their spirits high. At this point in time, I think that now is a mental game. This is certainly a mental game out there for both sides. And the question is, who will win the mental battle?
Again, another quick single. These two seem to understand each other out there.
So the end of the over, and the first water break of the day. Barbados Pride at 126 for 3. They will certainly be the happier of the two teams here in this first hour of day 3. The pair of Shamar Brooks and Keon Harding have done the job that Vasper Drakes and Co. have asked them to do this morning. They've gotten to that first water break. Flags fluttering, flying high here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Well, I want to thank Joel for being with us for the first hour. And after the break, you'll be hearing from the venerable Vernon Springer.
Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. After the first hour's play of the morning session, the Barbados Pride trailed by some 245 runs and 126 for 3 with 52 overs bowled. And one would have to say that the Ghana Happy Eagles bowlers, they have bowled disciplined enough. No luck yet. And the objective here of Barbados Pride would be really to try and bat Ghana Happy Eagles out of the game, which will be time. Brooks 22 from 79. And so far, Kean Harding 12 from 49 does not look bad at all. Smell a strong coffee here. I think it just needs some lime for Vinod Manchan. Welcome back, Vinod.
Thanks a lot, Vern. And this morning, I think you will be pleased with the effort shown by Barbados.
Both teams, indeed, we've been seeing some good cricket. Here is a on drive, risky. It was to the right of Smith at mid-on, and he would have had to come around quickly. He missed the stumps on the non-striker's end.
Well, what I've seen and what I've noticed recently here, in the absence of boundaries, Harding and Brooks, they're trying to create opportunities for runs. So they're getting these short singles and these quick singles, and they're doing well.
Couldn't help but listen to you talk about the situation in Grenada, where Trinidad and Tobago have been set well over 300 runs to get on the final day.
354.
Well, before that, a total of 983 runs would have been scored. 24 wickets would have fallen. Already Trinidad has lost one, so that would be 25. But before that, I was just making the scenario that has easily been a high-scoring game. And maybe, just maybe, they were a little bit tentative of declaring a little earlier.
Pushing. Looking again for that quick single. This is good cricket here by the Barbadians. I must say, this pair, the Pride, they trail by 244.
So as we were talking about the run chase, very high proportion of boundaries in the innings of a total of over 100 boundaries have been scored, Vinod, in the first 3 innings. And Grenada is a big ground also, like the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. So 425 for 5, 243 and 315. It's a lot of runs inside the first 3 days. In fact, first, you could say 4 days more or less. Here is Harding just clipping this one out to the deep.
Oh, good, this is good running again.
Yeah, very positive. And it's good running, and that's what we're talking about, intent. Here is Versami Pomal, who really does not have the strongest of arms. And so you got to back yourself to know that, listen, if Vinod is feeling in that position and he's coming around there, he can't run me out. And that is what I was talking about even when the Ghana Happy Eagles was batting. The intent for the run-in, runs for beaten, trying to get some luck. Good short delivery, but no pace really in this track. But he's bending his back for sure, I can tell you that. He's got 36 wickets at this level, best of 5 for 43. He needs a 5-er today.
Yeah, looking to pull Ghana in, push Ghana's ambition further for a positive result.
Talking about boundaries, Vinod, we've already got 60 here on these massive outfields here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Again, back of the length delivery, and Harding standing tall. Can't score. Over at Coolidge, Vinod, Jamaica, 220 for 8. So congratulations to Rakeem Cornwall for picking up his 17th 5-wicket haul at this level in the competition. It's now up to 255 wickets. And I was going to the list, Vinod, and searching. Versami Pomor leads away with 309 from 61 games. Beaten. Good sharp delivery. Maybe almost for a moment took his eye off it. So Beaton tried to work some pace up at the end of over number 53, 129 for 3. Patrick Gustard just looking to just make sure that the batsmen are not walking up and down the track. I'm talking about leading wicket takers in the regional 4-day competition. The list continues. Imran Khan from Trinidad and Tobago with 261. And then I was going to the list, Vinod, in terms of seamers. I saw there that Raymond Reefer, 118 wickets. Jeremiah Louis with 106. And Markino Minley, who made his test debut in Australia, is up to 98 in this game. As you know, that list is dominated by spinners. Niall Smith, I finally got my wish on the Sunday Roberts end. Bowling to Brooks. And Brooks is driving but can't score. Nikita Miller, who is the assistant coach for Jamaica, 217. There's no Warwick, and he's on test duty for the West Indies with 196. Shane Shillingford, who was retired from the Commonwealth of Dominica with 179. And Damien Jacobs, who would have played for Jamaica and also the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, 175. But interesting enough, Vinod, Kurdish Moti was also on test duty from 32 matches, has 114 wickets.
Kulakesh Moti, good player.
Smith, he's missing here for Guyana. Wide, but Brooks is picking up the line right there. Does he not look a better bowler coming from the Sandy Robertson?
Yes, he does. I want to agree with you. His rhythm is better. His approach to the crease is better, and you can see him getting more pace as well.
First time I saw him, Vinod, from the Andy Robertson. And he really bowled with some real pace against the Leeward Islands. I had to stun up. I was like, who is he? John Maynard in England called me straight away. He's looking at the stream and he says, Springs, this guy has got some pace. Now Smith bouncing away. In now to bowl to Brooks. Brooks is on driving beautifully. We've got a couple of runs here. He gets one, comes back for two. Indeed, he's going to come back for three because Harding is interested. And he get 3 runs quite easily. So good positive shot from Brooks.
Too straight on that occasion there by Smith. And all Brooks had to do was to come across the line and just ease it away on the onside. A lot of real estate on the onside.
Partnership is 30 from 109 deliveries, which means that Barbados is batting for time. Leon Johnson is going to have to get smart and come up with something very quickly. Need wickets. You get 1, you get 2, you get 3, you never know what happens. He's employing a little strategy here now because Niall Smith now has a leg slip. He also wants the fielder from the deep backward square area, which I thought really was a wasted time, to come onto the onside because really that man is wasted. You have to bowl a bumper and to hit the ball all the way out there. Well, you really should be fined, more or less. So we got 3 slips, a gully, backward point. Very interesting field, Vinod. I'll get you to comment about that. Niall Smith has got some rhythm. He's going to bowl to Keon Harding. Harding is defending nicely. Certainly looking like an accomplished batsman here, Keon Harding. On an easy pace track.
Honestly, I don't see the need for the 3rd slip there at this point in time. If you look at Smith, and he's not taking the ball away from the right-handers, he's primarily bringing it right back in. I like the idea of having the leg slip or leg gully in position for him.
Well, I want Smith to bowl a more fuller length to Keon Harding, inducing that 3rd slip.
Cracked away nicely through the covers here, and that will run away very close to the boundary. It should get there. No, that's 4 runs. A lovely shot there by Harding.
You know, Vinod, I've seen a new model come into or feeling in the Caribbean and world cricket. The players dive rather than try and stay on their feet and stop the ball. Here was Shamar Joseph trying to dive. Well, I think if he'd stayed on his feet, he might have been able to cut that one off. But a boundary nonetheless.
So Harding has reached 18 now. He has to just continue batting and don't get carried away.
Good line.
Excellent indeed.
Really, really, really good line, except for that half volley in the misfield. Niall Smith completes his 13th over, not for 40, beaten, not for 22. Shamar Joseph 1 for 28, Sinclair 1 for 26. We have not seen him yet for the day. And Pamal Bowl, the lone over spin so far, 1 for 19. Beaten will continue. Guyana, they need wickets, and they need wickets fast. 136 for 3. Ken Harding is growing in confidence. Mid on, mid off. And Beaten will go past the Jamaican umpire, Patrick Gustard. That one came back after it pitched. And Brooks, knowing where his off stump is, he knows that this is a good batting track. Will sort of remind him of home in Barbados, except that he would maybe have a little bit more pace. Want to get a few thought processes from Vinard in terms of why the groundsmen in the Caribbean take off the grass off of the pitches. Beaten. Brooks comes quietly forward, playing right under his eyes. The flags fluttering here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Antigua and Barbados and Guyana. They're 2 men deep. Just feel that they're maybe playing cat and mouse game here, but I don't know if Brooks would be even interested with those 2 players behind square. Pitched up and really didn't make a lot of use into that one, but he's just contented to just stay there. The message from head coach Vasbert Drakes and assistant coach Ryan Hines would be to bat session by session. You've done the work for the first hour. Now let's take us home to lunch. 136 for 3. The trail by 235. Couple of tourists bounding away on the mound, enjoying the cricket. A good carry.
It's good to see the tourists coming in. We spoke at length about that yesterday.
And it's one of the spots, outside of Shirley Heights, Nelson Dockyard, a lot of the historical sites that the tourists, when they come off the cruise ship or via the Virgin, British Airways, American Eagle, they all visit a number of sites here in Antigua and Barbuda.
So delivery.
Hope that they can come when we can maybe have an established ferry where at least some of them can glide across to Montserrat and check out the Emerald Isle. Go have a word with Basil Morgan about the volcano. Guyana need wickets. Barbados trying to bat them out of the game. 136 for 3. Beaten. The Brooks picked up and he's whipping that out to the deep backward square leg fielder who's on the deep. And they get 1 run. Joseph with a powerful return into Anthony Bramble. Spin is being introduced for the first time. Kevin Sinclair, and I hope that he is going to spin the ball and not be a medium pacer. At the end of over number 55. 137 for 3. 55 overs bowled. Umpires Carl Tuckett just looking around. Helmet coming out. Shamar Brooks just remarking his guard just to make sure that things are in order. So Kevin Sinclair will start from the Sunday Roberts end. Leon Johnson just making sure that he sorts out all of his angles. A good day to Cairo White and to Stedford White and Mummy White in England. You can imagine the restaurant will be pretty busy. Let's see what sort of approach we'll have from Kevin Sinclair today. Down the onside, Brooks is sweeping and coming around very quickly as a fine leg for Sammy Permall. He can't stop the single in the meantime. Good delivery, good leave.
Good all-round cricket there.
Here goes Harden. Just working this into the short middle wicket area, getting another easy single. Just go motoring on here. And Sinclair maybe just trying to find his rhythm on 39 for 3. Seems as if we have some cricket experts on the mound. Here is the delivery, which is just squeezed past the first slip. And getting an easy single. Nando just chasing down to the vacant third man boundary to retrieve. They get 1 run in the process. Leon Johnson at first slip. Well, it's diving on the carpet. Sinclair to Harding, who comes right forward. 140 for 3. Flapped fast, paid up the mid-off, and over comes to an end. And the latest score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium on day 3 in the Cricket West Indies 4-day championship. 140 for 3, Barbados Pride in pursuit of 371, which looks very academic as we speak. On a lovely Friday here.
It's good to show that. It's good that the Pride is showing pride in their batting. They're really batting well. They put a price to their wicket.
And although the bowling has been not penetrative, they've been very disciplined within their approach. They bowled a lot more straighter today. It's just that the luck really didn't go their way. Vinod Banchan will get a break. He needs to get some coffee and some lime. Get himself sorted out. I'll have to bring some lemons for him. You ever tried coffee and lime, Vinod? When you next come back on, you'll tell me about that. Might tell me he's not a drinker. So no need for him. So for Sammy Permall, as a welcome back Joel Manning into the hot seat. Bowls his first delivery outside the line of the off stump. Permall needs to just take his time. You got runs. And straight away, the long off is right back on the boundary. And it's just come on to bowl. Here is Brooks Brooks just sweep paddling this one around into the fine leg area, and he gets a boundary with a badly lined delivery by Versami Pomol. Score in the meantime goes up to 144 for 3.
Oh, certainly a very fine sweep there by Shamar Brooks. That ball just angling down the leg side from Versami Permol. Just needed to get some bat onto it, and that indeed he did. Takes him up now to 33 from 93.
Flighted. Brooks comes quietly forward. Not penetrative at all. I've not been impressed by either Permol or Sinclair on this track. Gotta give the ball. You gotta look at Shem Holder. The way out. Slowly bowl the ball. He got the ball to bite. And almost like fast bowlers, Permol and Sinclair. And on this good track, I don't think he'll be able to entice Brooks, who is a decent player. Flighted. People caught behind, but I think in vain, because umpire Patrick Gustard is not interested.
It was definitely indeed a nice, or dare I say, a better delivery from Versami Permol on that occasion. Just holding it back somewhat.
That was a lot slower. Made Brooks search for it. So the end of 57. Barbados Pride at 144 for 3.
And it will be very interesting how these two spinners go. As I mentioned a little bit earlier on commentary, you know, the wickets that they got yesterday were not necessarily wickets with gems of deliveries, but in fact were handed gifts by the Barbados Pride batters. So it'll be interesting to see how they go about their work this morning, the type of deliveries that they bowl. You made the interesting comparison to Shem Holder, who would have picked up 3 for the Barbados Pride in the first innings across yesterday and day 1. And it was nice to see how Shem used the angles. That is something that I have not seen just yet for the Guyana Harpy Eagles batters. Shem was willing to try both over and around the wicket. He was quite successful in bowling over the wicket to left-handed batters. That angle into the rough and the ball spin away from the bat of the left-handed batters.
So Jamaica bowled off for 234. Another dot delivery to Kian Hardin. Raheem Cornwall ending with 5 for 54. Colin Archibald 2 for 37. Sheena Berridge 2 for 25. And Hayden Walsh Jr. 1 for 61. Meantime, Trinidad and Tobago, they're 35 for 1 in their all-important clash in Grenada against the Windward Island Volcanoes. Need well over 300 and add if they want to upset the apple cart in that contest. Comes quietly forward. 36 for 1, Trinidad and Tobago. 144 for 3 is the latest score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium as Sinclair starts. Forced away onto the onside, but can't beat the short mid-wicket. And another dot ball again. It's got to be able to just give it a little rip. It's more or less like a medium pacer, Sinclair. Flat fast. This would be playing right in the hands of Brooks and Hardin, especially for Hardin, just above the eye line. Give him something to think about. Entice him. Hoping for something there. Made Nova from Kevin Sinclair. 144 for 3. The partnership is 42 so far.
Crazy of catch it there, but certainly no real chance in that one. Kevin Sinclair, obviously, yes, a little flatter indeed than how Shem Holder would have gone about his work. I was talking a little earlier about the angles and how Shem Holder is willing to go both over and around the wicket. He was quite effective when he came over the wicket, as I mentioned, to the two left-handers in Kemal Savory and Leon Johnson, having Savory caught Dowrich and then having Leon Johnson caught at second slip. So it'll be interesting to see if Permol is willing to take that kind of approach. That delivery to Brooks is just pushed back into the cover area. But interesting to see if Pramal is willing to try coming over the wicket. Use a bit of that rough on the leg stump of Brooks and Harding.
He's given away a single, Joel. And sometimes, Joel, you know, you wonder why at regional level, he's got 309 wickets. So you're a test bowler, but you wonder what happens at the regional level. And then when you go to the next level, then you almost look like an ordinary bowler, more or less. I can't see the purpose of giving away that single that easy. Make Barbados work for everything, every run. Make them fight for it. Just don't give them. Mid on and mid off. Up now for Harding. Dropped. Don't know if he got an edge there or under edge. Let's look at the replay.
The reaction certainly says and speaks to the fact that they do believe he got an edge off of Harding's bat. And that indeed would say is the first chance of the morning for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. I talked about the fact earlier that when the opportunities come, they must stick in the hand because of how hard it is to get those opportunities on a surface like this.
Harding clobbering this down to the boundary for 4. That's a good cricket shot. And the bottom hand came into play there, but he kept it along the ground. Beautiful shot. And this is why I was talking to you, Joel. You see the difference once he flighted that? Harding's eyes opened up. He played a real lovely on drive. But that's what you want, you know. Pramal has to give the ball enough time just above the eye line, especially when he's bowling to Harding. Even Brooks. And his line has to be consistent. 149 for 3. They're approaching 150. Ken, pat and pat close together. Harding is enjoying this session here so far. He's done all of the hard work, Harding, but he knows that it's not over yet. He's batted for the first hour. He needs to bat the second hour. He's moving in confidence and playing it nicely. And this is a good contest here so far. 149 for 3. And I'll have to tell you that Harding has done his job.
No, he's certainly done his job. Actually, let me not say he's done his job. He's done a part of his job because Barbados Pride will know that he has potential. And sure, he does not have a first-class half-century, but today is certainly the day for him to get that 23 off of 17. He's going to tell himself that he's seen all that the Guyana Harpy Eagles bowlers have had to offer, and it's not troubled him thus far, barring that one chance off the edge from Versami Pramal. He knows that today is a day that he could get a first-class half-century, and who knows, probably even take it a bit further.
So, interesting times ahead for Yonke and Harding. Little inside edge just for a moment there. Brooks tend to be going hard at the ball. Harding's high score is 27, so he's approaching that. He's 23, but that maybe won't be his objective right now. He'll be looking at his skipper, Angus Sinclair, standing up straight. Sinclair has not taken his time and really flight the ball. He's really more or less pushing through, flat and fast. It's almost like he's playing a one-day game. I think the culture from that frustrating. Here was a flick by Brooks onto the pad of the short leg fielder, rebounded back onto the stumps. And you'll have to be a Gus Logie to come up with that one.
That one would have certainly taken some great reflexes on that occasion. Obviously, you know, in that type of a position, it must go straight to the hands at a pace like that.
Say good day to the folks in Bermuda, Canada, United States of America, England. I like to see the fielders stay on their feet most of the times. Single to Brooks, 150. Up for the Barbados Pride. So we'll have a small clap and applause from the teammates. Harding squeezing this one out to the third man here, and the Nando guilty of giving away a single there. Is more or less coming around. Just needed to just stay on his feet, really. And Guyana just getting a little raggedy after that drop catch. Just a couple of misfields there. They have to stay committed to the cause. Guyana Happy Eagles.
They certainly do. That single now takes the current partnership up to 49 off 147 between this pair. So a good job thus far.
Sinclair into Hardin. Hardin is pushing it. Can't beat cover. Not Hardin, sorry, Brooks. End of another over here. Some 60 overs bowled. And Barbados Pride at 151 for 3. I think the game is set up nicely at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Hope that what sort of approach the Leeward Islands will take in this innings. They're the home team, and they would really want to get an early lead. In the meantime, Barbados is trying to bat the Guyana Happy Eagles out of this game. That is their first objective, and the first objective would, these two want to go to lunch. I think that would please head coach Vasbert Drix. Pomal stands up straight and punches it out the backward point, can't score. He's got to try something different to Hardin. He can't be flat and fast. Another flighted delivery. Again, we looking at the action. Forward comes. Almost like a boring game to you, right, Joel?
I wouldn't necessarily say a boring game, but it's certainly not had the excitement that you might want to see maybe.
Comes quietly forward again.
It's not just that it's void of the excitement, but I would have mentioned the fact earlier that I saw the seamers trying something with the sharp ball tactics.
Forward again. Hardin plays out 6. Maiden over here. 61 overs bowled, 151 for 3.
Yeah, I would have talked about the fact that I saw the seamers probably looking towards that sharp ball approach, especially to Harding. They had a half of a sniff of a possibility when Shamar got on top of one, and it did not go to hand. But I say all that to say with regards to the fact that I was talking about the angles that were being used by Shem Holder in that first innings, and I'm curious once again to see if these two spinners might try something, give these two batters something different to think about, even if it does not work.
Here is Brooks coming elegantly forward to Kevin Sinclair. Fast delivery. Here goes Kevin Sinclair into bowl to Brooks. Brooks is driving through cover, 4 runs. No need to chase that. All you have to do is retrieve offline. And if the off spinner is going to bowl those half volleys, Brooks is a class player. His eyes opened up. He leaned into it and executed it nicely.
Certainly, indeed, the timing was there, and that shot was graceful from Shamar Brooks. Got to the pitch of it, opened the face slightly to ensure that he get past that man at cover, and was an absolutely brilliant shot on his part.
Sinclair into bowl to Brooks. He's gone back to that line, flatter, faster again. Just has to just adjust his length in terms of, get Brooks to use his feet to him. Sinclair into Brooks, flatter, faster. Just bowling just too quick for my liking. And on this track here at the Sylvain Richard Stadium, this is just playing right into the arc of Shamar Brooks. Brooks is just sweeping, getting on the edge, gone past Bramble, down to the boundary for four. Four more. Umpire Carl Tuckett will signal another boundary. And because he was so fast and going down the onside, Brooks is just being able to just get a paddle onto it. And another 2 boundaries in this over here so far off Sinclair.
Certainly a body line delivery from Kevin Sinclair. He will know that he could do a lot better. Shamar Brooks, he's been there 108 deliveries now. He's not going to miss out on a ball like that. Just getting a bit of bat onto it. And another boundary to him. Takes him now into the 40s.
Frustration creeping into the Guyana Happy Eagles team. Flatter faster. Just rushing him on the pad. End of another over here. And it's all happening here. 159 for 3.
And I have to say that it was definitely not too good an over there from Kevin Sinclair. Just that one delivery that he gave a bit of air. I was steady off, so probably a bit too wide on that occasion and capitalized on by Shamar Brooks. And then after that, he went back to that mold of flat, fast, flat, fast, flat, fast. I'm telling myself that he's not being very creative with how he's going about his 6 deliveries that he has there. He's going to have to be willing to take the chance, but also not take the chance, or rather just not only take the chance, be consistent in how he goes about it, because bowling flat and fast will certainly not work on this surface unless he's hoping that Shamar Brooks maybe closes the bat face on 1 too early.
For Sammy Pamal, he starts with another line delivery, and very comfortable enough for Kean Harding. Gotta pull him out of his crease. Have to have that skill. Harding comes nicely balanced. For Sammy Pamal. Starts. Dead ball signaled by umpire Patrick Gustard. Just didn't get the rhythm right there. Wonder what is the right end for Pamal to be bowling at. He started from the Sir Andy Roberts end this morning with a lone delivery. And now he's switched to the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Hardin. Gets a flighty delivery. When he gets there, he stays low to the ball and just plays it to Nando at the short mid-wicket position, right on the practice square. He's bowled him. That's what I was talking about all the time, just above his eye line. And Hardin getting excited and swung across the line of the delivery. That's what I was talking about all the time, Joel. I think I am around this cricket long enough. Just above his eye line, and let him see it. The first wicket goes. Harding goes, bowled by Pamal. And you see what happened? It was above the eye line. He had to come for it. And he played right across it. He knows that he played a poor shot, but I would say that he did his job. He just missed out by lunch by 17 minutes.
Well, Harding will definitely feel disappointed there. And like I mentioned earlier today, it would take a mistake. That shot that Harding played just now was a mistake. It was certainly not needed at this particular stage as we edge towards lunch. It probably gives Guyana Harpy Eagles a little sniff of maybe getting something else right before the lunch break. Another batter that must now come and get accustomed to the surface. Sure, there are no real demons in it, but it will still be a task for a new batter to handle. I think that Harding missed a little trick there by allowing Permal to just outfox him somewhat. As you mentioned, that ball given a bit more air. Harding's eyes lit up, telling himself that he could hit it down the ground. Shot probably on halfway, definitely not, because he missed it and was bowled down. So 159 for 4, and as you mentioned, just about 16 minutes left until lunch as a new batter. And Nicholas Curtin now strides to the crease, and he will have just a little tricky period now to negotiate for the Barbados Pride.
I'll be putting some pressure on Curtin. He'll have a slip point in front of him. A slip point, a short leg, and a leg slip. He's just come in. He's a little nervous. He'll be thinking about lunch. Won't ease that pressure off of him. Hope that Leon Johnson is listening to me. Put that pressure on him. Put a man right in front of his face. Let him think about it. So he's gone for the attack. Silly point, short leg slip. I think you also need a leg slip, really. That feeler on the deep backward square boundaries to me is wasted. I don't see Nicholas Curtin hitting any ball out into that area there. You got 15 minutes to go before lunch. You need wickets, Leon Johnson. The new batsman, you put some pressure on him. Here was Curtin just coming down very quickly on that one. And again, I'll be thinking about flighting to him. Give him something to think about. Mid-on and mid-off, right up. Guyana, they have to see this opportunity and they have to seize it. Curtin again coming forward, really showing positive intent. So he got 2 deliveries, he kept them out. And wicket maiden for Vasami Permaul. Interesting times ahead here, Joel.
Interesting times ahead indeed. It's moments like these, like I mentioned yesterday, talk about swings and balances. And this is a little period of play where Guyana Harpy Eagles know that there's not much longer to go before lunch, so they can give it their all. They can put a lot of energy into this. Had Harding still been at the crease, they still would not have been chirping in the same way. The energy levels would have been a lot lower. But all of a sudden now, with just about another 14 minutes, 13 minutes or so before we get to the luncheon interval, it's all now that burst. So maybe look to give Shamar Brooks a single here, get some deliveries at Nicholas Curtin. New batter, a lot of pressure on.
Sinclair to Brooks. Brooks is standing up tall, just playing it out to the backward point area. Johnson from slip runs around. And the score remains on 159 for 4. Brooks driving elegantly. Big save there by Niles Smith. And they get a couple of runs in the process. If they want, they can get 3. But Brooks decided against it. Well, off drive there from Brooks, Shamar Brooks. In being at the crease, you still have to look to rotate the strike. So you're going to have to find a way to still score. He's quite capable, Brooks. 161 for 4. Stands up straight and punches that back to Kevin Sinclair. It's almost like a bowling machine bowling to him. Brooks on driving. That was a little slow. Because of that, Brooks sort of mistimed it. He just went out to the short mid-wicket feeler. Sinclair goes past umpire Carl Tuckett. Brooks comes quietly forward. Score remains on 161 for 4. Guyana's got 1 wicket. They need 1. Comes 2, comes 3. Flatter, faster. Brooks can do no wrong as he comes quietly forward. Another over is completed. 161 for 4. Some 64 overs bowled by the Barbados. If faced by the Barbados Pride. Guyana Harpy Eagles just scored 371 all out of 121.1 overs.
And I talked about Guyana Harpy Eagles getting back into the game. It's been some time since I've heard their voices out there through our stump mics, but all of a sudden I'm hearing them again. They sense an opportunity. They sense a chance, and it's about if it will happen. Obviously, Nicholas Curtin, a very accomplished batter, scored some runs in the Legends Cup back home in Barbados, also scored some runs in the trial matches as well, scored some runs as well in the elite competitions. So he will know that he's very capable of maneuvering this challenge. However, it is just that period before lunch where you're not looking to really score much runs. And as such, he's going to have to trust his defense here. And Guyana will know that they can sniff a small opportunity of maybe taking 1 more before the lunch interval.
So somebody must have heard me because the deep backward square is now coming closer. In fact, he's now coming to leg slip. So, no, not really leg slip, but could have been a little finer, more or less. Permaul has to seize this opportunity to get Curtin.
So I talked about being back into the game. I also talked about that roughage that would have been outside the right-hander's leg stump. It is now on the off stump of Curtin, and it poses an interesting challenge now whereby what does the ball do out of that rough? Does it go straight on? Does it turn? Interesting times ahead as we head towards lunch.
Here goes Pomal into both to Curtin. Curtin feeling for this one. I think Leon Johnson has to seize this opportunity. And Pomal also, as the test bowler, he has to figure out in the back of his mind, I'm going to dismiss Curtin because Curtin is nervous. He's thinking about lunch. It's 10 minutes to go before lunch, and I need him. Don't give him, don't allow him. Too easy. Beaten sleeping. Caught on his heels. And he got a single. He got to be sharper there.
That's brilliant cricket by Nicholas Curtin. Brilliant cricket there. Releasing that pressure. Guyana Harpy Eagles now having to reset, because obviously it brings Shamar Brooks back into strike. That is great cricket brain. That is great cricket awareness from Nicholas Curtin.
The history books keep coming out. Brooks standing up straight, can't score. Just thought that they allowed Nicholas Curtin to get off the mat. They're on mid-on, beaten caught on his heels. You got to be looking to close off that single. And as you rightly said, real smart cricket there by Nicholas Curtin. Brooks is driving through cover. Get a couple of runs here. The Guyanese are diving, but they're not being able to stop the ball. You first have to stop the ball.
Brooks has really looked quite elegant going through the covers there. Just allowing that ball to come onto the bat, not really forcing the shot, but allowing it to come to him. And he's really been timing it beautifully. And it takes him now to 47, just 3 away from another first-class half-century.
Stands up straight and plays that quite easily. So another over here by Pomal, 164 for 4. Brooks is fighting away for Barbados.
Fighting away, indeed. It looks like there's going to be a change. Well, no, still Kevin Sinclair just changing, to bowling around the wicket. This is the first left-handed batter that you have a chance to bowl at all day long. So we'll see if anything changes in terms of his approach.
So let's see what's going to be happening. See if Sinclair, he's coming around the wicket. You should be coming over the wicket to the left hand. He's gone down to the same mode. With his pace, might have been able to rush Nicholas Curtin. Another single again. The mid-on and mid-off fielders, they're sleeping. They're caught on the heel. Niall Smith, guilty there also.
It's certainly not good cricket for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Sensing that chance, sensing the opportunity. This is twice now that they've allowed Nicholas Curtin to get off strike. And what should have been a single whereby he's actually chancing his hand, because the mid-on fielder on both occasions was not exactly deep. It was just a case of they were sleeping and not ready for the opportunity. But once again, good running by Nicholas Curtin.
Brooks is on 47, stands up straight and just parries it. The fielder short mid-wicket, but no runs in the end.
Small moments like these that can be deciding factors later on.
Forward comes Brooks again.
The ability to build up that pressure, string together deliveries, and a new batter. Small moments like these that are the differentiating factors between taking a wicket and not.
Helping that one around, getting an easy run. You'll be contented with that, because he knows that the responsibility will rest on his shoulders, Brooksy.
You see it there from Leon Johnson. He said mid-off and mid-on, please stay alert.
But I don't think he needs to tell them that. It's called game awareness. You have to pay attention as to what's happening. Guyana is still in this game. Barbados trailed by some 206 runs, and that's why they can't go to sleep. They have to work out in the back of their mind, we are going to knock over Curtin. And that has to be the objective. He's out caught behind. That's the pressure that we were talking about. Put pressure on Curtin. Curtin playing down the wrong line. Took the outside edge of the bat. Look at it. Here.
A beautifully flighted delivery by Kevin Sinclair. Give it some air. Curtin pushing forward at it, playing inside the line of that delivery. Just a little bit of turn on offer and accepted by Anthony Bramble. So another wicket down for the Barbados Pride. It's Nicholas Curtin. He goes for two.
Pretty
165.
Pretty lucky to be playing ahead of the enterprising Kevin Wickham. Curtin goes back for two. Graves not. Barbados in trouble. 165 for 5. They trail by 206 runs. And still no Shane Dorish.
And that's exactly what I talked about. The fact that that mistake by Keon Harding has opened up an opportunity right before the lunch break. I talked about it being a very mental game, about playing the patience game, and it's about who will win the mental battle. And so far, Guyana Harpy Eagles in this morning session have won that mental battle. They have stuck to their guns. Their bowlers, even though they weren't picking up wickets earlier, they were still there and thereabouts because the runs for the Barbados Pride have not gotten away from them. Keon Harding made a mistake. He gave a chance now for Kevin Sinclair to have a chance to bowl to the left-handed batter in Nicholas Curtin. Took that wicket. New batter now, Shamar Springer, and still the pressure is on.
Game on here. Barbados trailed by 206 runs.
It's all about that mental battle. Especially on a surface which isn't offering much to the bowlers. It comes down to what do the batters do in replay.
Execution time. More pressure on Shamar Springer. And Springer is quite capable. You know that for sure. High score of 66. He's got 2 half centuries at this level. Playing in his 8th game, 282 runs. Shamar Springer. And he's no rabbit with the bat. 2 slips. Silly point. Short leg. Sinclair into Springer. Springer comes quietly forward. I thought that hit his bat rather than him really coming forward. Sinclair bowled that so fast. He just didn't. He could have just looped that up, especially to Springer who had just come in. He will tell me that he's the bowler.
Well, from 159 for 3, we're now at 165 for 4. Quite possibly maybe the last, or depending on how quickly Pramal gets to this over, but it could be the last over before lunch. My thinking here is give Shamar Brooks a single. Let me get 5 deliveries at Shamar Springer before lunch. We see now that mid-on is going back to long on. A man goes back to sweeping on the cover boundary.
Wide delivery by Pramal as if he's hiding the ball from Brooksy. He still also has to feel that he can get out Shamar Brooks. So I hope he's not just thinking that he's going to roll over this Barbados team. He still has to bowl control to Brooks. Brooks playing inside that delivery. Don't want to say play down the wrong line, but it picked up the line there. Pramal is a little teasing bowler. He's maybe just worrying the thought process here. Mind games taking place here. Brooks has decided that he's going to take the responsibility. 165 for 5. He's maybe not even worrying about a half century at this time.
Oh, that certainly cannot be on his mind, given the position that they find themselves in now. 2 quick wickets down.
Might still think about getting his 15th half century at this level. He says no. A lot of chatter going on from Bramble, Johnson and company.
This is certainly the experience of Shamar Brooks here showing now.
Pamal into Brooks. Brooks is forward. $165 for 5. Forward again. Maiden over by Versami Pamal. 2 in a row. No, not 2. I think the wicket is lunch. Wow. That was quick and fast. So at lunch, Barbados, 165, 166 for 5, 166 for 5. And we'll give you an analysis as what has happened so far in the Barbados Pride innings in reply to the Guyana Harper Eagles, who scored 371 all out. Machu Nando starring on that day, joining a list of accomplished Guyanese batsmen in Joe Solomon, Stephen Kamash, Swedish Danny Ram, and Carl Hooper on debut with 126. Tevin Imla for North. Shandapal Hemorrhage 11. Kamal Savory for 25. Leon Johnson, the captain, for 26. Anthony Bramble for 20. Kevin Sinclair, 43. Vasami Pomol, 37. Shamar Joseph got 20. And Niles Smith, he was run out for 9. Runs were beaten, left not out. North, some 54 extras, 16 no balls. 15 of them bowled by Kean Hardin. 10 wides, 9 leg byes, 19 byes, 371 all out. Outstanding bowlers for Barbados: Shem Holder, 3 for 71 from 36 overs and 15 maidens. Jair McAllister, 18.1 overs, 4 maidens, 43 runs, 3 wickets. Akeem Jordan, 26 overs, 8 maidens, 54 runs, 2 wickets. He's still in the hut to come for the Barbados Pride. Kean Hardin, 23 overs, 1 maiden, 129 runs, 1 wicket. And Shamar Springer, 17 overs, 5 maidens, 46 runs, no wickets. Nicholas Curtin, the lone over with a maiden. For Barbados so far, Shane Mosley caught Anthony Bramble, bowled Shamar Joseph for 65. Seemed like a long time ago on day 2. Zachary McCaskey caught Chandapal Hemorrhage, bowled Kevin Sinclair for 26. Jonathan Drake's LBW to Versami Pamal without scoring. A very poor shot played by Drakes. Shamar Brooks is not out on 48. 123 balls, 171 minutes at the crease with 5 fours. Kean Hardin, 17 minutes short of lunch. He was bowled by Versami Pamal for 24. And Nicholas Curtin, on the stroke of lunch, caught Anthony Bramble, bowled Kevin Sinclair with a quicker, faster delivery for 2. Shamar Springer's faced just 1 delivery. They're 166 for 5 at lunch, 1 extra, a leg by, and the bowling figures for the Guyana Harper Eagles. Niles Smith, 13 overs, 4 maidens, 40 runs, no wicket. Runs were beaten, 11 overs, 2 maidens, 23 runs, no wicket. Shamar Joseph, 13 overs, 4 maidens, 28 runs, 1 wicket. Kevin Sinclair, 14 overs, 1 maiden, 43 runs, 2 wickets. And Versami Pamal, 15 overs, 3 maidens, 31 runs, 2 wickets. Zachary McCaskey, 1 for 69. Jonathan Drakes, 2 for 70. Shane Moser, 3 for 102. Kean Hardin, 4 for 159. Nicholas Curtin, 5 for 166. I would consider it to be even Steven honors. Joel, you might have other ideas.
I don't think it's even Stevens at all. I think that Barbados Pride have had into the ascendancy to Ghana Harpy Eagles. They've just added 61 runs, but more importantly for Ghana, they've picked up 2 wickets on a surface whereby you were telling yourself that they would have had to work a lot harder for those wickets. To my mind, that shot played by Keon Harding, sure, he came in as a night watchman. Sure, you would say he did his job, but coming on to lunch, I don't think that was a shot to play there. It exposed Nicholas Curtin, who then had his edge taken, and all of a sudden things are looking a little shaky now for Barbados Pride, who must now come out after lunch and rebuild again with the Guyana Harpy Eagles team, who now have their, I guess, wings set and ready to soar.
So at lunch here on day 3 in the Cricket West Indies 4-day championship at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, the Barbados Pride at lunch 166 for 5, 67 overs bowled in reply to 371. On behalf of the entire team, Vinod Manchan and Joel Manning, I'm Vernon A. Springer. Gonna see if I can get some lovely good water today. I know Vinod doesn't entertain those sort of stuff, but we'll get him some sauce instead. Some Trinidad sauce. Out of here.
Tej, firstly, I want to ask you, what was the feeling like receiving your test cap from Brian Lara?
Well, it's a special feeling receiving your cap, and from the legend himself, it's even better.
What did he say when he handed you that cap?
He said he was there when my dad made his debut, and he think he would be proud right now watching on the game and seeing me receive my cap.
And just as you mentioned your dad, coming through the system, how did you deal with the pressure of being Shiv's son?
But it's something people always talk about, so I just try and be myself. I can't be him. I could only do what I can do, and be me.
In terms of your batting style, a lot of people say that you're similar, you take your time. Is that his influence shining through, or is that just something you developed throughout your career?
Well, I started training with my granddad when I was little, so he always the kind of guy, he just instilling you, don't give your wicket away, and you could only get runs in the middle, that kind of stuff. So yeah, I think it started with my granddad.
And I know that you've done a bit of training with your dad as well. Is that the same type of idea that he tries to instill in you, or what is his coaching style?
Yeah, well, since he came, well, he was living in the US a bit, and then in Guyana. Well, now he's back in the US, but at the time when he was in Guyana, we would train together. So yeah, basically some of his teaching and batting style kind of rub off a bit.
Was cricket always your first choice, or have you ever thought about doing anything else for a living?
Oh, well, I guess like playing youth cricket, and yeah, from playing youth cricket I thought about, cricket, yeah. Never really anything much else.
So if Tejran Shandafal wasn't a professional cricketer, what would you be doing today?
I really don't know. I haven't given it much thought.
Well, good. We hope you don't have to give it much thought.
Fingers crossed.
In Test cricket, do you have any goals for this upcoming year?
I try and take it one game at a time. Every time I go out and bat, try and get a start again and try and bat as long as possible. Yeah.
You mentioned taking it one game at a time, 2 test matches under your belt so far, with notable performances. What was the feeling like when you first got the call to represent the West Indies?
Well, you're obviously thrilled, excited to be representing the West Indies. Yeah, happy feeling, excited, and thankfully things went well, so yeah, even better.
Who did you get that call from?
Chairman, Mr. Yens. Yeah.
And what was your reaction? What did you do immediately after?
You know me, I'm a quiet guy. I didn't really jump up or anything, but you're feeling the emotions inside. Yeah.
Who was the first person you told about that call?
Probably my mother, because I live with my mother. Yeah. So yeah, I live with my mom back in Guyana, so yeah, most likely I think her.
And when you told your dad, what was his reaction?
Well, he's like, it's tough series, so you gotta be prepared and be ready mentally and everything else, yeah.
That was before he said congratulations?
He always thinking about what you gotta do, so yeah.
Would you say that he has been the biggest influence in your career so far?
Well, like I said before, it started with my granddad, because from the early phases of my career and age, my dad was obviously playing, so he's not around much, and yeah, so my granddad.
And other than your dad and possibly a batting partner, which other cricketers do you look up to in world cricket? Anyone that you have watched over time, maybe model your game off of, past and present?
Well, you watch like Alistair Cook, Sangakara, my dad, Lara when they were playing. Yeah, watch all the good players, Sachi and Virat, so many, you know. Can't name all of them, Ricky Ponting, all these guys, so.
And anything out of their game that you always said you would bring into your game when you got to the Test cricket level?
I guess you watch some of the shots they play, but obviously I don't have all those kind of shots like some of the other guys, but try and keep it simple and do what I could do.
You mentioned Brian Lara, who you have here in Zimbabwe as a mentor. What is it like working with Brian Lara, and how much motivation does it give you when you walk out onto the pitch or when he says a kind word to you?
Yeah, he's a very cool guy, easy to approach, and you offer a few tips here and there, stuff you can add to your game and improve on, and apart from like shots and the kind of stuff, like how you think about the game and these kind of stuff, yeah.
How is it having Craig Brathwaite as an opening partner?
Craig, a very cool guy, you know. I guess similar to me. So we get along pretty well. When you go to bat, he always share his views and things that you could do to negate certain bowlers, and yeah, we talk about what's the ball doing and what we could do, and yeah, that kind of stuff.
What do you admire most about Craig? Firstly on the field and then off the field?
Well, like I say, he's a very cool guy, and you feel, you know, I think he is strong mentally. Yeah, bat for long periods, and he runs show.
And I'm guessing that's something that you plan to emulate as well in your game.
Yeah, well, hopefully, you know, try your best every time, and hopefully you get some runs.
And what about off the field? How is he as a captain, a man manager?
Yeah, he's simple, man. Easy to get along with. He does his thing easily in the background, so yeah.
How have you enjoyed your time so far in this West Indies setup?
Well, the guy's been very welcoming, and everybody seemed to get along well with new players, and even the guys who were here before, you know, they treat you well, and you can have a conversation with any one of them.
Who is your best friend in the team currently?
Well, you know, before Moti come back, I always playing with Josh. So, yeah, Josh and Jaden and Andy and those guys, yeah.
And you mentioned spending a lot of time with Moti. How good is it to have a fellow countryman in the team that's around your age and able to assist you?
Yeah, I mean, I've known Moti since under 15, so I'm comfortable with him. You get a little partner to go around here and there, yeah.
And lastly, anything that you want to say to the Maroon fans that have been supporting you since your debut and will continue to support you throughout your career?
Looking to try my best and get some runs and keep supporting. Thanks.
Thanks, Tej.
Welcome. Cheers.
At the age of 19, I was probably sitting on my couch watching TV. At 19, a young man next to me has a chance to make his first class debut. Kevin Wickham, how are you feeling at that possibility?
I'm feeling really good. Representing my national senior team at the age of 19, I really feel it's a very good achievement because not much do it.
All right, now, obviously, a year and just a bit more, you were recovering now from a broken foot. You had a chance then to come in as a replacement for the Under-19 World Cup. You had a chance to play in the Super 50. Did you think that you would be here today 1 year later?
Honestly, if I'm being honest with myself, no. But the hard work and the dedication, my physio, Miss King, I really feel that she played a real good part in terms of me getting back on my feet and being back out here.
Getting back on your feet, literally.
Yeah.
But beyond that, you then obviously, like I mentioned, that's with 50. You were with the West Indies Academy. You've been in that setup for some time. Obviously, there have been some stellar former cricketers who are also a part of that Cricket West Indies Academy. What have you been learning coming through that?
Obviously, Coach Coley, he was very open to the boys. I must really say, he was really really kind to us. Really open, willing to hear what we have to say, and he wasn't really about changing up much of our game. He was just about bettering our game. So I really feel like the academy really helped me in terms of knowing my plans and knowing what I want to do, because the coaches go based on what I want to do. They would just assist in terms of the little things that need to be adjusted. So I really feel like the academy is a very good thing for the youngsters.
I know in that you mentioned talking about your plans and what's not. Obviously, the start of the year, the start of the cricketing year, what are you hoping to achieve this year for yourself?
Obviously, coming out to last year, I had a very good right ball season coming out to the end. So my confidence are very much high in terms of playing first class. So I really think that once I get the opportunity, I grab it with both hands and do Barbados Pro.
Well, we certainly hope that you could get that opportunity, but all the best.
Cheers.
Alongside me, Shane Dulwich, captain of the Barbados Pride for
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. We're getting ready to start the luncheon session break right after the 40 solid minutes, where the players would have been able to either had some bananas, some grapes, and some oranges. We're going to be back with the action to see what is going to be happening right here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Barbados Pride, 166 for 5, 166 for 5. The umpires and Carl Tuckett and Patrick Gustard are out in the middle. They're inspecting, making sure that everything is okay. And in about a couple of minutes' time, we're in and ready to go here. Barbados batsmen are already approaching the middle. The Guyana Harpy Eagles, they're having a discussion in front of their dugout. And anytime soon, they will be trotting out to be able to continue this second session of the day in an all-important encounter. I say good afternoon to Joel, who would have had a lovely lunch. Joel?
Good afternoon, Vernon. Quite lovely indeed. Like I said before, I'm enjoying the food on offer here in the beautiful Antigua and Barbuda. I'm also enjoying the cricket as we prepare for another interesting contest here, the second session of the day's play, and one in which Barbados Pride will need to rebuild, and one whereby Guyana Harpy Eagles will be coming back out knowing that they are probably with the upper hand right now on this particular occasion.
Yeah, so the stage is set for this afternoon session. And Joel, I had matched it that it was even Stevens, and the reason why I matched it as even Stevens is that Shamar Brooks is still there. And Joel indicated that he thought that the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they would have been the ones who would have gone through the process. The cameramen just organizing to get the microphone put in line so we can hear all of the adjectives, nouns, verbs. Barbados trailed by 205 runs in the end, and now he has to jet off to the other end. Our producer is having a whale of a time looking at this one. Thank God we've got a timing break. But Sinclair will continue. 2 for 43 from his 14 overs. Game on here at this Vivian Richards Stadium.
A game on indeed. Another period that will be very important for the Barbados Pride. This morning, that period, the first hour and a half, was extremely critical and crucial for them to bat through. If they did that, they lost their way a little bit, and hence why they started to give that advantage just slightly to the Guyana Harpy Eagles. But time again for play.
Springer is back and across and playing a nice easy pace delivery right back up to Sinclair. He's a knot, Shamar Springer. Good afternoon, Henderson Springer. Here is Shamar Springer driving to cover for 4. Stayed low to the ball. That's a lovely shot. And straight away after lunch. A second delivery, a boundary for the Barbados Pride. Brooks just nudges it with his bat and says, well played, son. Springer goes up to 4. He's off the mark.
Just 9 deliveries that he's faced so far, but that was a delightful drive. And we do know that Shamar Springer is a classy batsman here.
Sinclair into bowl to Springs. Springs comes quietly forward. Coming around very quickly there on the backward point area. Looks like it is Nandu. 2 slips, short leg, backward point, cover, mid-on, mid-off, short mid-wicket. Springer coming forward. Somebody please ask Kevin Sinclair to just give himself a little chance to just make the ball come out of his hands nicely. Just think about it. Doesn't have to be flat and fast. Ken is just forcing it. .371 scored by the Guyana Happy Eagles. Barbados 170 for 5. Over completed the first after lunch. It cost 4 runs. And Sinclair's 15 overs has cost him 47 runs for 2 wickets. Shamar Springer's 4. And Shamar Brooks is on 49. They trail by 201 runs.
Still quite some distance away from that first innings target set by the Guyana Harpy Eagles. But for me at this point, it's once again about that mental battle, all about that time for this particular pair at the crease now. If they're able now to bat about another hour and a half once again, similar to that approach for this morning, and I would definitely say that things are swinging back into the balance. However, we're still 201 runs on the board, 200 runs adrift of that target. I would have to say that Versami Pramal, if he's able to spot it well, might cause a few problems. Obviously, the surface hasn't done much, but it's all about that mental battle.
He starts his 17th over, 16 overs, 4 minutes, and 31 runs, 2 wickets before this delivery. Brooks is back and clapping that. Pass backward point, 50 up for Brooks. And it's 15th during this competition. So 50 to Shamar Brooks. Receives a lovely applause there. And he would know he want more than 50 here. He would have seen Matthew Nando score 100. And he knows that he also can get 100. Barbados expect him to get 100 in this game. 172 for 5. Brooks goes to 51. Permal into Brooks. Stands up straight and punching it. Can't beat the cover feeler. The score remains on 172 for 5. Good afternoon, Basil Morgan. Good afternoon to all the Basils. Basil Chambers. Here's Brooks trying to sweep. Maybe he just went a little bit too hard. He just needed a little finesse onto it. Just get a little bat onto it and that would have raced away. Because of the shape of the stand, there's a little covering on the Sir Andy Roberts end. Comes quietly forward is Shamar Brooks. Don't think Barbados even wants to give Guyana an inch to get in here. So these two will have to bat for the first hour. Very, very important. Keon Hardin and Brooks. They batted for 1 hour and 43 minutes until Keon Hardin got excited. Bat and pad close together to Sami Permal. So Permal completes his 17th over. And 2 for 33. He's now taking his tally of wickets to 311. He's the leading wicket taker in this format of the Cricket West Indies regional 4-day competition. It started way back in 2014. There were no competitions in 2021 and 2020 and 2021 because of COVID. So the 2-year break, 170 centuries before this year's tournament, and we already have 2 maiden first-class centuries. So we add that up to 172, and they've been brilliant.
Brilliant indeed. I'd love to see a lot more, certainly as we make our way throughout this West Indies Championship.
Well, if we look at the analysis of the centuries, in 2022 there were only 17. And in the first round here already, we have two. We have a number of half centuries that have been scored, and that's the conversion rate that we would want to improve on. Sinclair starts, thinks about it, and then comes into bowl to Springer. Springer is on driving, can't score. The score remains on 4. Leon Johnson just asking Ransford Beaton to pay attention and to stay sharp in the game. Down the onside again, flatter, faster outside the line of the off stump. Not getting on this surface. You can afford to really just loop it up. The breeze going from east to west. Sinclair into Springs. Springs is just pushing it up the mid off and getting a single. Suicide in the end, and Niles Smith missed. We've played with some nice soft hands. Brooks responded. Smith in the meantime goes up to 5. Springer goes up to 5. Now brings Brooks into the conversation. He's on 51. He'll be eyeing 100. Already there's protection push right back onto the offside for Kevin Sinclair. And easy like Sunday morning, Brooks strokes it out to the sweeper, gets a single, goes up to 52, brings Shamar Springer on strike with 5. Umpire Carl Tuckett just indicates to his partner, Patrick Gustard, that we expected to have 2 legal deliveries in the over. Kevin Sinclair first came onto the scene. Is whipped into the deep backward square leg area, getting another single. Joel, I hope you understand what I was talking about in terms of how fast he's bowling. He's playing right into the channels and the arms of these 2 batsmen. It's almost like a medium pace bowler.
A slight adjustment in the field there, that man coming from that point boundary now to regulation backward point.
Then Johnson, great on mastering out his angles. Over completed. So 3 overs bowled after lunch. And Barbados moving along nicely, 175 for 5.
I certainly see what you're saying there, Vernon, especially when we look at the dismissal of Nicholas Curtin. He held back the delivery a bit, invited Curtin to come forward to one. He obviously didn't get to the pitch of it, and from there he just had to feel for it a bit. It took the outer edge of the bat, and it was successful there. However, since then, or rather before that and since then, he's been extremely flat through the air, especially to the right-handers. Well, obviously, they've only been right-handers that he's bowled to today outside of Curtin. But I think he can be better served just slowing it up a bit, especially to someone like Shamar Springer, who's new to the crease. Springer enjoys playing his shots. He's definitely a solid batter, especially down in that middle order. He has a couple runs under his belt. I believe he got, I think, at a 61 in one of those trial matches back home in Barbados. He's definitely someone that's very accomplished with the bat. But obviously, every match poses a new challenge.
Versami Pamal starts his 18th over from the circuit Lambers end. Springer is back and Lake Cutting down to the 3rd man boundary. Won't get 4, but he'll get 2. And it's a long time I haven't seen a shot of that nature, especially from a top order batsman. Score in the meantime goes up to 177 for 5. Springer is 8. Brooks 52. Barbados trail by 194. But that's really not important at this stage. What is important is that Springer and Brooks bat for the first hour. We have to bat time.
Definitely, indeed. I remember starting on commentary this morning as saying that the goal for Barbados prior to this is to bat the entire day. That is the only goal. Everything else after that, you look at, but bat to the end of the day.
Springer on drive in. More runs for Springer. You get 2 more. Brooks says no. As coming along there very quickly. Looked like it was Sinclair. Nine to Springer. Brooks 52. 178 for 5. Over number 71 starting. Brooks stands up straight to the back of the length, more or less a short delivery. But because he had no pace, really couldn't find the gap. Took a long time to get to Brooks. Put them all into Brooks. Brooks is coming quietly forward.
Pomal starting to use the crease a bit there. Went a bit wider on that particular delivery.
Brooks is out caught. And Shamar Brooks goes. That is a poor dismissal and a poor shot. He never got to the pitch of the ball. It was there. He was in two minds. I was talking to Joel about it. He's somebody who doesn't stride out to the ball. The hands go. And a simple catch to the short extra cover fielder. Barbados lose their vice captain, Shamar Brooks. 178 for 6. Shamar Brooks walks back to the Barbados hut with his head down, and that could be the game.
I wouldn't say it's the game just yet, but they're certainly in a spot of a bother. Shamar Brooks will be disappointed with how he got out there. Offering an easy catch off of a delivery that he would know he could have done a lot better with. Probably just pushing a bit too hard on that occasion. And Guyana Harpy Eagles will know that once again, this is the moment. I talked about the fact that it's about that mental battle, that mental game, and waiting for the mistakes. And I could easily say that Barbados Pride have made more mistakes than Guyana Harpy Eagles have today. And because of that, 178 for 6.
Yeah, trouble mountain here. The game is now thrown wide open. And wide open to the point that you really don't want to give that one away. Very, very, very interesting period of time there. We wait for a little while just to see who's come out. Is it Akeem Jordan has come out. So, Jordan, 178 for 5. Pressure mounting here. Let's wait and see what's going to be happening. Pomal into bow to Jordan. Jordan is back on a cross. It's a good length delivery. Over completed. The over in which Pomal picked up Brooks for 52. Barbados in a spot of trouble. 178 for 6.
In a spot of trouble indeed. As I would have mentioned, I sincerely thought that the advantage was with the Guyana Harpy Eagles. I will say definitely no. The advantage is there, especially given that we still do not know if Shane Dowrich will come out to bat. Given what we've seen so far, I must tell myself that he will not come out to bat today, which tells me now that instead of 6 down, it's indeed 7 down.
Well, don't get too excited yet. Let's wait and see what the outcome will be. Let's wait for a moment. Let's see what the creation will be here. Pomal into bow to Springer. Springer is trying to push his pass. Sinclair. Pomal, sorry. Maybe I'd like to see Pomal bowling. I just wish I could just get Sinclair to just slow it down. Just really wish. On the edge, down to the boundary, goes downhill, hits the rope now, boundary to Springer. Badly line delivery again by Kevin Sinclair. And because he's bowling so fast, somebody needs to speak to him. Score in the meantime goes up to 182 for 6. It's almost like a one-day sort of style of bowling. 10-10, T20, 50 over. At this level, you adjust, you make the adjustment.
Yeah, actually saw Leon Johnson there remonstrating with him a bit, let him know that he wants Shamar Springer to be playing into that cover region. He needs to start outside of the off stump. Obviously on that occasion, quick, fast, and down the leg side. It does not take much to get a boundary down that way, and Shamar Springer capitalized on it.
Springer driving out to the sweep on the offside, getting a very comfortable and relaxed single.
Leon Johnson there says, well done. That is what he's looking for from him. He set the man back at cover specifically for that. And it tells me that they have a plan here in terms of how they plan to go about the remainder of this innings. Now as Tevin Imlach comes now to what is a second slip. The man comes to regulation cover in the form of Nandu.
I think the scores will have to make an adjustment. Jordan is still a north. Akeem Jordan is now facing his second delivery. His appeal for a caught behind. He's out caught behind. Kevin Sinclair strikes. Jordan goes. Caught Bramble. Bowls Sinclair without scoring.
Well, the Guyana Harpy Eagles are soaring here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Well, 1 brings 2, 2 brings 3, and all of a sudden it's 7 down for the Barbados Pride. And things are not looking good for them here. Still some distance away from that 371.
So Barbados are in trouble of being bowled out here right after lunch, and it's all crumbling. First Brooks, now Jordan. Who's next?
Next to the crease, it looks like Shem Holder, but I want to take us back to that moment just before lunch and how that small moment has opened up the game. I was speaking very heavily about the fact that it's a mental game, it's about batting time, and that somebody will have to make a mistake. The mistake was made by Keon Harding. It opened the gates, and all of a sudden now it has changed the complexion of this match. A match when we started here at the beginning of the day, we said, well, hey, there's not much in the surface. We expect that the caliber of batters that the Barbados Pride have, they're going to bat through this day, take a lot of time out of it, maybe set it up for somewhat of a draw. And all of a sudden, no, the possibility of a result exists because of a couple quick wickets, because of, the loss of a mental battle.
So who we have coming out here now for the Barbados team? I'm excited to see the number.
It's Shem Holder. That's at the crease now.
Shem Holder, by his standards, is maybe quite capable. His high score is 34 not out. No, let me just check that again. Thought I saw something the other day which was pretty interesting. When we get back, let's see what's going to be happening. He negotiated his first delivery, and he's just playing from the crease. I think he's going to have to be careful. There's no silly point, so he can afford to get right out. He's an off spinner, and he would know his high score is 22. He's going to have to do a lot better. Now he comes right out to the line of that delivery. And straight away, Barbados are in trouble. 183 for 7, 72 overs bowled. Shamar Springer 14. And Shem Holder is on naught. He's faced 2 deliveries. They trail by 188.
Funny enough, this is why I enjoy the longer format of the game. It allows for what we love to see as the ebbs and flows, the changes of the tide. And at one stage, we were setting up ourselves for what should have been a very dominant batting performance by the Barbados Pride in the form of Shamar Springer out there. There's still a lot of hope left because he can definitely carry his bat. He's a young man with a lot of talent, but at the same time, the Guyana Harpy Eagles sense that this is their moment. They sense that this is their opportunity. And like I said before, there's a contest now on our hands.
The mental fortitude is going to be very important here for Shamar Springer. How well he plays. He's going to have to take a lot of the strike here. He's quite capable. He's 14 already. And has played some lovely shots, especially through the offside. Permal to Springer. Short, and he goes back and cracks that. He's be guilty. He'll be upset with himself that he didn't put that one away.
Oh, he definitely will be upset he didn't capitalize on that one. Shamar Springer is somebody who is certainly going to play his shots. He doesn't like to be bogged down for too long. As we see now a change in that field, Ron should be being asked to head back to long off, as I see Vernon asking why. Why are they doing it? He wants to know.
You're giving away a single. You on top. And that's the issue that I'm having, you know, with some of the captains. When you're on top, you keep that pressure up. You know, you don't allow Springer to just get a single down the park. You make him work for everything. The score is 183 for 7.
What I can say too, though, is that Permal has now gone into what is a very lovely rhythm.
Because he's allowed to go into that rhythm. Brooks will be very upset with himself. Soft dismissal by his standards. Did all the work, giving away a single. Score goes up to 184. That would have been a dot ball, made over in the process.
What it does is bring Akeem Jordan into strike. They also get another man under that helmet, and it looks like Akshaya Prasad. So 2 men in front of the bat. 2 slips, a man at backward point. A slight change now, as Nell Smith is being asked to go to a backward square leg position.
Permal, 2 holder. Shem holder comes quietly forward. Just needs to give it a little time. Just tweak it up. Just make him go above his eye line. Make him have to look up and see it. You never know what will happen. They don't play left arm spin very well at all. Good control. Well played there by holder. So he keeps out 2. 184 for 7. 73 overs bowled. Holder not. Springer is quietly not out on 15, and the trail by, I don't think trailing is the issue right now. Joel?
Trailing is certainly not the issue. I guarantee you that is not necessarily what they're thinking about out there. Currently, it has gone to survival. I think that is the mode that we're in at the moment. It is not the mode that it should have been, but because of lapses in judgment, as a result of losing the mental battle, that is where we are now.
Sinclair into bowl to Springer. Springer is driving beautifully through cover. It's going to sweeper coming around nicely. If they want, they can get 3. But Springer is not interested. Yes, they are. Holder's coming back for it. A little hesitation. But in the end, they get 3 runs quite easily. And there was almost a hesitation as if Springer wanted 3 and Holder wanted 3. But it was always 3 on the card. A lot of running there. It looks like it's Nando who's got on the pads. He was darting around. It'd be pretty interesting to know how many miles he would have run during this game so far. Shem Holder comes into strike from Sinclair. Flatter faster. You see how fast he's bowling. Holder can afford to do that.
You said flatter faster there, but I actually thought that one was a little slower from him on that occasion.
Not to me. The same thing happens all the time. You check it out. Was there an inside edge there?
We're going to watch that replay right about now. I definitely don't think it got any bat
Came off the pad.
on that
A
occasion.
little excitement there from Sinclair. The only thing we didn't see was the acrobat. Big movement.
Still didn't go to hand though for Imlak, but the cricket looks different as the conditions now change as well.
Back and across is Holder. He just needs to just put it above Holder's eye line. Just above. Doesn't have to be so flat and fast. Can keep surprising him. Make him guess. Make him think about it. Let him run down the track. Again, Holder pushing hard at the delivery. Not carrying to Savory. As Joel said, all of a sudden the game looks different.
Oh, actually, I think it might have carried. It would have been low. A stunner almost on that occasion.
The feeling in this game has not been well at all. Have to catch those. Sinclair is upset. And he's showing his frustration as he takes his cap from umpire Carl Tuckett. And when you have competition for places, that's how you're going to show your passion. Johnson is just coming up and saying, relax, son. Relax. 187 for 7. He wasn't deliberate. Just relax. Gotta understand this is life. Cricket is life. You can't worry about that because one might come to you and you drop it. And what do you think would happen, Joel? And if the team reacts that way?
That probably wouldn't be good for cricket.
187 for 7. Barbados in trouble. Yeah. Some miracle will have to happen and happen fast. Springer with a long stride forward. 187 for 7. Mid-on gone back 3/4 away to long on. You got to understand, my thing is that you on top. You don't ease the pressure up. You make, if Barbados want to go, let them go. Here is Springer back and playing this late enough pass backward point. Good cricket shot there indeed. Finding the gap and getting an easy 2. There's Shamar Springer. Goes to 20. Score goes up to 189. 189 for 7. And as Joel has called it, we maybe can say 189 for 8. Because it doesn't look as if Shamar Brooks is at the ground. Not Shamar Brooks, Shane Darvish is at the ground either. Because he has not come out to bat as yet. And it's more than likely that he may not come out to bat. So if we're doing this, why don't you bring up the young man and so we can get, you're going to give him a single?
Well, I guess he knew he was going to deliver that type of delivery, and as such, the mid-on is the only person in play in comparison to the long-off on that particular occasion, as he now brings up that long-off to mid-off.
Johnson did. Permal would want to be defensive all the time. Smothers the spin there, if there's any at all. Springer, over 75 comes to an end. 189 for 7, Barbados.
Shamar Springer has certainly looked good at the crease so far for his 20 off of 33. Like I mentioned before, he's a batter that will play his shots. He likes to get after the bowling, as we saw a little earlier against Permal. Gets back and cuts it. Played a couple of those shots. Actually got off the mark with a flowing cover drive. But it will be an interesting balance of that, given that he probably knows that there's not much left in terms of batting. Shem Holder can stick around, yes, but it's going to take a mammoth effort. And once again, like I said, I think it's survival time now.
Sinclair to Holder. Holder driving up the mid-off, can't score. Niall Smith coming around nicely and ranging like a javelin throw. Be interesting to see if Springer just maybe wandered out if he threw, if he'd been able to hit the mark. Squeezing a single or trying to squeeze one. Oldest, he's on a long knot, as you would say.
A long knot indeed, and also little half chances like that now come into play as well, given the situation of the game.
Guyana have to be clinical. They have to catch everything. They got to keep the pressure on Barbados. Forward to a Sinclair delivery by Holder. Back and across again, defending stoutly as if he's playing for his life. Shem Holder. But you just don't want to be just hanging around. You still need to be able to find a gap that you can get a single or get a 2. Peel for a leg before, but I think he's hit outside the line of the off stump. Umpire Carl Tuckett has admitted.
He definitely got a good stride in there. So I would agree that he was probably struck outside that off stump. But still, good signs for the Guyana Harpy Eagles here.
A lot of chats in Shem Holder's ear. But he keeps out Kevin Sinclair, a maiden in the mix. Holder not. Springer 20. Barbados are in trouble here on day 3 at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
20 minutes before lunch, we were talking about watching Barbados Pride back to the end of the day. Now, just about 30 minutes after lunch, we're questioning how much longer will they bat. It just tells you about the interesting nature of cricket and how quickly that balance can shift as a result of mistakes, as a result of letting teams back into the game when you're on top.
Pamal. Flighted delivery to Springer, who comes forward. How many times in this game we have seen a number of batsmen come forward? Means you have to have good glutes. You have to do a lot of lunges, squats. Springer driving out to the sweeper. We'll get one. Looks like Shamar Joseph, who's sweeping on the offside. Goes up to 21, brings Holder North into strike. Just above the eye line. That's where you want it. He's got 4 deliveries to him, and Leon Johnson has to be thinking. We've got Springer off strike. Let's work on Shem Holder.
That certainly has to be planned. That is, in fact, the smartest plan that there is.
Might not be so smart. Holder is off the mark as he just quietly played one down to Kevin Sinclair. I'll give him some confidence, Holder. Like a flick into the onside. Not really known for his batting, but he'll be required to put his head down here and create a partnership. The contest between Barbados and Guyana over the years has always been competitive. It does not change here. Springer pushing this one. Trying to get it past Nando, who is diving away. He's been all over young Macho Nando. Forward comes Shamar Springer. He's got long levers. He's a tall guy. I want to say good afternoon to Joel Garner, Tony Howard. Driven down the ground for 4, and Permal for a moment should have stopped that, missed it, and sped away nicely down to the boundary for 4. Good cricket shot, nice use of the feet by Shamar Springer. Good control all along the carpet. And really, for Sammy Pomal, you have to stop that. Boundary to the young man, Shamar Springer. He goes up to 25, and Shem Holder is on 1.
No, I did say that Shamar Springer will play his shots. Great intent shown there. Great use of the feet to get to that one. Obviously, you will tell yourself that Permal should have stopped it. He actually shied away from it, protected his hands. I wonder if the little injury that he picked up yesterday was any reason for that. But all around, still a wonderful shot by Shamar Springer.
Well, for Sammy Pomal, he couldn't be playing in the Viv Richards and Lloyd era because he'd be off the field with a broken hand. They'll be hitting him back to him consistently. Shem Holder, a test here of his character will be needed. And let's see if he can keep out Kevin Sinclair. They're buzzing around. Silly point, short leg, 2 slips go down. Almost yoked himself there. Just give it enough time. Just give it enough time. You don't have to keep pushing it through of that nature, Sinclair. Give it a little loop. Just think about it. Again, he's flat fast into the surface. I think he's banking on getting the first and second slip and silly point into play, but his ball is so quick. Not giving himself a little chance. Flatter, faster to Holder. Gotta be I come from a different school. Serious. Tried to bowl a slow one, over tossed, and but because Shem Holder was already committed to to being forward, that was in the arc. That should have been hit away. Really, he so wants to defend. Maiden over.
195 for 7. You talked about the fact that that was definitely a ball that he could maybe straight it out to and drive it away. However, I guess given the match situation, the fact that you are now almost in, I guess, somewhat of a negative mindset here because of that survival mode that I've talked about. You don't have the freeness to play certain shots. Shamar Springer will certainly still play his shots, but like I said, it's an interesting position that they find themselves in. Still some 176 runs off of that total set by the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They will know that they need to get closer to there, but once again, they need to survive.
Rasami Pomal starts his 21st delivery. Flighted. Comes quietly forward. Think I might have done my job after this over. I'll see if Vinod Manchan can maybe carry the luck over to Guyana. Or maybe Joel might maybe keep out Vinod. 195 for 7. Permal, 3 for 45. Ken defending. Another dot ball. Five legal deliveries have been bowled so far. Let's see what will happen. Here goes Pomal to Springer, who comes forward. So another maiden over. More comments from you, Joel, and then will be the voice of Vinod Manchan from Trinidad and Tobago, the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Maybe one day St. Kitts and Nevis and Antigua and Barbuda could be a republic like Trinidad, and I could be a mayor like Vinod Manchan.
We'd all enjoy being a mayor indeed. What I can tell you is that Guyana Harpy Eagles are all of a sudden enjoying cricket here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Things started off quite slowly this morning. It was setting up for a day of batting for the Barbados Pride. All of a sudden, their thoughts of the Guyana Harpy Eagles batting again here today and adding to that lead, how much ever it will be once they're able to price out the remaining of the batters.
So Sinclair looking to see if he can make further inroads. 3 for 58, hasn't done badly at all.
He definitely hasn't done badly. I would say, though, he's been handing a couple gifts, but nonetheless.
Pushing out. And he hasn't looked bad at all. That's Shem Holder. Or Shem Holder, I think it is. Shem. 2 slips in the middle and forward short leg. All in attendance. I think there's value in bringing Smith back at this point in time. That's 1 over 2.
Given how things are going at the moment, I would say that I will still continue with this bowling pair. Especially given that we definitely saw that there was absolutely nothing in the surface for the seamers earlier on, and that's when we were talking overs 30 and 40. Now we're at over 79.4 actually in new ball due. That could actually be the conversation there.
Well, with 27 runs needed to avoid the follow-on. There is a possibility that Shane Dorridge may come out to bat.
Well, at this rate, it might be the ghost of Shane Dowrich, given that I have not seen him for the day.
Mm. Loud appeal. Pad first. Let's have a look at that. Probably struck him just outside the off stump.
Maybe a little closer
Yeah,
than we think on that occasion.
Yeah.
That's the second showing of that one. Actually, a bit of turn on that occasion there from St. Clair as well. We're going to have to give him umpire's call on that
Look good.
occasion. But it certainly does look good. To my eye, I have not done the umpire's training course, level 1, 2, 3, or 4. So I won't try to tell you exactly what. But no, it certainly does look close, and definitely was a good shout there for St. Clair on that occasion. You talked about the possibility of bringing back Nell Smith, so the conversation then surrounds, does Guyana Harpy Eagles take the new ball?
Let's see. More pressure being added now. Two slips of gully, forward short leg, sealing it off. It's also a short cover, all in catching positions. Sneaked away just behind square. They should go back for 2 here. Every run is vital here at the moment, as Barbados try to get up to 222 to avoid the follow-on.
Every run vital indeed, and it's so funny that all of a sudden we're talking about avoiding the follow-on on a day where we told ourselves that we were almost in for a drawn encounter. I remember telling you that in the last 5 matches between these two teams, there's always been a result, and all of a sudden that possibility is being considered once again.
I see your partner in crime has joined us, John Phillip.
Solid media man
Solid. It's very
for
solid.
Cricket West Indies.
Top man.
Not eating the best of snacks there in his hand. He's better served having an apple and orange, but you know how these young boys do it.
He's a fit guy, you know. He always walks around with a tumbler of water. I haven't seen him with that today. And my information is that when he goes out with you, he just increases the water intake the next day.
Back to the cricket action here.
Kumal, you will like that sign. He's seeing Shem Holder going back, and that is what he wants. Shem watching that ball carefully onto the bat. This time he's forward. Tough times ahead here for the Barbadian pair of Springer and Holder, but they're holding it together.
I like the use of English there, holding it together indeed. The question is for how long. Like I said, it is, I guess, a case of survival all of a sudden. The question of how much more can they chip out of that first innings total of the Guyana Harpy Eagles. I definitely know that Shem can stick around. He scored some runs occasionally back home in the elite competition. Shamar Springer, I know, can score runs. So this pair will also still have that measure of belief, but believing more will be the Eagles.
That's well bowled. So they're offering him the single. Springer. There's no one at cover. The offside is vacant basically. There is a point. And he squeezes us behind square. Exposes his partner to 4 deliveries. I don't think the Guyanese would mind that.
I definitely think that this is the better plan here knowing that after Shem Holder, it's the debutant in Jair McAllister. I guess on the flip side of things, Shem Holder can look at this as an opportunity to ask for promotion based on what he's able to do here. Certainly a lot of time left for him to do something with the bat. It's so interesting that in the commentary booth you get to play both sides of the coin.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin Sinclair continuing to be tight. The final ball of this over from him. And he closes out with another dot. So a single from that one. 199 for 7. You're certainly hearing a lot of that chirping going on, and consistently from the Harpy Eagles, considering that just an hour or so ago, or actually probably just more than that, because an hour will put us back at lunch, but just over an hour ago, things seemed very flat. It seemed an almost foregone conclusion in terms of how this Barbados Pride innings would go. And now there's a lot of excitement going on. This delivery from Parmal, just a bit wide on that occasion. Not tempting enough though for Shamar Springer. Another easy single. That brings Shem Holder back into strike, and with it we will definitely see a change in feel once again. Applying that pressure, 2 men under the helmet in front of the bat. Silly mid off in the back pad. 2 men that slipped the man that was about 5 meters off of the boundary. Cover now comes to a backward point in Shamar Joseph. And that's played away nicely by Shem Holder. It won't have the legs to get into the boundary. Pulled back inside by Kevin Sinclair. So 2 runs
Brings
to
up
the score.
what goes past 200, 202 now. So just knocking off the required runs to save the follow on. Guyana will know that they need a wicket here.
Parmal continues to plug away. Just in and around that middle and leg stump line.
Parmal putting real pressure here on Holder, and he clips it nicely to mid on, quick single.
So a single to end the 83rd over.
At the end of it, 203 for 7.
Through our stump microphones, I can hear the words "hang tight" by Leon Johnson. They know that once again it's just a case of waiting for that mistake. They do have the opportunity to make something happen, but today has been a day of mistakes for the Barbados Pride, and it's opened up this game. Kevin Sinclair to continue. A good effort there by Shamar Joseph. That one almost carrying. Might have thought for a moment that they were able to show. With that single, the field spreads now.
So a mini partnership forming here between Springer and Holder. So crucial every run here now.
Oh, that one almost sneaking through there.
Sinclair again.
Shamar Springer getting back to that one, and that one just sliding on probably a little quicker than he expected. Actually, in fact, handled well by Shamar Springer. Shamar Springer doing the job that was asked of him and doing it well thus far. A quick
Chance
single to
around.
close it out. So another over completed. 205 for 7. A lovely shot there of Antigua and Barbuda. I cannot wait to explore on the days off. Tomorrow being the 4th and final day of this first rung of matches here in Antigua. Just to give you an update of scores around the region. Over in Grenada on the 4th day, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they are 69 for 3. I believe it was 354 they were chasing there on the final day. So
So I think that the chaser is no longer on. It's all about survival now.
as Pramal continues. Over at Coolidge, Leeward Island Hurricanes, they are 62 for 1. So things shaping up nicely in that particular encounter, just a bus right away from us here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The batsman dismissed was Hodge, Motson Hodge. He scored 31 off of 61. Kieran Powell is at the crease on 26. And Casey Carty not too long ago joined him. He's still on not having faced 3 deliveries. Leeward Islands in their first innings got up to 206 series play. Jamaica Scorpions, they got up to 234 all out. So a slight lead for the Leeward Island Hurricanes. It'll be interesting to see if and when they do declare. Obviously some ways away from now. They're just about 63 for 1 now. Quick math tells me that that lead is roughly 80 something, probably close to 90. Springer pushes at that one, but cannot get it past Matthew Nandu coming around at cover. 205 for 7.
So that's the latest score here at the Sir Vivian Richards ground. They need to, for the 17 runs, that's the pride not to face a situation where they could be sent in. But then again, you don't know if the guy in his team will exercise that, given the fact that it's still a very good batting strip.
Well, if I had the powers that Leon Johnson does, I certainly wouldn't think about putting the Barbados Pride back into bat if they were to be dismissed below. And that's a brilliant shot by Shem Holder. Releases the shackles somewhat and picks up his first boundary here today.
Yeah, so that's 4 more. That's off the charts there now. So they then require just 13 again. And they would save the follow-on. Let's see what Sinclair produces. There's a change. Midon goes a little wider. Punched.
After giving the previous delivery some air, he's gone back to that quicker, flatter delivery.
Yeah, been struck for a 4. He goes into his shell.
That's a lot better from Sinclair. Obviously, given the lead that they have, I wouldn't tell myself that I would go back into that shell. I would invite Shem Holder to continue playing maybe a shot or 2, as I'm pretty sure a chance might come with it. Just plays that one along the ground. Does Shem Holder, not too far away from him though. 4 deliveries into this 24th Kevin Sinclair over. Shem Holder looking quite solid. He's 11 from 46. He's had some time at the crease.
Loud appeal. This is the end of yet another over. At the end of it, 209 for 7. I want to thank Joel for being with us for the last hour or so. And he'll be replaced by the man from Coolidge, Vernon Springer.
So we're back with the action. Pomol starting his 26 over, 3 for 52.
Punched away. So 1 more to Springer. So Shamar Springer is batting well here, Springs.
He is?
Any relation to Vernon Springer?
No, but almost my cricket son. They trail by 161 runs, and then you were shouting that they could maybe still try and clear the follow run.
Yeah, the follow-on is just, 12 runs away.
Should. Silly point, short leg, slip, short mid-wicket. Stands up straight and playing it out into the offside. Shem Holder's got comfortable.
He looks really good. I mean, for the moment he went out there, he was looking as if he belonged out there. He has batted well. Clipped away down behind square. There is no run. Shem Holders look good. He's faced 51 deliveries now for his 11. Yet another bowler who's showing that he can bat.
I think if I was Leon Johnson, I'd be thinking about trying to see if I can get Joseph or Smith into the attacker. You asking Joel what he thought. But there's a water break here. Ghana will have to regroup and think about the game situation. 210 for 7. 87 overs bowled. The trail by 161 runs. And the partnership growing as we consider it. 210 for 7. Rosami Pamal 3 for 53 from 26 overs. Shamar Springer 30 from 61. And Shem Holder 11 from 53. Look at the context of the game. It's really set up nicely now to see what the approach will be from the Barbados Pride. As we go through the scores, so folks maybe can have an idea. Rising Stars graduates, Matthew Nandu and company really sharing the spotlight. .210 for 7. Barbados under the gun, more or less, as you would consider it to be. Zachary McCaskey caught hemorrhage. Bo Sinclair for 26. Shane Mosley caught Anthony Bramble, the wicketkeeper. Bo Joseph, his maiden first class wicket for 65. Jonathan Drake's LBW to Permal without scoring. Shamar Brooks caught Nandu, bowled Permal for 51. Nandu taking his first class catch. And Kian Hardin bowled Permal for 24. Nicholas Curtin caught wicketkeeper Anthony Bramble, bowled Sinclair for 2. Akeem Jordan caught wicketkeeper Anthony Bramble, bowled Sinclair without scoring. And Shamar Springer is not out on 30 from 50 at the deliveries with 3 boundaries. And Shem Holder 11 not out with 1 boundary to come. McAllister and Dorish. And the partnership so far in the match 69, 57, 32, 12, 5, 7, 1. The Ghana bowling. Niall Smith 13 overs, 4 maidens, 40 runs, no wicket. Runsford beaten. 11 overs, 2 maidens, 23 runs, no wicket. Shamar Joseph, who I expect should come into the attack anytime soon. 13 overs, 4 maidens, 28 runs, 1 wicket. Kevin Sinclair 24 overs, 4 maidens, 65 runs, 3 wickets. And Vasami Permal, the test bowler, 26 overs, 6 maidens, 53 runs, 3 wickets. Exciting times ahead for us here. And just to give you an idea in terms of what has been happening around the region in the Regional 4-Day Championship at Coolidge, the Leeward Islands are 66 for 1, the loss of Monson Hodge already. And over in Grenada, St. George's, Spice Isle, Grenada, the National Stadium, Trinidad and Tobago, they are 72 for 3. Lovely weather all around the entire Caribbean here. And anytime soon, the umpires are getting back into position. Umpire Christopher Taylor is coming out, so I think he's bringing out the second cherry. .210 for 7. The new ball has been taken. And we expect to see some fireworks from someone. Beaton, Smith, Joseph.
Don't be surprised it comes from Joseph. I thought it's done well here on debut. Joseph. batted well, or 30 odd, and also has taken a wicket.
So Joseph will start from the Sir Andy Roberts end.
2 slips a gully. Third man, long leg, square leg in position, mid on, mid off, and a sweep on the cover boundary with a new ball. Outside the off stump, bit too wide, there is some shape there.
I think Anthony Bramble is going to have to lead the way here by his judgment. He's a good distance back. But maybe he's just going to maybe make an assessment to the first delivery to see what the pace is going to be like. Somebody guilty of dropping the red cherry on the turf. Push into the offside out to the sweeper. Shamar Springer. He gets a easy single. Return lobbed into Anthony Bramble, who came across a little bit heavy, Vinod, as a wicketkeeper.
He has always been like that, you know, but he's one of those who is pretty nimble, despite being stocky. He's been a great servant of Guyana's cricket over the years. Scored a double century against the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, it was a big one.
Joseph is just away from short leg. They're going to come back for 2 here. 213. It's just a matter of 9 runs required now. And they'll avoid the follow-on. As I said before, there's no guarantee that the Guyanese would have enforced it. Would you have enforced the follow-on here, Vernon?
Not on this track.
Nothing much there for the fast bowlers still.
The spinners look a little ordinary at sometimes, but in cricket anything is possible.
213 for 7, effectively 213 for 8. Shem holders look really good since coming into bat. His 13 or 55 has looked unfussed. This time he's driving and it goes. The commentators curse. Delivery just on and about 4th stump. It was back of a length and he was still driving. It peeled off the outside edge, a very thin edge indeed. And Bramble, your guy, takes the catch.
4 for the game so far.
So it's 213 for 8, effectively 9.
So the wars continue for the Barbados pride. Shamar Springer very disgusted with his teammate Shem Holder, who put in all of the work, and another wicket falls for Team Barbados. Let's look at the replay. He's playing a big drive. I don't think that was on.
Well, Jair McAllister is the man going in there to bat on debut. We were impressed with him, Vernon, when he bowled. And now he's getting an opportunity to go out there with the bat and see if he can help his team score a further 9 runs to avoid the ignominy of the follow-on.
He's wearing a big number, 47. So he must be motivated by a DJ Bravo. but he's been impressive in his bowling. Let's see if he can complement that with his batting.
Well, I've never seen him with the bat, but we will be able to tell soon. 3 slips a gully. Joseph having a good debut. His second wicket. Here he is. The McAllister. He is pulling away. Well, well, well.
McAllister,
Where was McAllister going?
he survives.
Look at this, Vernon. He was actually pulling away. In the countryside, they would say he's running.
Yes, we would, but he survived. That's the most important thing.
I think, I honestly think now that Springer will have to farm the strike.
I don't know about farming. I think the objective would be to try to make sure that he gets the 9 runs that will be required, because it looks as if, for sure, that Shane Darvish will not be batting. So he has to be serious. I wish the young man, Barbados captain, all the best. Vinod seems to have the luck so far, so let's see what's going to be happening, Vinod. You seem to have all the luck to get the wickets for Guyana.
So, I think everyone in Guyana will be glued to this coverage. They love their cricket in Guyana. And he starts with a bouncer. Look at Springer. Oh, my.
It's been good team spirit between both teams here, on and off the field. He's very much impressed with the sportsmanship like.
Because most of these guys, is either they would have played at some point in time on a West Indian representative team, an A team, they were together at the CPL, the academies,
True.
you know. Beaten. That's naughty.
Well, I think what has actually happened is that Johnson was moving the third man, and Beaton really was not paying attention at the point in time, and the umpire Patrick Gusta had picked that up very quickly and stopped Beaton. Dead ball.
Oh, that's a good delivery. Squared Springer up. Still he's able to keep it out. So they're offering him the single. You have third man on the boundary, deep backward square on the boundary, square leg on the boundary, and a sweeper at the cover boundary. So they're allowing him the single.
And they can afford to, because as we speak right now, the Ghana Happy Eagles, they're on top.
Good effort ball.
Beaton has ball within himself on this track.
It's a 12th over, none for 23 for him. I don't know why I'm excited to see McAllister bat again.
You're excited?
I'm excited. I was excited to see him bowl and he did well. I'm excited to see him bat, and I'll leave it at that. It's Beaton. Again, nicely behind this one, Springer. Shamar Springer, 31 of 66. Let's see how many deliveries Springer will allow McAllister to face.
Maybe Darvish might be padding up to come out.
You never know. Joel Manning was saying that Darvish is probably not at the ground. You know, we've been trying to inquire what's the situation with him, and all we are getting from management is that he's not well.
Very tight-lipped unit is the Barbados management team, headed by the head coach Vasbert Drakes and assistant Ryan Hines. Good delivery.
Signal a wide. Well, don't want to be giving away any runs here at this point in time. Let's have a look at the replay.
I think they can afford.
I think that was harsh.
I think that was harsh also. Patrick Gustard, because he ducked, and
Yeah.
to me just passed over his the stump area more or less.
By Gustard. Giving a decision which I thought was harsh for the bowler. Oh, that's good. That's
Wow.
good. Pitching it up, getting him to push at it. Slight movement away from the bat.
So it's more or less going to be a cat and mouse game situation here for Shamar Springer. And do you give him the boundary? Is he looking for it?
So the field is set. The field is up. And they're trying to prevent the single now. It's beaten. And that's a good that's good thinking by Beaton. Give him the short ball. And your good friend McAllister is gonna bat.
Is this Dorish coming out?
Well, McAllister is in. I think Dorridge is batted up.
I saw somebody behind. I'm not quite sure.
There is a diminutive player there in a pad. Could be Shane Dorridge.
Could be him. I just feel that maybe they wanted to see and test and see how far they would get.
So we're wondering if Shane Dorridge is batted up. We'll see. He's in the dugout, it seems. And your boy goes running again. Is that a style of batting? Is he making room to play through the offside, to clear those levers, Vernon?
There's only 2 deliveries that he has faced so far, so I don't want to create any judgment on him as yet. But I just think that Shamar Joseph just needs to bowl the ball between wicket and wicket.
Yeah, wicket for wicket here. I think you're quite right. Attack the stumps, and this could be over soon. I think Springer is telling him, you just don't run.
No, it's not Dorish. So I really don't think that he's at the ground.
As you can see, we thought Shane Dorridge was sitting there. Well, Sammy backs away and gets it down behind square. Valuable runs. They only Springer comes back for 2. I thought that Springer would have stayed put.
He backs him. Don't you back him?
216. Still no sign of Shane Dorridge. So 216 for 8. They require 6 runs again.
I think that's academic right now, Vinod.
Joseph. Ooh, and he struck on the body. Ducking into that one. Joseph giving the treatment to McAllister.
He's got to keep his eyes on the ball. Joseph just needs to be patient here. He needs to focus. And he's got 3 deliveries to dislodge him.
Just squeezes past the stumps. You feel it for Joseph. He had the right idea. And McAllister keeps it out. And says, what's all the fuss about? Let's have a look. Good Yorker. And he just keeps it out. It bounces over the stumps. Joseph, unlucky.
McAllister is going in confidence. He's got 2 on debut.
He pulls away. That's a pull to mid off. How do you describe that? A pull to mid off?
Springer giving him a level of assurance and confidence, saying keep batting, keep focused, keep watching the ball. He has one delivery to keep out. I'm backing him.
It's Joseph again. Gets himself in a bit of a tangle, but he survives. At the end of it, 216 for 8.
Told you I was backing him. You trail by 155 runs. If you're in Shamar Springer's position, what you be thinking, Vinod?
As you say, the follow-on is of academic interest, so probably he's thinking that let's let the guy bat. So Springer is going to face now. We're going to have a spread field again because they are allowing him the single. Will he take the single early? Because he just exposed him to Joseph, who I thought has been the better of the fast bowlers as compared to Runsford beaten in this match. Well, he refuses to take the single.
Pretty interesting. If he allowed him to face Joseph, why would he not want him to face Beaton?
I can't understand it.
Joseph has been the best fast bowler on show.
He has been.
For the Guyana Happy Eagles. Stranger things have happened.
Pushing out. Another single. Denied.
Young Macho Nandu must be thinking about his second knock and would want to replicate his first innings batting performance. Looks as if we'll have in the first round, Vinod, some maybe drawn games.
We'll soon bring you an update out of Grenada.
You talk about the update. We certainly will bring that to you live and in living color so that you can be able to get a feel as to what's happening. So here we go. Trinidad and Tobago, 86 for 3. And at Coolidge, the Leeward Islands are 79 for 2.
Well, the Trinidad game will remind you that's in its final day, the Trinidad Wilmots game, because they started a day earlier. Beautiful delivery, beating the outside edge.
Monson Hodge caught Mansing Bowl Merchant for 31 and Kyron Powell Bowl Merchant for 28. So
Two quick wickets.
Yeah, Jamie Merchant is on the money. He's on the money.
Is Jamie a pace merchant?
No, he's an off spinner.
So he's a spin merchant.
Yeah, and he's got good control. He's about 6'5", 6'6", anyway, around into that area there. Got good control.
Driving down the ground. That's 4. Good shot. Nice high elbows and just driving through the line. Bad delivery in the circumstances. Beautiful shot.
So, Vinod, yesterday I was talking to you about second team cricket. When all of the stars come back from South Africa, the holders, you name it, the Kyle Mayers, it means that someone like a Shamar Springer will not get an opportunity. He might just play 2 games in this season and he has to wait next season now to play first class cricket.
No, had we had that B team situation that you were speaking about, he could have just dropped down and then come back up if he continued to perform.
So let's assess this, Vinod. He didn't take the singles. He hit a boundary. And then he still does not get the strike.
I think he has confidence in his.
That he can keep out the best bowler.
McAllister can keep out Joseph.
So McAllister will be given 6 legal deliveries. He's faced 7 so far. But the most important thing, he's off the mark. He's on 2. Interesting, Vinod.
Very.
They've gone for spin.
I think they want Purmall darting it into him. That is the issue here now. I think they're asking Purmall to dart it into his legs. And your good friend McAllister will be up for the fight. I think he's going to pelt his bat.
I would have gone for Sinclair if that's going to be the option.
Yep.
Because Sinclair tends to be flatter, faster.
Faster.
But I'm not Guyana Happy Eagles captain in Leon Johnson, and he will tell me, Mr. Springer, you are just an abject critic. I've gone for my test bowler in Vasami Pomal. Still no sign of Dorish.
Again, looking to dart it into his legs.
Well, if in that case, Vinod, then I need a silly point.
Yes. He's putting a leg slip in position now. Jim Lack is at leg slip. That looks good, he's
There.
gone. McAllister, leg before to Purmall, they have not avoided the follow on.
That's it.
So, 220 all out, it seems. They're going off, which means Dorich is not coming in.
So
The
he has to.
bat
So he
has-
has to be serious.
Has to be something very serious with Dorich. For 2 days now, you're off.
And the Barbados dugout, they don't look quite convincing. So I think there's a situation here where the Guyana Harp Eagles will bat again. And we got a lot of time in this game, Vinod.
Yeah, I think depends on how it goes. You can have a positive result.
You could. Guyana needs to bat until lunch tomorrow.
Or at least bat for the rest of the day and an hour into tomorrow's play. They already have a lead of 151. They don't need to bat until lunch tomorrow. Get up to 300 and set them at target.
But Dorish might maybe turn out tomorrow.
So that's the situation here. 220 for 9. In fact, 220 all out. And we will be right back pretty shortly.
Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, where the Guyana Harpy Eagles, well, they have bowled out the Barbados Pride for 220. So with Shane Dowrich not coming out to bat effectively, it means that the Pride have been bowled out at 220, which gives the Guyana Harpy Eagles just a slight lead, or rather more than a slight lead here. And we're going to get the numbers in totality for you, Vernon, alongside me. Vernon Springer, the lead is how much?
151 according to Vinod. So we're banking on the grounds of that. Our expert commentator Vinod Manchan. And it is going to be a cat and mouse situation game here for Barbados. And we'll maybe have to look and see what the approach will be from the Guyana Harpy Eagles batsman in Nandu. And we see a change at the top. Who's come out? Is it still Shanda Paul Hemorrhage?
Definitely isn't.
It is not.
The Paul Hemorrhage. It could actually be Imlak.
Imlak. So there's maybe wonder if Shanda Paul Hemorrhage is okay. That might be another question. Umpire Carl Tuckett, who's now switched to the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, and Hakeem Jordan will take it away. Over to you, my brother.
A bit of in swing there on offer there for Akeem Jordan. It's going to be very interesting, as you mentioned, how things develop here in this particular encounter. At the start of the day, we weren't looking for something like this, but 151 lead, a very healthy lead for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And what it does is that it puts them in the driver's seat. They're now in control of how this match could ultimately play out.
Two slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid-on, mid-off, short mid-wicket. Good delivery.
Leaves that one, does Imlak. How do you see it playing out here, Vernon? What do you think the approach from the Harpy Eagles should be here?
Well, let's look at the scenario. It is now 223 in Antigua and Barbuda, 123 in Jamaica. We still have tea. And it depends on how many overs the Barbados Pride would get in. Let's say a minimum of 25. I could see them, if they get 100, bat for hour tomorrow. It will be very critical.
It will be very critical indeed. Obviously, this initial session, before that tea break, Guyana Harpy Eagles will just want to ensure the two openers in Imlak and Nandu head back into the hut, reset, refocus, and then get to the meat of the matter in terms of piling on those runs to put Barbados Pride back into bat come tomorrow.
The Barbados seamers would have other ideas, and they would know that they would have to be aggressive against the Guyana batsmen if they can pick up a couple of early wickets, one which would include Nandu. So let's say they got Nandu, Imlak, and Shanda Paul Hemorrhage and Johnson. It could send a new mindset into the Guyana Harpy Eagles dressing room, because that would be the top four, and they'll have to rethink their plans.
Another delivery just outside that off stump from Akeem Jordan. The other thing about it is, as you mentioned, in terms of how the Barbados Pride seamers go about it, they can probably take a note or two from the Guyana Harpy Eagles seamers and how they actually went about their workload a little earlier today. They hit good lengths, hit good areas, and they were patient on this surface.
Still want to see Akeem Jordan bowling more stump to stump, attacking the stumps more. That's much better.
Well, he certainly heard you there to close out the first over. It is none for none here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
So, bearing in mind that the game in Grenada today is the final day, the two matches here in Antigua and Barbuda have set up nicely One here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium and at Coolidge. And if we follow what is happening at Coolidge, Leeward Islands.
Well, that Coolidge Leeward Islands are 96 for 3.
Ooh, wow. It's gonna be a close encounter. This is gonna, we might maybe have some tanti-mill action at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
Yeah, that game also shaping up quite nicely. And what is going to be shaping up quite nicely is the contest on hand here. As Jerry McAllister, he's given a new ball on this occasion. We questioned whether or not he would get that ball once Barbados Pride had a chance to bowl again. He certainly did well yesterday and also on day one. Day one, he was given the ball just after lunch. And now given that confidence up top to pair with Akeem Jordan. He's going to start now with, well, at first it was 2 slips in the gully, but Akeem Jordan now going to a leg slip.
Trinidad and Tobago 113 for 4.
Oh, and Nandu gets some short stuff there. Had there been a man under the helmet, it could have been in for something special.
So you see what I was talking about. Now, Shamar Brooks has come out. You got to get early wickets. So you must have a short leg. He's the fastest bowler on shore. You have to give him that support. The man in leg slip here to me is almost like a wasted man. He's got a brand new ball in his hand.
And goes a lot further this time and handled a lot better there by Nandu. I can think to myself that they might be better served early on up, testing Nandu with that short delivery. Getting it in to that body. Obviously, that angle coming over the wicket to the left-hander could pose a couple problems on that body line. Clipped away nicely by Nandu into the leg side. That should be a couple runs, maybe 3 if they run hard. And run hard indeed they do. So 3 runs to Nandu to open the account for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Just getting a bit too full there was Jerry McAllister onto the pads of Nandu and worked away nicely by the young man. Given the match situation here, it's also going to be very interesting to see how Nandu goes about his innings. He certainly batted a lot of time in that first innings. I don't think he might be afforded that same luxury this time round if Guyana Harpy Eagles are to set up this match for a potential victory.
I'm going to send you, I hope you've been observing something. All 3 fast bowlers are catching.
Keon Harding at first slip, Shamar Springer at second slip, Akeem Jordan at leg slip.
I know you didn't see that one.
I definitely didn't see that one indeed. Not something that we usually see in the cricket also.
It begs to question why that movement, anyhow?
Well, they are a safe pair of hands there. I can tell you that Akeem Jordan spent the entire day in slip during the first innings for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. I do know that Keon Harding has a safe pair of hands on him as well. So does Shamar Springer.
I don't think he's actually at first slip, anyhow.
Definitely not. He's positioned somewhat at a 1.5, almost. And Shamar Springer there, more so at a 4th slip type position.
I'm looking at the body language of the Barbados Pride team, and I don't get a buzz. I'm not hearing anything coming through outside the microphone, and so it kind of have me a little concerned.
Well, there is concern, early concern indeed, as Jerry McAllister strikes.
Good bumper. Very good bouncer. It had pace and it rushed Imlach. And he was never in position. And a simple catch Moving around there from the leg slip era to Akeem Jordan.
Bang on target there from Jer McAllister. The extra pace rushing Imlach on that occasion. Spot on with that delivery and an easy catch, a comfortable take for Akeem Jordan coming around from leg slip. So some early smiles for the Barbados Pride. One down for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. 3 for 1.
Still no Shonda Paul hemorrhage coming out, so he too also might be injured as well.
It's a debutant in Kemal Savory, who now strides out to face the music, so to speak, here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
9 minutes to go before tea, according to our clock. We're not the umpires.
That lead of 154. As we see that replay once again, it was in fact at the end of that over, so it'll be Nandu facing up to Akeem Jordan. I'm no longer telling myself that this match might play towards a draw. I think that in some form or fashion, either way, we might get a result here.
Doubt that. Not on this track.
Stranger things have happened. We didn't think that Guyana Harpy Eagles would be batting today at 2:32 p.m. That one just outside the off stump of Nandu, and as we've come to learn from him, left alone quite comfortably.
The importance of a opening batsman, or any batsman at all, especially with a new ball, is understanding where your off stump is and how many deliveries that you're going to leave. And you got to be mindful that the balls that are short and wide, that you got to be able to still put them away.
That delivery just wide again from Akeem Jordan. Definitely not troubling the bat of Matthew Nandu. If we think back to that first innings, things certainly could have looked a lot different had the catches been taken, and one of those catches was in fact Kemal Savory, who was dropped without scoring a run on the last occasion. Gets a lot straighter on that occasion. That ball heading out to Kevin Sinclair. Sorry, not Kevin Sinclair. Similar stature there.
Is that Kevin Wickham?
Kevin Wickham, there we go. I mixed up my Kevins on that particular occasion. Someone that you're pretty fond of, Vernon, and someone that you believe should have played in this game.
Yeah, I love him. I love him. He's a great talent. Really inspiring talent.
Test out the surface there, does Jordan. A bit of buzzing going on.
There's just something about him when you see Kevin Wickham. I can't quite put my words on it yet. But because I'm based in Antigua and being able to look at the academy team train, a number of times I've gone across to the Coolidge Cricket Ground, he just has something about him. You know, it's like, the first time I saw Nandu, it was like 2 years ago. It was the first young batsman that I saw that was using his feet to the spinners. He wasn't this strong, but you could see the potential and you could understand, how busy he was and the occupation of the crease in being able to leave the ball very early, because they had like about 65 under-19 cricketers here in Antigua and Barbuda trying out for the under-19 trials.
Well, they're oohs and ahs to end out another maiden over for Akeem Jordan. 3 for 1.
This cherry is going to be very, very, very important. Barbados will have to use this cherry wisely and get early wickets. And I think they have to believe that they're still in this game.
Oh no, they're certainly, definitely still in this game. A lot of time, yes, Guyana have that lead of 151. We'll add 3 to it, 154 now. But they will know that is a moment like this that they can seize. A new ball in hand, obviously coming off of what was not necessarily the best of batting performances, so inspired by that to pull themselves back into this game. And I don't want to say it's now or never, but it's certainly now that they need to do it.
Short leg now comes into the conversation after the horses bolted.
A little too short on that occasion. From Jerry McAllister, Kemal Savory. Saw it from a mile away and just comfortably exercised those knees and ducked under it.
McAllister is someone I hope that Barbados will continue to invest in, and I hope he is around the West Indies setup going forward.
Just a bit wide now on that occasion. He's going to have to line it back up. Obviously, it's no longer the right-handed Imlak. That's at the crease. He's going to have to find his bearings here to this left-handed pair.
I think he would have been too young to hear about Wayne Daniel. But Wayne Daniel was somebody who, at youth level, was a very big, young fast bowler and very quick. But when he got it on target, he was a handful.
I've definitely heard the name Wayne Daniel. I obviously haven't been privileged to watch him.
I'd have seen some outstanding fast bowlers coming out of Barbados. Late Ezra Mosley, Sylvester Clark, Malcolm Marshall. The list is long, and I'm sure you would have a history book of fast bowlers who never got into the Barbados team.
I would always hear stories about how tough the competition was, especially if you were a fast bowler back in the day.
Well, in those days, Barbados could have produced 2 teams. The competition was that tough, because you had a lot of players playing in South Africa, you had players playing in England. So, coming to the Sobers era, you would have had a number of cricketers who exploited their training, and you had a lot of touring teams who also traveled to Barbados, so the exposure was good.
Think about a quick single there. But decide against it, and quite wisely on that occasion. Zachary McCaskey is there under the helmet.
One of the things which I feel has more or less hampered local cricket to an extent is the Future Tours program, based on how it's changed. Originally, if an England team was coming out here, they would be able to get an opportunity to play against the Leeward Islands, they would play against the Windward, or they play against Barbados or Jamaica. That really doesn't happen now.
Spot on, bang on the money to close it out there. Maiden over from Jerry McAllister. The score remains 3 for 1.
He's been very impressive, McAllister. I really, you could just put a tick when you see someone and you said yes. And once he stays healthy, and I hope somebody doesn't try to change him, because I think that is something, is like a culture in the Caribbean. We always want to change players. We want them to look like a Malcolm Marshall. We want them to look like somebody. Everybody has to be themselves. There'll never be another Jordan, another Brian Lara, another Carl Hooper. So we just have to respect that.
Well, Akeem Jordan to continue now from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Possibly the last over before we head into tea. I say possibly because I'm not sure if any adjustments have been made. Good shape on that delivery, but just a bit wide on that occasion as the flags flutter outside, allowing us to know that there's a healthy breeze out there, probably helping that ball. If I get my bearings right, I believe that is from east to west, that wind that is blowing across the stadium here at St. Vivian Richards Stadium.
On your left-hand side is east, and on your right-hand side, depending on where you're sitting and how you're positioned.
Oh, much better from Akeem Jordan, a lot closer. Bringing Matthew Nandu forward, asking him to play a shot, to trust that defense, which over the course of this match we have been seeing that is quite solid from the young man.
I was talking to Vinod, Joel, on the limited amount of cricket that the Caribbean cricketers play. We'll come back to that. This season, it will be only one round. So, for the remaining 3 matches, the Craig Brathwaite's, the Jason Holder, and the Kyle Mayers and company will come back. It would generally mean that at least half of this side will not get an opportunity. They'll only play 2 games. They now have to wait until 2024, if there's a 2-round, to play first-class cricket to get into the West Indies Test team.
Drives at that one, does Nandu, but lands safely quite some distance short of John Hendricks out on that point boundary. Another single to that total, taking it up now to 4 for 1. Brings Kemal Savory back into strike. He's yet to get off the mark. Dropped on naught in that first innings. Went on to score 25. Here comes Jordan again. And he's there and thereabouts. This has been a good start from Akeem Jordan. Plays his cricket for the Wildy Club back home in Barbados. I do enjoy watching the highlights of Akeem Jordan. Usually produces quite a few edges. But so far he's gone well, I would have to say, in this opening round of the West Indies Championship.
Because I'll have to ask you, is local cricket very competitive still in Barbados? Is tees called here by umpire Carl Tuckett?
I would have to say yes. I would have to say yes, that the standard of cricket is still relatively high
at the
across
club level.
elite level in Barbados.
You think, what about the pitches?
That's an interesting question in terms of the surfaces. No, I guess it depends on the weather. But no, I would say that in terms of the surfaces in Barbados, they actually still are at a club level quite decent, and the standard of cricket is fairly competitive. In 1 or 2 seasons, there was a case whereby 1 or 2 clubs stood tall above the rest, but as of recent times, things have kind of leveled out, and actually the same Wildy Club that I just mentioned, they were actually crowned champions in that elite championship. But it's tea here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Guyana Harpy Eagles, they lead by 155. They're 4 for 1 in their second innings. We're going to take a quick break and come back very soon with action in the West Indies Championship. We're back here for action at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in beautiful Antigua and Barbuda. This match evenly poised and set up, I dare say, for a potential result. It's day 3, the final session of the day, where the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they lead by 155 runs. Certainly a lot of cricket left in this match. As I say, good afternoon once again to Mr. Vernon Springer.
Good afternoon again, comrade. Trying to get my thoughts together to figure out what to expect this afternoon, what the approach will look like. Ghana, Happy Eagles leading by 155 runs. If they can squeeze another 70 before the day's play close, and maybe bat for an hour tomorrow, they can have a sporting declaration and maybe give Barbados a run for their money. Maybe give them close to, let's say, 70. Well, maybe not so much overs. You don't want to give them enough that they can get it, but enough that they can, maybe even a 70 over. 70 overs to get anywhere close to 270, 280.
Well, it's going to be Jerry McAllister to deliver the first ball after tea. This ball is short, wide, and wasted on this occasion.
Lost his radar there for a little while. Guess the grip and coming out from tee. Maybe not really properly warmed up yet. And just didn't come out of the wrist work. Everything, grip on the ball was just so tight.
Well, he's opted now to change that approach. So he started over the wicket to Nandu. He's now opted to go around the wicket to him, change the angle somewhat.
Pushing the ball more or less down the leg side again.
I'm not too sure what the Barbados Pride were appealing for there. Akeem Jordan leg step went up quite quickly and quite loudly on that occasion, but
maybe he thought he was playing a white ball cricket. He wanted to off-cut Patrick Gustard because the ball was down the leg side. You know, the players always try these tricks to more or less upset the umpire.
That one down the leg side again, this time even further away from that bat of Matthew Nandu. I think a lot about this approach will depend upon how the two at the crease go about their work. We're yet to see Shandapal Hemraj. We're yet to get any news on why he hasn't opened the batting here this afternoon.
Early days yet.
Well, he goes back over the wicket, and on this occasion now, instead of down the leg side, it's wide of that off stump and comfortably left by Matthew Nandu. It's definitely not a delivery that is going to trouble the young man so far. Just one delivery that jumped out to the surface when Barbados Pride didn't have Zachary McCaskey at the short leg. Was only ball to trouble young Matthew Nandu in the second innings so far.
So if I was Vaspat Drakes, come back to that.
Resolute in that defense is Nandu.
I've gone for Shamar Springer from this end. Hold back Akeem Jordan and ask Springs to really run in and bend his back, bowl some real good bumpers, especially to the left-handed batsman of the Guyana team. And even if I was to have the man 3/4 the way on the backward square, but just try something different and mix it up, fuller length and short at their body line.
This final delivery, Matthew Nandu ducks under it. It's not as short as he probably thought, or rather he didn't get up in the manner that he did think it would. Another over comes to an end, 4 for 1.
Must be frustrating, right? All you see is this young man all the time.
And it's funny you say that because I did have a chance to chat with a couple of the boys from the Barbados Pride midway into that Matthew Nadu innings, and they were saying that this young man looks good. Like they're not too certain with regards to what they need to do to get him out. But no, he certainly has been that annoying thorn, so to speak, because it was not even a case of he was scoring extremely quickly. He was just there and thereabouts, motoring along, accumulating those runs, got to what was a brilliant century in the end, but he certainly has caused a couple problems in terms of what do we bowl to get this young man out.
The frustrating period about regional cricket is that if you spend time at the crease, you can frustrate teams.
It's Jordan to continue. And he starts bang on the money again there. I know you said you would have liked to see Shamar Springer, but for me, I don't mind once again seeing Akeem Jordan with the ball in hand, just because of the fact that there's still some swing on offer. And if he's to get it right, I am pretty sure that he could probably take one or two with him in this particular spell. So while the ball is still moving a bit, I enjoy seeing it in the hands of Akeem Jordan.
Gonna ask you a little political question later.
Oh, that one. Beating the bat of Kemal Savory on that occasion. Kept a little low as well. Might have been better served coming forward.
There's a young fast bowler. Trying to remember his name. Well, Isha Thorne from Guyana. Don't know if you had a chance to see him playing for the West Indies under 19. Any young quicks in Barbados that you have seen that you will be impressed with in the matches that were played?
A loud appeal. And he's given him. So Akeem Jordan strikes here for the Barbados Pride. They pick up wicket number 2.
Caught on the crease. There was no movement, and the uncertainty there from Savory was the delivery before that was pitched that kept low. And he was apprehensive now in trying to stride out to the ball. That was a delivery that his right foot should have been just coming out and stroking that. Caught on the crease. And umpire Carl Tuckett, who himself originally in his playing days would have been an in-swing bowler, he had no hesitation. And Savory is having a poor game here. He goes back for a golden duck.
Yes, indeed. Kemal Savory failing to trouble the scores. Guyana Harpy Eagles 4 for 2.
So this is now going to put some pressure now. Is this Leon Johnson coming out?
It appears that way, but it wasn't the edge that I was talking about. But like I said, I like the ball in the hands of Akeem Jordan. He makes something happen more often than not when he has that ball in his hands. And he's in good stride, in good rhythm, good spirits as well, picking up that wicket. Now figures of 1 for 1 from his 3.3 overs. And it's just that ticklish period of play now for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Obviously, sure, they have the comfort, or cushion rather, of that lead, which still is 155. But 155 is not enough for this Barbados Pride side to chase. And as such, they still need to put a lot of runs on the board if they are to bat themselves into a position of knowing they have the possibility of winning it here.
Well, with no Shandapal hemorrhage coming out here, it is now exposing the Barbados batting lineup, because the captain, Leon Johnson, who would have relaxed and maybe batted number 5, number 6, is going to have to bring out all of his experiences here to just simmer down things here. Barbados quietly seeming to be getting on top, and if they can pick up Nando and Johnson, it could be a very close encounter.
Well, he pulls this one away, and he's off the mark immediately, is Leon Johnson. That one runs away into the fine leg boundary.
I think he was expecting that one. Sort of got inside of it. Maybe in control to the point that he got a boundary. So let's see what's going to happen. Let's see what's the reply going to be from Akeem Jordan.
Certainly interesting times here. A smile on his face, and I can understand why Leon Johnson definitely not in control of that particular shot. That top edge, it could have gone anywhere. Thankfully for him, the Harpy Eagles, it went into the boundary.
They're going to test him with some short balls.
Pitched up, a bit of swing on offer. Swing and a miss from Leon Johnson. It's interesting that he's come out and played shots for all 2 deliveries. As we see that one again. Keon Harding can't believe how it missed the edge. Actually collapsed to the ground after that particular one. But no, this is now an interesting contest. We talked about the fact that the last 5 matches have produced a result between these 2 sides. Another load of appeal.
Think that one was going down?
Quite possibly indeed. Asking the ball probably to do too much on that occasion. Yeah, definitely sliding down the leg side. But a wonderful over for Akeem Jordan, one of which he picked up a wicket. The score, 8 for 2.
It's a pressure situation here. Barbados finding some luck. Savory, Imlak, and now it has brought out the skipper, who is the most experienced batsman in this team, Leon Johnson, most successful regional for the captain since this professional setup has come in place from 2014. And he will have to really draw on all of his experience here this afternoon to get his team, Ghana Happy Eagles, out of the way. One thing I know I can say for sure is that Nando is not going to give his hand away. He's going to work.
Jeremy McAllister bangs another one into the surface. That seems to be the plan for Matthew Nandu. Go short, see what he's going to do. Probably needs to get it just up a little bit more. Force Nandu to have to kind of fend it off a bit as it stands. 5'5", he can see that he can comfortably duck under those. But still, I like the plans thus far from the Barbados Pride. They've come out, they've looked a lot better than they did when they were out in the first innings. Just like that. Forcing Nandu to have to play. Hoping that one might actually just jump out the surface. Maybe a little bit more. Maybe that extra effort delivery caused it to probably just balloon into the air and offer a simple catch. Maybe for the likes of Shamar Springer, who is currently at a 3rd slip position. But this is a better bowling look by the Barbados Pride. Granted, there are cooler conditions now when it would have started on day 1. Tails up knowing that 2 wickets are down. Shadapal Hemraj has not come to the crease just yet.
Solid. Model of concentration. Getting in line, head still, and playing the ball as late as possible. He's got a low center of gravity, so his pace is always important, and his movement, his trigger movement is important. The left foot goes back and across, and the head stays still all the time.
McAllister opting to change it up again now. He opts to go clipped away quite comfortably by Matthew Nandu out towards Jonathan Drakes.
You see, if he comes around the wicket, that's an easy shot for Nando, because he can see it even more clear. That's why he was able to just work that around the corner and get an easy single. Just has to be patient.
The angle on offer there certainly helping him. He's opting now to go back over the wicket and now to Leon Johnson. You know, asking Zachary McCaskey to go under the helmet here. Also, Shane Mosley has dropped back now, just in front of square on the boundary on the leg side. So probably in for some more short stuff here is Leon Johnson. Jared McAllister strides in. Goes short and goes way too short and called a wide by the umpire, and rightfully so. Looking for that effort delivery. Was almost guilty of bursting his big toe on that occasion with that delivery. This is certainly the time for Barbados Pride to pull themselves back into this match. They lost the plot a bit with the bat, but have another chance with the ball. Shamar Brooks stops it, doesn't gather cleanly, but Jaron McAllister is going to have to line it up. If not, this new ball might almost become wasted in his hands after a period of time. He has that pace. He just needs to line it up now.
McAllister is getting frustrated. He's been told that he's going to have to bowl express pace, but I think the radar is just off today.
That one falling just short of Akeem Jordan at leg slip. So another over comes to an end. Guyana Harpy Eagles 10 for 2. That replay there. Probably no bat involved there, and hence why it actually died before it reached Akeem Jordan. So just off of the thigh hip area of skipper Leon Johnson.
I think he's bowled 5. That maybe might be his last for the day. He's given it his all. But maybe need him to come back later on in the day. I would have to look at a Shamar Springer. He really should be given a round of applause for his effort so far. McAllister.
I definitely agree. He's a bowler you definitely have to manage in short spells as Akeem Jordan continues. This one a bit too wide on this occasion as the sun comes beaming out again here at the Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua and Barbuda. A quick check around the other grounds which are playing cricket right now in the West Indies Championship. Over in Grenada, chasing 354 for victory. That now a target that they probably will not be going after the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They're 106 for 4. And over at Coolidge, the Leeward Islands are 96 for 3. Gets a good straight out, does Nandu, and once again comfortably leaves that one. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what these two wickets do to the plans of the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Do they change their plans at all based on this in now Vernon?
I think they'll bat the same way. And they would have expected to lose a couple of wickets with a brand new ball. They have. And it will be a regrouping time now. The ploy now for Shamar Brooks is who is going to be the workhorse for the Barbados team here in this innings.
Well, to my mind, I think it could be the likes of Shamar Springer, who you're calling for at the moment. He could be someone that they look to bowl the bulk of these overs. Oh, a good lifting delivery there.
Good
from
leave.
Akeem Jordan.
Good leave by the young man too. He would just drop his hands in it. And you always told that once the ball is above your stumps, there's no need for you to look to play at it. Good technique here. He is mentally prepared, this young man, for this journey. You could see the preparation and the growth focus. He's coming to this tournament knowing that he has to perform and to perform consistently.
Well, he continues to perform, getting on top of that one, unable to get a run to Kevin Wickham, who has been asked to do duties on the field, given that Shane Dowrich is still not out there. For those wondering, the only news that we have is that he's not feeling well since yesterday. So we do hope that is nothing too serious as it pertains to the Barbados Pride skipper.
Wish him all the best in his recovery.
Goes full, that one coming off.
Typad.
The legs and being called leg buys there by the umpire. So 4 runs, or rather 4 leg byes, as Akeem Jordan just strays a little bit there. That completes. No, 1 delivery left, in fact.
No, it's over.
Well, I see them changing there, but I was looking at our screen and our scoreboard. So somebody's tricking me here. But in front of my eyes, I'll go with my eyes. Yes, over there, completed. Thanks to our scorers for updating me there. 14 for 2.
Sun beaming into our area right here. Sometimes important to get sun.
Oh, they say the sun is good for growth. It's just as good and important as water. As Jar McAllister in note to bowl his 5th over. And that one comfortably negotiated by Leon Johnson. Another run to the total. So ever since those 2 wickets, things are just ticking along slowly here for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Of course, the Barbados Pride will know that 1 wicket here, and things could look rather interesting and dicey for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Another good leave by Matthew Nadu. Akeem Jordan asking for some more short stuff there from Jerry McAllister. He wants to see that body line. He wants to see Matthew Nadu fending it off. See how good he is with those short balls. I dare say that if he's able to line it up, Jerry McAllister, you just need that 1 delivery. And if he can line that up, that could be it. Oh, that's what they were asking for. But it didn't get up probably as high as Jar McAllister would have liked on that occasion. Comfortably negotiated by Matthew Nadu. He ticks along. He moves up now to 6 off of 31 deliveries. Leon Johnson, the skipper, a lot of weight on his shoulders here. He didn't necessarily have the best of times with the batsman. When I say that, I mean that he didn't score what he would have liked to score in that first innings. Ducks under that one comfortably. He, in fact, was one of the batters that was dropped or not in that first innings. And Shamar Brooks guilty on that occasion. He now has the gloves. He dropped him in slip on day 1. Johnson went on to get 26. He's now here in the second innings on 5. Nothing that would trouble the likes of Leon Johnson there as he stares at him. Has a few choice words let him know that he is here. Still an interesting contest on our hands at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium here in Antigua. You just tell yourself that it's just going to take 1 moment to fully open up this game. As Jerry McAllister bustles in again. So a dot ball to end it. 16 for 2.
Ten overs bowl, quite period of play. And when you look around, you have to begin to ask yourself some serious questions. The last time that Leon Johnson would have scored a big 100 for Guyana would have been 189, February 13th versus the Windward Islands. 189 not out. I think that maybe might have been his real last big 100 at this level.
the cry. And it's put down. Looks like Shane Mosley there, putting down Matthew Nandu at cover, and that was the chance. That was the moment. I talked about, you could just sense that there was a moment coming. There was a moment that needed to be taken. And that certainly is a regulation catch at this level.
When you at this level, you play test cricket, you have to take those. The catching by the Barbados team and the ground feeling has not been great at all. The old cricket, it's just not been great.
And Matthew Nandu goes back into that shell, defends it along the ground, back up to Akeem Jordan. It was not too long ago, less than an over ago. I was talking about a moment coming, and a moment not grabbed, a chance not seized. A moment that could have opened up this game certainly would have been removing Matthew Nandu, who has been a pillar for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. This one driven quite comfortably along the ground. You just have to wonder what might have been had that chance been taken. Who would have strided to the crease next? And how differently the cricket might have looked. Well, you can't think about that now, and neither can Akeem Jordan as he gets ready now. Bends his back, puts in the good work, but Matthew Nandu comfortably negotiates it.
Interesting period of play here. And throughout this entire game, we've seen so many catches go down at critical times. In the first innings, Leon Johnson was dropped a naught. And catches continue to go down here so far.
Well, Nandu, once again, just covering it there. I can't tell myself that he'll be offering another chance anytime soon. He probably knows that that's a shot that he didn't play too early in the first innings the last time around. Obviously, he's going to be confident coming off of that 126. He's played one or two more strokes early on in comparison to that first innings. Brilliant stop. Means that it's a maiden over for Akeem Jordan. 11 gone, 16 for 2.
So, could have been a maiden wicket over. And that's the game of cricket. These things happen. Cricket is life. And you have to keep working at it. Don't think anybody will deliberately drop a catch. But that's behind them now. Barbados will have to refocus, rethink, and catch the next one.
Oh, that's indeed all you can do as Jerry McAllister gets ready now to bowl his 6th over. You wonder how long Barbados Pride will keep him going, knowing that they need to manage his workload. Another dot ball there. Barbados Pride knowing that they're going to have to work now for another moment. It was so interesting earlier talking about the fact that it's a very mental battle that will be going on out there, and it's about capitalizing on mistakes made. Barbados Pride made a lot of mistakes with the bat, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles capitalized on those mistakes. Thought for a second there did Leon Johnson to go at that one.
Just looking through the centuries that he scored at this level. 189 against the Windward Islands in 2017. He scored 165 against Trinidad and Tobago. Moving through the list there, we'll also see another 2 against the Windward Islands also, and against Trinidad and Tobago, 111. So he's got 4 centuries at this level. Ghana Happy Eagles, they would read number 5 here today.
A bit of a half pull out there from Leon Johnson. Good stuff from Jaron McAllister. A good, quick, sharp delivery on that occasion.
The lead is 167, so not by any chance out of the woods yet, but Barbados have to take their chances. They have to take their catches. It is very, very, very important that they remain focused.
Pulled away. But it'll just be 1 out to Shane Mosley. Deep mid-wicket. I'm hoping that he's forgotten about that chance that he put down a little earlier. Refocused and ready to go again. Barbados Pride will need him in this game. But yes, indeed, Vernon, they will have to take their chances, especially on a surface like this where chances might be few and far between. Still, Barbados Pride feeling like they're in this game, and they certainly are. The Guyana Harpy Eagles have not gotten off, or rather gotten too far away. That lead, as you mentioned, just 168 now. I'm thinking that Guyana Harpy Eagles know that they need to have that in excess of 280, upwards of maybe just shy of 310 or so before they look at sending Barbados anywhere back in. A dot ball to close that out, 1 out. 17 for 2.
17 for 2. Lead of 168 runs. Both batsmen are on 6.
I'm not sure if there are any superstitions surrounding something of that nature. What I can tell you is that Akeem Jordan is going to continue here. He's going to hope that he can create another chance in this over. He's bowled well so far. Figures of 6 overs, 1 for 5. In the first innings, he would have picked up 2 for 54. He'll be hoping that he can improve on those. He actually picked up 7 on debut. The last West Indies Championship. Funny enough, also against Guyana. Feeling for that one was Leon Johnson. Comes off the inner portion of the bat. Narrowly avoids the stumps. And of course, that is why Akeem Jordan stood with hands in Kimbo. But they're certainly sensing that. Just take one more. If they can take one more, the complexion of this game, especially given that there's a lot of time left in it, could certainly change in their favor. As it stands, I would still say that the advantage is with Guyana Harpy Eagles. They have the chance to set up this match now for a possible result, but take one more, that advantage is significantly reduced. Did that one go to hand? Was that another chance? Nicholas Curtin is certainly a fantastic fielder. Matthew Nandu goes for another expansive drive.
Let's look at that on the replay and find out if it did carry. Cameraman, no, he can't help us out there, so we think we might have missed that, but it looked pretty close.
Yeah, certainly looked pretty close indeed, based on the reaction that I could see on the field out there. And I have to tell myself that had he grabbed it, it would be a case of the umpire letting them know whether or not he thought it carried. But he didn't take it, and well, Matthew Nandu survives.
I think the effort there from Curtin looked like he was diving to try to get to it. I don't think it got into his hand. He looked like he was trying to make a catch of it, really, and that's from the body language and the reaction from Curtin himself, because he's an excellent feeler. So he would have been throwing his body on the line to be able to come up with a screamer. And one of those days, Macho Nando lives to fight on. Both batsmen are on 7.
Saves that one back along the ground to Nicholas Curtin, who was moved from backward point to mid-wicket position. It's nice though to see that Akeem Jordan is creating chances. I would mention the fact that as long as the ball is still swinging, still newish, that I would like to see it in the hands of Akeem Jordan, and he's certainly bowling well here. And like I said, creating those chances, and it's just about one sticking, holding one.
2 slips a gully, all go down.
Opts to go short.
Wide signal by umpire Patrick Gustard. Carl Tuckett indicating to the batsman, or batter as the term comes out now, 1 for the over. Score quietly goes up to 20 for 2. Lead is 171 runs.
Go short again. Look at the test out. Leon Johnson
Coach,
on the back foot.
assistant coach Ryan Hines moving around the boundary to give some encouragement and belief in the Barbados Pride team that, come on guys, we got to hold these catches. Keep working. The game is called cricket. And these things happen. Good leave. So that's over. And over to the point now where Shamar Brooks has a headache. Maybe it's time enough for maybe a Shem Holder or maybe even a Shamar Springer. Who would you go for?
Oh, well, it's not about who I would go for, but who I can see taking their hat off. And who I can see taking their hat off is indeed Shem Holder. So that's who I'm going for here, wrong. It's going to be the off spin of Shem Holder. He picked up a couple of wickets in that first innings. In fact, he picked up 3 for 72. And one of those being Leon Johnson, who's currently at the crease. Shem Holder would have started around the wicket, bowled into the rough. That was just outside the leg stump of the left-handers, and got that ball to grip and rip a bit. And he would have taken Kemal Savory, caught by Dowrich. And then he got Leon Johnson caught at second slip by Akeem Jordan. So with 2 left-handers at the crease right now, he could potentially be licking his chops again, telling himself that, okay, I was able to do it in the first innings. I hopefully should be able to do it again here now in the second innings. A bit more wear and tear on the surface. Let's see how Shem Holder goes here today.
And in the meantime, our cameraman here from 360 Television has just picked up a British Airways flight, which would have just left the VC Bird International Airport. Cricket action continuing. 20 for 2. And Shem Holder will start the contest. Starting with a slip, short leg. Umpire Carl Tuckett is just making sure. Shamar Brooks just asking him if he's okay. He says yes. Deep backward square. Backward point cover. Short mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. First delivery. Looping across Machu Nandu. And what is maybe also challenging for somebody like a Machu Nandu is his height. He comes back and across and plays a nice length delivery. Joel will take a much needed break. He'll go and have a coffee. If he's a coffee man, or he might maybe have a cup of tea. Here is Nando back and spanking this out to Kevin Wickman. on the sweeper era. Score in the meantime goes up to 21 for 2. Now brings the captain Leon Johnson to strike on 7. Nando 8. Barbados have to believe. They have to. Johnson, very accomplished player in spin bowling. Apprehensive there. That one. He looked like he was in two minds. .172 is the lead. Holder into bowl to Johnson. Johnson is trying something different. That's not him. He normally doesn't play like that. That was a little bit loose there. Could have got a little top edge and screamed away the outside half of the bat.
Maybe that first innings is playing a bit on his mind.
Shem Holder in to down the onside, paddle away 4 runs.
Too easy there for Leon Johnson. Shem Holder with hand in head, knowing that he probably eased up a bit there, that delivery. Down the leg side and helped on its way by Leon Johnson.
So the over has come to an end. 21 for 2. In fact, it should be more than 21. It should be 25 for 2. Johnson goes to 11. My score giving me a hard time, and the lead is 176. As I see Vinod, who's having a cup of water. And in the meantime, the groundsmen are moving into position. And we maybe might just have a sharp shower coming over, which might halt the play. And if it's coming out to the Paramera, it could be challenging.
Good afternoon, Vernon. It's coming from Trinidad and Tobago because it's coming from the east. They say great things come from the east, you know, and great men.
It's pounding away on our roof on the back of us here. But Anthony America's not given the clearance yet to the umpires, so let's hope that it will have the breeze enough that he can push it away.
So here's Harding with his first ball in the second innings and a good delivery. Harding struggled in the first innings, and I think he can only do better.
He can only do better. I think he just needs to get his strike pattern be more consistent, and his wrist just needs to be a lot more firmer behind the line of the ball. Groundsman here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium moving into line. It's a little funny rain, Vinod, because the rain is falling to the back of us. We can hear it on the roof, but really not in the middle of the action.
Here's Harding. Oh, that's a wayward delivery, and that's into the boundary for 4. 5 wides. He continues to be wayward.
Yeah, he does. I think the umpires I think they're going to take them off. The groundsmen are indicating, yes, so they've called it right. Rain has stopped play here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And Vinod has just come on, so he's brought the rain.
Yeah. No indication that the rain was about. I don't think it'll be a long break though, Vernon, because I'm looking to the east and it has cleared up already.
No, but you have to look into the Paramera. So when we go around, we're unsighted here. But if we look into that area and it's dark over there, then we know that we'll be in for a long haul here today. So let's keep our fingers crossed. It's also high here. It just needs some breeze to really push it away.
Push it into the town.
Yeah, push it down south. Going down south. Look at the cameraman who's done an excellent job there so far. Okay, so he needs to show me the Param area. It's a little clear in Param area. So, as you said, Vinod, I think this will pass over. Let's give it maybe about 20 minutes. But with climate change these days, anything is possible. So, rain has stopped play here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Guyana 31 for 2. And we'll take a quiet break. precautionary measure. If I don't have somebody running right out there. Sure was a blessing. Damn. Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And right after the rain break, we've already had 4 wides, which is 5 by Keon Hardin. Another wide again. Carl Tuckett signaling wide. So Hardin really having a torrid time here in the series.
That's 11 wides in this over.
11.
It has to be something with his mechanics.
Well, he bowled 15 no balls in the first innings.
Right, and now 11 wides.
He's just pushing the ball. His rhythm is just not right.
Something is wrong with his mechanics. Let's take a good look at it.
Your strike pattern determines what rhythm you're going to get into. And there's just a couple of chips just before. You see it right there, Vinod?
Yep. Got away by Nandu. That is going to go into the boundary for 4. It was short and wide. And he just got up and crashed it through the covers for 4.
No, just before the approach area, Vinod, if our producer could be able to just break it down, so I can show the folks in terms of what we're speaking about.
Show a replay.
40 for 2. So we'll count the steps, Vinod, in motion, so you'll understand what's happening, and then I'll be able to show you the chips. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then the chips there. There's a double chip just before he gets into the rhythm, and I don't think his non-bowling arm is clouding up at all. He's not using his non-bowling arm, and he's more or less pushing the ball. Vasbert Drakes has come out of the dugout now. And he's walking around the boundary because he's trying to figure out what is happening. And in his mind, he's maybe saying, this cannot be Keon Hardin bowling here. So what is wrong? Let's look at it again. Mr. who went up there, just not getting the consistency there at all. He's fighting to get to the crease. Keon Hardin just needs to relax. Stick to the basics. The way you walk is the way you run. That's it. And don't try to, improvise within your mind what you're going to do. Keep your eyes on the target.
Well, your good friend Philip Spooner said that when he saw McAllister bat today, it reminded him of Atiba Alert and Shannon Gabriel batting against Fidel Edwards and Tino Bess some years ago.
Liam Johnson is 11.
I would let Mr. Spooner know that Shannon Gabriel has a bat sponsor. He gets 8 bats per year.
Non-name bats.
Named bats. He has a sponsor.
Guyana Happy Eagles the lead by 190 runs. Nando waits for Keon Hardin. Short delivery, no ball now. The first of this innings. 16 no balls so far by Keon Hardin. There have been 17 bowled by the Barbados Pride, and Hardin has bowled 16.
It's really having a torrid time here, Keon Harding.
Hands on the hip is Ryan Hines. He can't believe what he's seeing. Vasbert Drakes, he's come out of the dugout and he's in amazement. If I know him, he's kicking himself in his heart. Another short ball. Over comes to an end. Will this be the only over for Keon Hardin?
Well, we thought that was the case in the first innings, and they kept bowling him and bowling him and bowling. But obviously, there is something wrong with his mechanics. And I think before the guy continues to bowl and his confidence sinks even lower, they should just not bowl him. I think he should be the first one at the ground tomorrow morning, or stay back later this afternoon with the coaches and work on his bowling.
41 for 2. The thing about it is that I don't see an improvement from Keon Harding. That is just my problem. And he's a much better cricketer than what we're seeing here today. He batted properly, but he's certainly not bowled well in this game. Shamar Springer, will he start? Yes, because most likely I think it's been a headache for Shamar Brooks. So maybe what might happen is that Shem Holder might come from this end. 12 to Nandu, 11 to the captain Leon Johnson.
Guyana,
41 for 2. Sorry, Vinod.
they released the pressure on the Guyanese with that over. It's going to be Springer from the far end.
Slip in Akeem Jordan very wide.
Not a bad start there by Springer. He's pushing it across the left-hander.
Ghana Happy Eagles leading by 191 runs. Good leaf by the.
Well, those are good areas. Those are good areas that Shamar Springer is exploring. I just want to bring it in a tad bit closer to the left-hander. Leave him in two minds as to whether to leave it or play.
But I also want to think about maybe bowling him also a little fuller and wider. Something that Akeem Jordan worked out with Macho Nando. The only thing is that Mosley didn't take the catch. Here's Johnson driving. And extravagant drive. Didn't really get over it. Just the hands went. But he got a single to get off strike. Score in the meantime goes up to 42 for 2. 42 for 2. Nando gets a Yorker link delivery, comes down on it. And just for a moment, Leon Johnson thought there was an opportunity for a single, but he had to get back onto the non-striker's end very quickly.
Score is 42.
Can cross him, score 42 for 2. Passing in front of us here is the head coach, Vasbert Drakes, who is way below us. This is the 16th over being bowled, so Barbados has really got in a number of overs. 192 is the lead. Machu Nandu is on 13 not out. Captain Leon Johnson on 11. It's 4-4 in St. John's and Tegan Barbuda. Cross him again. Good stride out. Shamar Springer overcomes to an end. And at the end of it, the Ghana Harper Eagles in their second innings, they're 42 for 2.
Not a bad over there by Shamar Springer. Let's see if Harding will continue. I don't think so.
He is going to continue.
He is. Well.
Stranger things have happened. There has to be a belief system within the Barbados team. I don't know. It's strange, because I can't see one bowler being so off the boil that you.
And they continue to bowl him. 1 over 15, and he's continuing to bowl.
Still continue to bowl him, and you got other options out there, I'm sure. Hardin. full
Another
ball.
wide. Well, I think the umpire felt sorry there for him, umpire Duguid, because he was calling those wides in the last over.
I mean, umpire Carl Tuckett.
Oh, it's Tuckett on this end?
Yes.
Yes. Let's have a look at that again. Oh, that was a wide.
That's a wide.
That's 2 wides.
Carl Tuckett very friendly there with that one. Hardin to Johnson. Johnson back and just clipping this up the mid-on. The score in the meantime remains on 42 for 2. The ball release is just not coming out, and the rhythm is just not consistent at all from Hardin. He's more or less pushing the ball, really, rather than allowing the ball to come out of his arms. The release is just not being consistent enough.
Simon said, yeah,
Trouble
he
here,
could try.
trouble here, trouble here.
He's
trouble
gone.
here.
So Johnson gives Harding a wicket. They continued with him. They persisted with him. It was short. It was going across him. He was not in a position to play the shot. And there he was. A bad shot by Leon Johnson. And the captain has to go.
That is a poor shot by Leon Johnson. He got off the first with a boundary. It was a good short delivery by Akeem Jordan. He got into it and sort of helped it. Really
Harding, in fact, it was.
No, it was Jordan was bowling to. Yeah, Jordan was bowling to him from this end when he came in, and he kind of helped it around, got a boundary, but he never really looked convincing, Leon Johnson, at all. He'll be under some pressure. He's been under some pressure for a very long time.
So Bramble is coming in, your good friend.
Wonder what the approach will be from the Barbados team this time around. .42 for 3. Game on here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. As we say, good afternoon to all the cricketing fans, or good evening all around the world who are following the Cricket West Indies YouTube channel. I'm alongside Vinod Manchan. Joel Manning is going to take a tea break. And I want to really salute the 360 television crew right here in Antigua and Barbuda at Coolidge and at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. To all the folks in the United States of America who continue to send your greetings and your comments, we truly appreciate your feedback, and we'll continue to improve in whatever area possible. The right-hander Bramble comes in, and straight away, this is what I was talking about. Mid-wicket goes out, sweeper goes out onto the offside, and Harin has just got a wicket, Vinod. Do we really need that man out, Vinod?
I don't think we really need deep backward square on the boundary or even point on the boundary at this point in time.
But Barbados is on top. Bramble comes in. Hell, he wasn't. Hardin was coming in, but Bramble wasn't ready. Now umpire Patrick Gustard is coming in. He's saying, "Hold on."
I think he wants to go to the other
He wants
side.
to go to the other side. Is that a good sign, Vinod? I thought the sun should be on the back of him.
Well, I thought the sun was on the back of him.
He's maybe got on some good Oakleys. So let's see. Hardin to Bramble. First delivery. He's missed his tip there. No ball. He's having a torrid time here, Vinod. This is over. No ball number 17.
17 no balls. His first over, we had 11 wides.
He had 15 in the first innings. He's got 2 here already in the second innings. And Barbados has bowled 18 no balls, and he's bowled 17 of the 18. Oh, 5 more
wides
wides
again.
Jeez.
Well. What is this young man doing?
It's about repetition, Vinod, and you got to get that right. He's pushing the ball rather than bowling the ball. His strike pattern is not consistent, and he's chipping. I mean, once you miss your mark, it's like triple jump, Vinod, long jump. If you don't have that execution going right through to hit the board, you're gonna foul. It's the same thing happening here with Keon Harding. .48 for 3. Again, the chip just before he gets the final approach. His chipping is missing that step. He needs to talk to himself, Vinod. And when you're teaching fast bowling, the way you walk is the way you run. So you have to remember that. That has to be consistent. And every now and again, he has a little shuffle just before he gets to the final approach of delivering the delivery. Number 7, Harding from the circuit, Liambo's end.
Thought that was another wide. I think he's just trying to go for too much pace, and this is why he's been so erratic.
Shamar Springer and Brooks having a conversation. Everybody's maybe asking themselves, what is happening? It's just not coming out of his arms right at all. Is he going to bluff Bramble? Let's find out. Down the onside. Umpire Carl Tuckett calls over.
Well, Harding finishes his second over. 1 for 21. And it's 48 for 3.
Unbelievable. But true. Bramble not. Guyana Happy Eagles, they need by 199 runs. And their captain is back in the Happy Eagles hut, playing what we consider to be a naughty shot. 48 for 3.
Shamar Springer, his second over. Again, good areas. Just needs to probably bring it a little bit closer to the left-hander.
And Fuller. Maybe round into the 4-meter area. Between the 2 meter, just there, get in, because Nando is a short guy, so you'd have to adjust your length really by getting him to come forward. You want him to, his eyes to lit up when it looks like a half volley when it really is not a half volley.
That's well bowled.
Well played too by the young man, playing as late as possible, watching the ball right onto his bat, and his head past his front knee, transferring the weight with the balance. .47 for 3. Over number 18 started by Shamar Springer. Back and across stylishly and just playing the ball up to mid-on. McAllister fields. Quite period of play here in St. John's, Antigua and Barbuda. 4:15, 3:15 in Jamaica, Eastern Caribbean time.
It's well played. That's well bowled as well.
Good cricket all around. Again, good back of the length delivery, forcing him to play. One thing I can say for sure, he's switched on, young Nando. Been given at least, I have to say, at least 2 lives. And he's saying he's going to make Barbados pay. Over in Grenada, Trinidad and Tobago, 202 for 5. In the Leeward Islands, 166 for 7. I gotta find out what's happening at Coolidge. What is happening up there? Kadeem Phillip and company, they must have been turning a trick up there. 18 overs bowled, a maiden over from Shamar Springer. Cornwall is 37 not out. Hodge 31, Powell 28, Carty, Stump Thomas bowled Harty for 26. Kofi James 18, Hamilton the captain 9, Ward 4, Jeremiah Lewis 6, Hayden Walsh and Raheem Cornwall are at the crease. Wicket takers so far for Jamaica, Patrick Harty 2 for 56 from 17, Jamie Merchant 2 for 23 among the wickets again. And also, Abhijaya Mansingh, 2 for 15.
He has done well, Mansingh. Harding is going to continue.
Yes? Vinod, I'm not going to bet you. I don't know if you gamble, but I'm certainly not coming. I won't even think about betting a sugar cake with you, Vinod. You see, you seem to be, you'll win me out every time.
So he's bowling to Bramble now, and if he shortens, Bramble will play his shots.
And there's an interesting story, Vinod. I don't know if you saw this. Abhijaya Mansingh replaced Alwyn Williams.
Yes, midway through the first day, he was injured, got sick. So I'm looking at the Trinidad and Tobago situation with Trinidad and Tobago at the moment. Uthman Mohammed and Jeremy Solozano, it seems as if they opened the batting. Uthman being a fast bowler.
You see why I was asking you yesterday
Yes.
if Carrie Pear is an opening batsman. You now understand what I was talking about, right?
Darren Bravo got 23. Jason Mohammed is leading the fight with 63, not out of 141 balls. And Yannick Correa got 12. Tion Webster coming good again today with a 58. 2 half centuries in the match. And Django is on a 7 not out.
So Trinidad sitting it up nicely there. Just for a moment, with Tion Webster's hurricane knock, 5 fours and 2 sixes, you maybe thought Trinidad and Tobago was in the dance.
Ryan John, 3 for 25.
And the partnership of 98 with Webster and Mohammed was the highest so far of the Trinidad and Tobago second innings.
Ken Short played away. Much better over from Harding here, would you say?
Don't talk too fast yet, Vinod. Let's get it completed first. I like to bet. Normally I bet a Vitamalt and a sugar cake and those things, but I'm not betting you.
Stupid cake.
Bramble, a lot of responsibilities on his shoulder. Gets a delivery down the onside. Akeem Jordan is appealing for something. Nothing is there. Soto is McAllister.
Well, he's bowling short, and there are 3 men right back on the boundary on the onside. There's a long leg for the miscued hook, deep backward square, and deep mid wicket all on the boundary.
We almost look like we're looking at a T10 game with the Hurricane Bramble at the crease. And the good thing about it is that he's a knot.
Yeah. Let's play the way around the corner. He gets 1 to end the over at the end of it. It's 49 for 3.
So that's over. The Guyana Happy Eagles lead after 19 overs now goes up to 200.
Well, that's significant. If they can get up to 280, I think they'll be the ones to control things.
I don't know if the confidence is high in the Guyana Happy Eagles dressing room. That would be the only problem. The position of the game depends on how Bramble plays from now until the close of play. So if he gets a 30-40, then they might maybe feel like tomorrow that we can push on because Bramble is still there. He will have to bat and come not out. You surprised, Vinod, that they pulled Shamholder out of the attack?
Yeah, I thought that Shamhulda would have been excellent in this situation. Even given the hardness of the new ball, it would have added some dimension to his bowling as well with a little extra bounce. So it's 49 for 3.
Current run rate is 2.56. Eagles will be sitting well, lead by 200 on day 3. He's out caught.
Clipping it to short forward square, and he goes.
McCuskey taking a very easy catch, and Anthony Bramble goes back for 1. What is happening in the Guyana Harbour Eagles dressing room?
Well, it's 49 for 4, and it was an obvious plan. I think he had asked for that.
Barbados beginning to believe. No Shandapal hemorrhages yet. I always want to ask you something, Vinod. When batsmen play a poor shot, why do they have their heads down going back to the pavilion?
I think they're reflecting. You normally don't reflect with the head up. Unless you...
It almost looks like a sorry state. What am I going to tell Vinod, Coach Vinod Manchan?
when I go back in.
Out comes Kevin Sinclair. So something looked like it is also wrong with Shandapal hemorrhage. Wow. So we have major injuries taking place in this game here. Umpire Christopher Taylor getting a little busy down at the Sir Andy Robertson, which would be considered to be the southern end. Kevin Sinclair, who batted well in the first innings, but in the end gave it away. Now taking a Shandapal guard, Shivnarine Shandapal's guard. It's just so amazing how somebody can establish a habit, eh? Shamar Springer to Sinclair, and Sinclair comes forward and leaves alone his first delivery. Barbados working on a plan. Outsmarting Anthony Bramble.
That man Nandu is still there though. He's on 12 or 56. He should have been back in the pavilion twice.
He should. Could have been well 49 for 5. But he stands between Trinidad, Barbados, all of the teams here. Everybody's coming for him. Young Nando. Ooh, well played by Sinclair. Nice straight bat, nice high elbow. Posing for the cameras. And there aren't many here, except 360 television. Springer with a wicket of his second delivery. Looking for more wickets, looking for more success.
Again, clipping, but this time along the ground. Similar type delivery that dismissed Anthony Bramble in this earlier in the over. So there are 2 short mid wickets. Looking for that uppish drive on the onside.
The bowlers would have done their work for Guyana Harpy Eagles, and now the batsmen more or less giving the advantage back to the Barbados pride.
Yes, they are. Bad delivery.
Sort of pushed that one a little wider. It was maybe in trying to entice Sinclair to go for an extravagant cover drive. Maiden wicket over by Shamar Springer. The wicket of Anthony Bramble.
Springer has now 1 for 2. It's 49 for 4.
There's a conversation taking place with Shamar Brooks and Nicholas Curtin. I think the umpire was also involved in that discussion. I don't know if he said something in the banter talk that umpire Patrick Gustard did not like. Brooks just reminding him, be careful. There's a match referee in Van Roy Burns, and so keep your conduct positive. A lovely day for cricket, lovely afternoon for cricket. The game is poised nicely. Hardin will continue. Vinod.
Well, here he is, Hardin. That's pushing it across the left-hander. It has grown a bit dark on the outside. Well, at least on my angle. Remember, in the com box,
The cloud right here. And that's why it would have maybe just covered the sun, so that's why it's dark.
But we also have our commentary box is tinted. So if I look across your side, it's much better. There's Harding.
Played by the young man. Nando just asking umpire Patrick Gustard, can I have a look at that spot? Ball just landing roundabout in the 6-meter area. And because of his positioning, he was able to just drop his hands because the ball was above his stumps and kept his eyes very, very, very focused. And what I like about him, Vinod, is that he doesn't have this extravagant backlift all the way up into the air. He keeps it as simple as possible.
Yes. He's a well-organized batsman.
He has a long career ahead of him. I wish him all the best. That he can go from strength to strength along with all of the young emerging West Indian players. That one sort of squared him up, but he played with soft hands really. McCaskey down at gully area, diving away. There's no slip. Pretty interesting.
So he's looking to tighten up here. Harding, he had just one in his last over.
Nando concentrating hard. The Barbados feelers, they're chirping away. They're trying to get Kian Harding riled up. 49 for 4. Almost like a sluggish period of play here because the Ghana Harp Eagles have lost wickets unnecessarily. So he's finally bowled a maiden.
Last 2 overs, just 1 run.
You've been counting, Vinod.
Yeah, and I'll leave you to count even further. We'll be joined by Joel Manny to carry on.
Thank you very much, Vinod. 4:32. It maybe look like we still have another hour to go here. Seems like a long way off. As Joel Manning steps into the hot seat, I hope he's brought some luck for Guyana. Vinod did bring some luck for Barbados. So let's see if we'll have reverse angles shared around. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Vernon. I'm not sure if I would bring luck for Guyana. I mean, I am attempting to be very impartial here, but I am definitely pleased with what I've been seeing from the Barbados Pride. I was talking a little earlier about those chances, those moments, and finally they're holding them.
Sinclair is driving up to cover. Coming around, there's Kamara Boyce, who's on the field. One thing I can say to you, you sound very diplomatic in your answers. You're almost like a politician trying to defend. You don't have to defend, Joel. You could keep it simple. We all have a slight bias towards something we can't change. We're human beings. So you can relax yourself, son.
I am biased to good cricket, and like I said, finally.
To
there's
good cricket. There you go again, Vinod. Joel. Oh my. Did you hear that, Vinod? 49 for 4.
No, it's just so interesting as I went off comms and I would have seen 2 additional wickets fall. Obviously, I told myself that had these chances been held on the first day by Barbados Pride, this match would have certainly looked a lot different. We were talking about the possibility of a result, and it's looking even greater now that there will be a result. And once again, it's just a question of who makes more mistakes, really and truly at this stage, because that's what's been happening, mistakes.
Here is Sinclair punching out into the offside. The sweeper coming around nicely. Looks like it's Mosley. And they only get 1 run. Over in St. George's, Grenada. Trinidad and Tobago have closed shop, 207 for 5. At Coolidge, the Leeward Islands are 179 for 7. What is happening there? Let me find out what's happening up at Coolidge. Everybody seems to be in a hurry.
Similar scenario to that of here. This is Vivian Richards Stadium.
Raheem Cornwall is not out on 49. Abijah Mansing 2 for 26. And the last batsman to have gotten out would have been Hayden Walsh. Yeah, no, Jeremiah Louis would have been the last batsman to have gotten out. 179 for 7. 58 overs bowled at Coolidge. Here is a delivery pitch on around the line of the Midland leg stump. And Nando once again coming down on it. 63 deliveries this young man has faced.
Nandu has been solid out there. He's offered a lot more chances, taken a lot more risk this time around. He's lucky to still be out there. But since those chances, he's still looked good.
He's just working this one away down to the final boundary for 4.
As easy as they come for the young man. For someone that has spent that amount of time at the crease between a day and a half. in the first innings, and now here on day 3, he's not going to miss out on a delivery like that from Shamar Springer.
And that's because of his balance is key. As a batsman, you got to be balanced. Driving in the offside, can't beat the gully fieldsman or the backward point fielder. Over comes to an end. 22 overs bowled. And Ghana Harper Eagles at 54 for 4. Macho Nandu is 16. Kevin Sinclair is on 1.
Things certainly shaping up nicely here at the end of day 3, letting us know that it's going to be an exciting day 4. An exciting prospect of a result between the Ghana Harper Eagles and the Barbados Pride at this point. I would say that it's certainly even Stevens now for these teams. Barbados Pride, though, will be telling themselves that they have the chance to decide their fate in terms of how much they will chase in this particular encounter. I'm telling myself that another 2 quick wickets here, and this could easily be a chase of maybe about 260 or so, if so much. Something that I'm sure that they will be very comfortable chasing, or know that they can chase on this surface, as long as they do a better job than they did in the first innings.
Hardin to Kevin Sinclair. Short and wide. That's what we've seen almost all day. Every time he tries to bang the ball into the pitch, this is what you get.
I know it might sound a little silly saying this, but for all the waywardness that we've seen from Keon Harding, he's actually created chances. And that's the interesting nature of it. Yesterday, the chance, or rather on day 1, the chance with Matthew Nandu. He also had a drop catch as well off of Anthony Bramble.
Lucky to get away with that one.
Lucky indeed. He then picked up a wicket coming on to the end of yesterday, as we see that delivery again on the screen. Definitely wide. Landing off of the surface there. And then today he picked up 1. So he's been wayward, yes. He definitely has. Should he have gotten as many overs as he did? I believe everybody would say no. But somehow amongst the waywardness, amongst the madness, I guess, he's created chances.
It's bowled 17 no balls. Unacceptable at this level.
Definitely. And something certainly needs to be worked out and fixed as it pertains to his approach to the crease.
This is his mindset. Short ball. It's going to be a wide. Every time he tries to bang the ball in fact, what I'm saying, if his approach to the crease, when he stutters, he has to stop. Doesn't make sense trying to continue.
It was interesting that on that replay, that one also looked quite close to another no ball as well. And to my mind, after taking that wicket, he actually would have made a change from Mr. Curtly Ambrose end.
He seems not to be comfortable in his strike pattern. And it's like he's forcing to get to the crease.
Well, there's certainly work to be done for Vaspert Drakes and the coaching crew of the Barbados Pride. Obviously, we'll want to fix that quite quickly, as there are not many days in between these rounds here in Antigua.
Another no ball. 18th of the game. You see the misstep I was talking about? Just at the final approach. It's like he's looking at the crease and still trying to look at it. Forcing. Hardin from the circuit Ambrose end. Down the onside with a P for caught behind. He's out caught behind. Sinclair goes.
Well, just like I said, amongst the madness, amongst the waywardness, by some stretch of the imagination, Keon Harding creates chances. Well, would you believe it? Nobody else would believe it. Nobody else can believe it. Down the leg side, it was nothing that you should tell yourself would take a wicket. Keon Harding can't believe it, but Barbados Pride can. They pick up a wicket, the number 6. Guyana Harpy Eagles in further troubles, in dire straits, at 56 for 5.
What is happening here with the Guyana Harpy Eagles? They've put themselves right into a very positive position, and all of a sudden, we now look like they're trying and save the game, more or less.
I know a couple of people laughed at me when I said it sounds very silly. And it does indeed, given all that we've seen go on. 18 no balls, too many wides to count, balls that have pitched off of the turf, but somehow he's created chances. Somehow. Well, we've finally seen the entrance of Shandapal Hemraj to the crease. Vernon is still in disbelief at all that has gone on today.
It's just been poor cricket, Joel, whether we like it or not, all around. You know, you want to see good competitive cricket. And when I say good competitive cricket, Nando has really certainly demonstrated and raised the game. You could see Shamar Springer and you could see Akeem Jordan really bowl well at him early in the innings. But I think the shot selection, starting with Leon Johnson, the captain, you got to be responsible. That shot's certainly not on. You've been around this level for a long time. You're a former test player. You got to lead by example.
It's certainly been a day of mistakes. When we started today, I don't think that we would have told ourselves that 11 wickets would fall on this surface. When we looked at that pitch today, we said it is a batting paradise. It was flat. There was nothing in it. As a result, it tells you a lot about what has gone on here today, which is a lot of mistakes on the part of the batters out there. One or two certainly got good deliveries. I'm going to pause here as Keon Harding strides in again.
Harding to Shandapal Hamred. Short delivery just helps this one around and getting an easy single. Akeem Jordan is saying we got to cut that single off. He's not allowed to just come in and just paddle the ball around and get a single. You need that leg slip right there. Don't think he needs that sweeper way down that backward point area. Sweeping on the offside. Brooks is taking the advice of Akeem Jordan. He's now got a leg slip, which means that McAllister needs to go more to his right or to his left, really. He's lined up behind Akeem Jordan. They played good short delivery. Got on top of it there, the young man, Nando. 398 deliveries he's faced so far in this contest.
I made a point a couple deliveries ago that Barbados Pride are 2 wickets away from possibly chasing 260 or so on the last day. That lead now 208 runs for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. 57 for 5. We are certainly in for a result in this match.
Cornwall is 51, 57 balls, 3 fours, 3 sixes. And Hayden Walsh not out on 5. Leeward Islands 185 for 7. They lead Jamaica by 211 runs. And here, Ghana lead by 208 runs going into the final day. Still a lot of cricket to be played still.
Certainly a lot of cricket to be played. Certainly a lot of time still left in this match. It's just a case of who holds their nerve. I started the day talking about it's a very mental day, a mental game. It's about batting through those periods, bowling through those periods, not giving your wicket away. And by some stretch of the imagination, a lot of wickets have been given away here today.
209 for 5 in St. George's Grenada. Here is a clip on drive by Shandapal Hamred. Good balance. He's on 1. Nando is on 16 from 67. Guyana Happy Eagles, they lead by 208 runs. Kamali Malias, 192 on day 3. Here is Chandapur Hemorrhage playing a loose shot over cover down to the boundary for 4. Risky shot there. And anything could have happened there.
Risky indeed, but I guess he's operating on the premise of without risk there is no reward. We certainly didn't see that type of shot being played on that occasion from Chandapur Hemorrhage. A case of overpitching on the part of Shamar Springer. And the Hemorrhage capitalized on it on that particular occasion. Just needed to get it over that man at short cover. And once that was done, it was always going to be 4.
Hemorrhage Chandapur waits for Springer. He's driving again in the air, down the ground, over mid-off, down to the boundary for 4. So he's decided that he's going to have a go. And this is the way that he plays.
A bit of counter-attacking cricket here. Obviously, a lot of pressure on, given the match situation. Chandapur Hemorrhage sensing that maybe he needs to take things into his own hands, relieve that pressure just a bit, and have that balance favor the Guyana Harpy Eagles just a bit more as we head towards the close of play here on day 3.
The lead is 216. Chandapur Hemorrhage 9. Matthew Nandu, the wall of the Guyana Harpy Eagles, is 16. Hemorrhage leaving a good length delivery.
Shamar Springer on that occasion just pulling that length back a bit. Chandapur Hemorrhage opting to leave, and probably better so given that the man at mid-off in the form of Jerry McAllister has actually drifted back into the shadows. Not exactly on the boundary at long off, but he's given himself some room there.
Chandapur Hemorrhage, just to remember, taking a new guard. 8 off this over so far. 65 for 5. Shamar Springer bongs away. And he's defending nicely. Good length delivery. Over completed. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they lead by 216. The latest score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium on day 3. Guyana in a bit of a trouble here. 65 for 5, 24 overs bowled.
Certainly a bit of trouble indeed. A spot of bother at 66 for 5. Barbados Pride will sense that just one more before the close of play is what they need. If they can get one more, if they can break this pair of Chandapur Hemorrhage and Matthew Nandu, that is it for them. And from there on, it is in the hands of Barbados Pride in terms of forcing the result here. Obviously, they still have to bat in that second innings. But just that crucial wicket, breaking this partnership could certainly decide a lot in terms of the approach for tomorrow.
Imlak not, Savory not, Johnson 12, Bramble 1, Sinclair 1. It almost sounds like a telephone number. Here is Nando standing up straight and punching it up to the mid-off fielder. Barbados sensing that they can get a wicket or two here. Shem Holder coming around nicely and keeping the pressure back on Nando. Keon Harding still working at it, 2 for 25. Short delivery, and Nando with a limbo dance. Carl Tuckett just indicating that 1 for the over. The bowling figures so far for the Barbados Pride. Akeem Jordan, 7 overs, 4 maidens, 8 runs, 1 wicket. Jaya McAllister, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 8 runs, 1 wicket. Shem Holder, 1 over, no maiden, 5 runs, no wicket. And Harding into his 6th over, 2 for 26. Another no ball. Shamar Springer, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 40 runs, 1 wicket.
You make that no ball number 19.
I stopped counting. I'm serious. This is unacceptable at this level. You can't have one individual bowling that many no balls. It's not possible. You know, when I coached, I'll tell you, Joel, you had to pay for a no ball, drop catch, and if the pair got run out, both had to pay. And if you got bowled, you also had to pay. And drop catches, you also had to, there was a fine. So I know Vasbert Drakes, Keon Harding is going to be fined for all those no balls.
I'm going to ask you a question out of curiosity after this delivery.
They won't convince him.
Close to the edge, but not there. Out of curiosity, what was the price for no ball as we see that replay on the screen?
Depends on where we were playing. If you're in Guyana or Barbados, you never know. You might have maybe had to pay $2 Barbados dollars, or if you're in Guyana, you might have had to pay US dollars.
Fair enough. Not too hefty a fine, I guess, then.
And starting from the youth level, more or less just creating some discipline. So, what are we going to call this one?
I guess
He's waiting on Patrick Gustard. It has to be wide. It can't be anything else. Patrick Gustard, what is he waiting for?
In fact, it
has to be a wide. He's going to come back to signal dead ball? No ball. Another no ball.
for the fact that it did not even touch the surface, as we can see there on that replay. It's certainly just a bit painful now for Keon Harding. I think that after these two deliveries, Shamar Brooks will have to say thank you very much. Like I mentioned, he finds a way of creating chances. He got those two chances. Done, gone. Okay, no problem. Let's move on now. You heard him saying one more, just encouraging him on. Is at that stage whereby I think they just all want this to be over for their sake and Harding's sake as well. I'm not sure that I can see Shamar Brooks giving him another one after this. Well, it was supposed to be one more. It will now be 1 plus 1 more.
$69 for 5. Nando 16. Chanderpaul Hemorrhage 9.
And he's gone. So Keon Harding picks up his third wicket in this match. And the Barbados Pride sense big things here in Antigua. That one ballooning into the air, an easy catch for Zachary McCaskey. And just when you thought that it could not happen, I'm laughing with my producer right now because they thought once again that I was talking madness when I said Keon Harding creates chances. And there we see it again. against the odds, against the run of play, against everything that we might have thought might happen today, Keon Harding has the final say. Well, 69 for 6 here on day 3 as the sun begins to set in Antigua versus Sammy Pramol, the new batter that strides to the crease. Vernon Springer took a break there because he could not believe it. But dare say I can.
Didn't take a break, I just went to get some stats because Keon Harding has bowled 19 wides in this innings and 5 no balls. And match that up with the 15 no balls that he bowled in the first innings, that's 20 in the game. And I know you're excited because you're glad that Barbados are getting wickets, but for Keon Harding, this is totally unacceptable.
No, it's not that I'm excited.
Oh, okay.
It's just that my words have come to pass.
They certainly have. 69 for 6.
No, I do agree that it is madness. I will not lie. I do agree that he's all over the shop. It's definitely not been even remotely close to an average bowling performance from him.
I'll give you the honor and the privilege to take it home for Barbados.
Oh, well, here we go. Jerry McAllister back into the attack here. Barbados sensing blood almost as the sun sets over Antigua. I would say maybe 5 overs ago, 2 wickets away from chasing 260. That lead is now 220 for the Ghana Harpy Eagles. Shandapal Hemraj, he's on 9. Versabi Purmal hasn't faced the ball as yet. All to play for. That one steered away. And will now bring Versami Purmal into strike. Interesting times as we head towards the end of day 3 here. Can they get another one is the question. Tevin Imlak, he went for a duck. Matthew Nandu, he just departed for 16. Kimon Savory, a duck. Anthony Bramble, 1. Leon Johnson, 12. Kevin Sinclair, 1. Shandapal Hemraj at the crease. And Versami Purmal. The score is 70 for 6. The lead 221.
And in Grenada, dead ball being signaled by Patrick Gustard. Trinidad and Tobago 217 for 7. Game on. They need 137 runs. Windward Islands need 3 wickets. Time at hand. And St. George's in Grenada.
Well, I wouldn't say that time is favoring the Windwards, but that scorecard certainly is. There's no way Trinidad will get those runs. So it's either a Windwards win or a draw on the final day there in Grenada.
At Coolidge, Leeward Islands 198 for 7. Fighting on.
That one just down the leg side from Jerry McAllister. He will know that he can do a lot better. He's given a chance here to have a final burst on day 3. Get it lined up. Get it in that good length area. 2 slips and a gully waiting. Shem Holder is at a short mid-wicket as well. There are 2 men back on the boundary. Sharpen into the pads. I think height is the question on that occasion.
Sort of cramped him too. There was good pace there. He's called for the physio. He's in trouble. It hit just above on the thigh pad area there. He's taking off his pad. He's in trouble.
Yeah, probably just hitting that area on the inside, or rather the outside of the pad area. Pad probably twisting, getting him on that kneecap. And it's not looking good for Versami Purmal. So quite an interesting day that we've had here at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. I make it now 12 wickets that have gone down today. 6 on the side of the Barbados Pride. Obviously Shane Dowrich didn't bat today. And now Guyana Harpy Eagles at 70 for 6. So 12 wickets on a surface that today we did not expect to produce 12 wickets. So a lot of discussions will have to be had by these teams at the end of today. Certainly coaches will not be happy with how things have gone for either of their batters, as Pramal still gets some repairs there.
To come next in Grenada, standing tall there is Jason Mohammed on 75 not out, 176 balls with 5 fours. And Carrie Pear has just faced 2 deliveries, so still quite capable of saving that game. But the wicket they will need would be Jason Mohammed. Django and Hines have just been dismissed quickly. Ryan John 3 for 25, Kevin Hodge 2 for 54, Darius Martin 1 for 29, and Kenneth Demba 1 for 37. Those are the wicket takers so far. Preston Oxwee not for 45, and Alex Atenez not for 2. Some treatment being meted out here to Versami Pomol. The Fizzers had a busy time for Guyana.
Certainly, but good signs in that Versami Pomol is getting those pads on again. Eats away at the clock as it's now 5:02 p.m.
4-2 in Jamaica. A lot of banter talk going on outside.
Yeah, definitely. It's that time. It's that time when you sense that it's time to eat a food, as they would say in cricketing terms. It's that time where you must catch the advantage, snatch it in your favor. Obviously, not batting as well as they should, the Barbados Pride, but bouncing back with the ball, taking their chances, and this is what happens when you take your chances. You put yourself in a position that you can potentially win a game.
Good single. And he was able to get off strike very quickly. Took a long time for Shandapal Hamridge to respond.
I guess given the previous injury to Pramal, he didn't probably expect that he was looking to scamper a single the next delivery, but I don't think that Pramal is too interested in facing the pace of Jerry McAllister, and as such, it was more so a self-preservation move, that one. McAllister to continue now to Hemraj.
He's going to fight fire with fire. Shandapal Hamridge. He's not going to block around. He's going to play some shots. The lead is 222. If they get it up to anywhere 250, 260 psychologically, we have a game on here on the final day.
Certainly, indeed, that type of total opens it up for either side. I'd have to say that Barbados Pride should favor themselves if that is the total that they're chasing.
I think the objective here for Versami Pomol would be what sort of total he'd want to bowl to. 250, 260. So if he can hang around for the end of the day's play, they can come back for at least an hour tomorrow morning. They could maybe put Barbados under some pressure.
Yeah, for sure. Even before looking at a total, yes, it has to be a case of this pair must bat to the end. They must not allow Barbados Pride to have a chance to bowl at anybody else that's currently sitting down in there. Obviously, because of the position that they find themselves in, as we get that beautiful shot there of Antigua, I think our producers will be happy that I'm finally looking at the screen. But yeah, Barbados Pride will know that they sense that it just takes one more, and as such, Guyana Harpy Eagles need to ensure that this pair are there at the end of the day.
223 is the lead. Kian Harding continuing. He's into his 7th over, 3 for 29 with 19 wides and 5 no balls. Shandapal Hemred just helping this one around to the deep backward square leg fielder. Again, Kian Harding trying to pull the ball down. And my colleague, Joel Manning, is very much excited and feels that Harding has the lucky bowling arm.
It would appear that way. He has the Midas touch, the golden hand. In some strange and twisted way, I guess, It appears that way, don't get me wrong. It's still quite painful to watch because obviously you want to see a bowler like Keon Harding at his best. He certainly struggled here today in his run up and where he's pitched the balls. It's been absolutely painful to watch. But in some strange way, it has also still been nice to see him pick up wickets.
It's the sort of quality of wickets and the shot selection that has left me in awe. I'm not questioning Keon Harding's ability. I'm just more or less questioning some of the shot selections that we would have seen so far from the Ghana Harpy Eagles batting. Look at that from Vasami Pomal. He's trying to improvise a shot there. That would the ball outside the line of the off stump. He could have been able to either leave alone or just defend.
Today has certainly been a day of batting mistakes and batting errors. Like I mentioned before, we did not expect this amount of wickets to fall today on this surface, which has gotten a lot better for batting. So it tells you that a couple fault shots or many fault shots have been played. If you think back just a couple hours ago in the Barbados Pride innings, several fault shots there. Shamar Brooks, certainly one of them. He was well set, gave his hand away, he would have to say. Several more also followed pattern and followed suit, and it continued over into the Ghana Harpy Eagles batting innings as well. Several mistakes have been made, and because of that, no, it certainly opened up the contest.
Another short ball, and Vasami Pomal taking his eyes off of the ball. From the time it was banged in, he never looked at the ball. And had it been directed at the badge, could have maybe gone anywhere. Barbados fielders got very much excited. They just thought for a chance that they had wicket number 7. Chandapal Hemorrhage in the meantime, he comes down and says, come on, Vasami Pomal, watch the ball.
I think it's also a case of trying to take just a little more time out today, get them closer to the end of play.
Harding again pushing the ball down the leg side. Guilty again every now and again of missing his step, missing his stride. The lead is 224 and building. If this tail can wag enough for them to get another 30-40, I think we're going to have an exciting finish here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium on the 4th day.
And Barbados Pride looking to get in some more overs as the sun continues to set here. Shadows creeping across the field. It's interesting to note though that these balls that Pramal is getting back to, they're not getting up as high as he's expected. The last 3 deliveries that he would have faced kept a lot lower than he probably expected.
That's why 260, 270 could be tricky for Barbados. With their seamers bowling more wicket to wicket, 1 or 2 can keep low on the final day.
There's going to be Akeem Jordan to come back in the attack now from that Sir Andy Roberts' end. He's going to bowl to a slip and a gully. A cover and an extra cover, a man back on the boundary at point.
Here is Chandapal Hemorrhage working this into the leg side area quite easily, and they get 2 runs. Akeem Jordan, his first spell, 1 for 10 from 7. I think he had close to about 4 maidens within that spell. Keon Harding is at first slip. Don't you find that strange?
Well, he has been at slip fairly often throughout this match, and definitely not strange indeed. He does have a safe pair of hands, does Harding. He finds himself in that slip cordon.
Show to his Shane Mosley. Good leave, good carry. Shamar Brooks fighting for all his worth to bring home this one for Barbados. He will have to get a big 100, or someone, maybe a Nicholas Curtin or Graves, or one of the batters will certainly have to step up and step up big here. He had a good start in the first innings and then just fell away. I feel that Shane Mosley, after being dropped a naught to get to 65 and not get 100, he'll be very disappointed in the first innings. Squeezing a single onto the offside is Shandapal Hemorrhage. Shem Holder can't stop it. He's only bowled one over so far, Holder, but I don't think he'll see the ball for the rest of the day.
I don't think so either, but more importantly, what that single does is take that lead now to 227. You mentioned the fact that, yes, Barbados Pride did indeed have a good steady start to their innings yesterday, 69 before the loss of the first wicket, and Zachary McCaskey played a false shot. He will certainly know that he could have done a lot better with that particular delivery that he got from Kevin Sinclair.
I wonder how many false shots we can claim for the day's play.
Today alone, I can definitely tell you that there were 6.
And counting. Here is Vasami Pamal deciding to charge Jordan, and when he gets there, he hits it just into the mid-wicket area. It's almost like a tennis lob shot. But he was charging him. Jordan banged it in. He really didn't have any pace on it, and it took a long time to get to Vasami Pamal, and he got away. He got 1 run.
He certainly got lucky there as that one ballooned off of the bat.
Vasami Pamal looks at Shandapal Hemorrhage to say, "What cricket shot is that you're playing?" He goes caught behind of Shamar Brooks of Jordan. That was certainly not on.
Well, we talked about false shots, we talked about mistakes, and that was certainly one of them by Shandapal Hemorrhage. When we look at the time, 5:13, not too far away from the close of play. Guyana Harpy Eagles at that stage were 77 for 6, as we see that replay now. Akeem Jordan just full that ball, getting a bit of movement. Shandapal Hemorrhage, head going nowhere, foot going nowhere, having a swing at that one.
It's a slug. It's a T10 slug. That shot's certainly not on, and that's why Vasami Pamal is upset with him.
It's certainly unbelievable that a player of the experience of Shandapal Hemorrhage, when you look at the time, when you look at the match situation, would play a shot like that, knowing that the Guyana Harpy Eagles will need him to be back again tomorrow at the start of play. And well, it certainly sums up all that we've seen on display here today at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Guyana Harpy Eagles at 77 for 7.
Over at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, stumps have been called. Jamaica were bowled out for 234 and the leewards closed on 198 for 7. Cornwall not out 56, 73 balls, 3 fours, 3 sixes. Hayden Walsh not out 13. They lead by 224 runs. So it's game on there at the Coolidge Cricket Ground tomorrow. And in Grenada, we still have some action. 217 for 7. Windward Island Volcanoes trying to see if they can upstage Trinidad and Tobago. But here, Barbados are large and in control, 77 for 7.
Shamar Joseph, the new batter to the crease. And when you look at it, you probably have to tell yourself, as the umpire now glances towards the sky, that maybe just another 1 or 2 overs left in his game. And it tells you then a lot more about how important that wicket was of Shandapal Hemorrhage. Not much longer left in a day's session. To play a shot like that is absolutely disappointing.
It's just what actually happened is just the indiscipline of the players and game awareness. Now, Shandapal Hemorrhage has played for the West Indies team. You're expected to be a senior player in the context. You're batting with your mate who has played Test cricket for Vasami Pamal. The lead is 220 odd, and you know if you stay there, if you bat out and you come back tomorrow, then it sort of puts you ahead of Barbados. Right now, Barbados are in control.
Keon Harding to continue. A figure so far of 3 for 30 from his 7. Certainly an interesting day of cricket that we've seen here, as Barbados just rushing around trying to get in at least another one after this. But today was all about that mental battle, seeing who could win the mental battle. And I must say that many have failed it here today. Wide ball signaled by the umpire. Another wide.
20 for the day.
20 in 28.1 overs.
With 5 no balls to match that up after bowling 15 in the first innings. I would love to hear the explanation. I would like to be a fly on the wall.
Well, I think the umpire felt for him and his arms on that occasion, because I might have been inclined to call that one a wide as well.
The lead is 229. Guyana Happy Eagles, they will be very disappointed. 78 for 7 after really a commanding bowling performance and a disappointing batting performance in the second innings.
Well, everything is happening here. It would have spelled trouble if they had set off indeed for that run. As it stands, 78 for 7. I know it sounds strange for any person who is logging onto the stream at the end of the day, but yes, indeed, Guyana Harpy Eagles 78 for 7 as Keon Harding bungs in again. Asking for that helmet to come onto the field. A bit of a reactionary approach. But obviously still looking for wickets. 229 the lead. Barbados Pride know that they're in the hunt, they're in the game, and this can certainly be chased down on this surface come tomorrow when the Guyana Harpy Eagles set up to bat after having such a disciplined bowling performance and did well in the field as well, held majority of their chances. They would have set out telling themselves that we're definitely looking for anything 300, maybe just above, put ourselves in that position. Instead, they are now playing a survival mode. Thought about 2 on that occasion, but it's kept to 1 over Sammy Pamal. Gets himself to the non-striker's end. That brings a new batter in Shamar Joseph now to the crease. He played a fairly decent innings, you would have to say, in Guyana's first innings. He got 20 off of 32, which included 4 boundaries. So you'd have to tell yourself that he can maybe hang around a bit, and Guyana Harpy Eagles will need him to do just that.
Fancies himself as a batsman. He'll have to keep out 1 here. With 1 to come, let's see how good he is.
Well, he goes for the pull off the top edge, and that one runs away into the boundary. So Shamar Joseph gets off the mark in a fairly streaky fashion, you would have to say. But more importantly, 4 more runs to that lead for the Guyana Harpy Eagles,
which goes up to 234. And so that psychological standpoint of getting to 250, 260 will be on the card for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and they would know that it will take some real excellent batting from the Barbados Pride to chase down that on the final day here at the Surviving Rated Stadium on Saturday.
It will definitely take somebody putting up their hands and saying that it is me for sure to chase down that target tomorrow.
And it is possible, but they first have to bowl out the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And at the moment, Shamar Brooks and his team doesn't have to do anything. The Guyana Harper Eagles, they're giving them wickets.
Giving them wickets, indeed. A lot of loose strokes, ill-advised decision making. And because of it, 83 for 7.
Here is Vasami Pamal giving himself room and spanking this inside out, down to the boundary for 4. So he's going to fight fire with fire. Lead goes up to 238. Pamal goes to 7.
Pamal going expansive on that particular occasion. Full from Akeem Jordan. He cleared that left leg and swung through the bat and collects a boundary for himself. As you mentioned, that lead now 238. 87 for 7 Guyana Harper Eagles.
He's charging him, but he can't get past the mid-on fielder in Shamar Springer, who rubs away at the ball. Don't know if Akeem Jordan has some more gas in him, but he has to bowl Pamal more short of the length. He can't pitch any half volleys up because Pamal has made his mind up that he's going to swing through the line. So he's got to bowl him more back of the length deliveries. He really hit the deck.
Well, he goes back of a length. That one, probably a bit of a cutter on that occasion from Akeem Jordan. Well handled though by Versami Permal. Bring Shamar Joseph in to strike once again.
It's been a good debut game for the young Shamar Joseph. I hope that Guyana persists with him. He's got a bright future. He bowls sharp, very, very, very sharp. I would love to see him on a green top. Really would love to see him on a green top. Beautiful delivery. Yorker, well played in the end. So he's an accomplished player. He looks organized. Saw him in the field. Doesn't look bad at all.
He certainly looks a good little cricketer. Obviously, would like to see a lot more of him. This is the first chance I've had to see him live, I guess I would say, outside of the nets. But I have liked what I've seen so far. He picked up 2 in the first innings.
Good leave. At least he knows where his off stump is. Jordan thought he had gone through there. Over 30 bowled. 5 runs off the over. Jordan 2 for 17. Vasami Pamal is 8. I thought he had more than that. Joel, with all of the hitting. 8 from 19. And Shamar Joseph 4 from 4. The lead 239. That's it.
Well, playing a lot of shots can certainly get very deceptive. You questioned if Shem Holder would come back into the attack before the end of the day. And your question has now been answered.
I think maybe to try and get in the overs, maybe they continue the pace, you know, they might have created in a winner. But the light is good here at the Survivoritas Stadium, so they could have maybe still, Brooks could have maybe continued with pace. But what I think is actually deferred Brooks to go for Shem Holder is the way in how Vasami Pamal is playing.
I can't agree there. If Versami Permal is willing to go after the bowling, willing to take the chances, then I say take the chance to get Shem Holder. As you like to say, give that ball some air and see what is possible.
Land it in the right areas. It's always going to be key. It's really been a pleasure working with you, Joel. First time. Hope we have many more outings to go in the future.
Well, I can tell you, will see me at Coolidge alongside you.
On drive by Vasami Pamal. Straight away gets a single. Keon Harding is chasing that ball. Maybe Shem Holder might maybe fancy bowling to Joseph the left-hander. He maybe might not mind that too much.
He certainly bowled quite well to the left-handers in this match. He picked up 2 left-handers in that first innings in the form of Kemal Severy and Leon Johnson.
What I like about Shem Holder is that he knows what he wants. So it's not like the captain telling him, well, this is the field that you're going to bowl to. And too many times I find that a lot of bowlers don't know what field they want to bowl to. Shem Holder knows what feel he wants.
Well, this was the end which he picked up those 2 wickets to the left-handers. Getting that ball to grip, getting that ball to turn. That one narrowly missing the edge on that occasion, reminiscent of that Kemal Severi dismissal in the first innings.
The lead is 240. Joseph on debut. Blocks another flighted delivery. If I was Shem Holder, I would just toss it up just above his eye line. Let him see it. Never know what could happen.
Easily handled there by Shamar Joseph. This pair will know that it cannot be much longer left in today's play.
Don't you think Chandapal Hemraj knew that too?
He knew that and decided to ignore it.
You see, this is the patient level that I don't like. Just stay there. Where are you going around the wicket for? You've done well so far. Don't change. Keep the pressure on him.
Another over completed. 89 for 7.
1 run coming out of that over. The lead 240. And although the score is 89 for 7, the Guyana Happy Eagles will maybe feel satisfied with 240. 1 hour of batting tomorrow. They can muster around another 25-30. I think we have a game on.
Oh no, for sure, game is definitely on. From the time that Barbados Pride were dismissed at the stage that they were, the game was certainly on. It gave Guyana that chance to really put the pressure on. However, in doing that, or rather attempting to do that, they've now found themselves in this position.
Hakeem Jordan looking to dislodge Pomal back and drive in and getting a single. He's going to fight fire with fire, Pomal.
I don't mind this approach so much from Permal as long as he picks his deliveries. Obviously, yes, you want to preserve your wicket, but at the same time, maybe capitalize at a stage like this whereby Barbados Pride, I wouldn't necessarily say are tired, but the ball isn't doing as much. The surface is still as flat as it was when we started the day. When you get those type of length deliveries, if it's possible to put them away, maybe chance your hand.
Springer defending a good length delivery from Hakeem Jordan, who's working away. Jordan is into his 10th over, 2 for 18. And he's been one of the committed players on the Barbados Pride. And when I say committed, I'm talking about his bowling and his leadership to support Shamar Brooks in the field placing. You might look at Hakeem Jordan and say, you can't underrate him as a cricketer because he gets the ball to swing around, and that's what he works on.
I know it a little earlier. It might have sounded a little double standard in between saying play your shots versus don't play your shots, but it's really about picking those deliveries. And also, I don't think that Chandapal Hemraj should have played the shot that he did.
They bowl him! A loose shot from Joseph. Played down the wrong line, inside edge, onto the off stump. I think that might be play at the end. Carl Tuckett and Patrick Gustard are going to have a discussion. 90 for 8. The lead is 241. And everything is happening here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Everything is happening indeed. Hakeem Jordan, he's a worker, and he deserved that one. That's his 3rd wicket of the day, the inside edge of the bat of Shamar Joseph. And he has to walk back inside the hut. Guyana Harpy Eagles in a further trouble at 98, or rather at 90 for 8. That lead now 241 as Nell Smith now makes his way to face the music here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
That expansive drive was not necessary at all from Shamar Joseph. He will learn the art of the game. You've just got to be tight as possible. And I'm sure for Sammy Pumal would have been beckoning to him to, come on, no need for you to give your hand away. So we have another keeper.
But that is why I said, pick your deliveries. Thus far, Permal has picked the correct deliveries, as we see now Jonathan Drakes being handed the gloves here.
Maybe just giving Brooksy a chance. He's had a long day. He's got to save his fingers. He's still looking at his hands. They were taking a beating all day. Remember, he has to bat.
Yes, indeed. But very quickly back to that point, the balls that Permal would have swung at were balls that were on length. Allowed him to actually have a free-flowing swing of the bat. That dismissal there for Shamar Joseph and the dismissal of Shandapal Hemraj, balls were significantly fuller on those two occasions, and as such, not necessarily the best deliveries to have that type of a swing at, and both of them perished as a result of it.
This maybe just might be the last over the light dying here on us at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It's 5:32, so anything possible after these two deliveries. Ooh, that's a beauty. That's a snorter. He didn't know anything about that. In fact, he was pushing forward even before the ball was bowled.
Something else is being brought out onto the field now by Kamari Boyce. I can't exactly see what it is.
Look like a cup, seed guard.
Yes, indeed. So somebody
for-
might
for-
be going
for-
under the helmet.
No, I think it's for Graves.
Oh, true, yes.
Or some. No, he's gone to slip now. Interesting. Oh, what a lovely outswinger. So I think that might be it. No? Carl Tuckett has decided one more. Interesting. 90 for 8, 32 overs bowled, a lead 241. Niall Smith has missed 2 snorters, and Vasami Permal is on 10 from 21. Akeem Jordan picking up another wicket.
Certainly brilliant from the young man, Akeem Jordan. He's worked hard. He's been in the good areas, and that's what we said we want to see from these Barbados Pride bowlers, being in that good area, but not just that, but consistently being there. And as long as you're there, you will be rewarded. Thus far in this innings, he has been rewarded. Picked up 3 so far. 2 wickets left to grab. Shem Holder, we're hoping that he can take one with him after this.
Maybe take 2. But one first. It's into Permal. Permal is defending. The lead is 241. He rehearses that he should be able to hit that down the ground, split the long on and the long off. So let's see if he'll be thinking about that. 4 fielders out, and he's dropped. Ball on caught. That was hot. So Permal has had enough.
Oh, that one would have certainly stung the hands there. 1 or 2 numb fingers on the left hand of Shem Holder. A hard chance, you would have to say.
On driving down the ground, he's not interested. So maybe he wants to clear Mosley. Now, if I was Shem Holder, I would give him just above his eye line. Make him think about it. Deliver it from not right up, but just somewhere close to the crease. Flight it up on drive. So he decided that he's going to take the single now. So he exposes Niall Smith, who can bat. So I don't expect Niall Smith to do anything rash today. But you never know, because I really didn't expect that from Shandapal Hemraj either.
Well, 2 deliveries left for him to negotiate, I'd have to say, as Versami Permal ensures that he takes even more time out today, walking down, having a quick chat. This probably will be the last.
Joel, I almost forgot my legs. Been sitting down for such a long time. It doesn't look like I might get to go to train this evening, Because a colleague of mine was telling me that they're having a little after party here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium at a bar next by. He says a happy hour. So I have to join him and see if I can make it. Played by Niall Smith. Permal is thinking about a single that's certainly not on. In fact, he's angry that he didn't get the single. But I think that would have been suicide.
Suicide indeed. And it makes me wonder, if you're that anxious to get back at that end, why take the single the ball before?
91 for 8. Shem Holder. Can he just pick this one up? Played. And that's it. No? One more? Wow. Umpires have been generous. Joel?
Well, the light obviously is still quite good.
Well, spin is on.
There.
Well, I don't know if they want to risk having Jordan bowl. He's called for the light meter.
I think at this stage, you'd probably have to tell yourself that this probably should be it. I see Shamar Springer attempting to bowl an off break or two, but
I think this is it. Once the light meter comes out. But it's still good enough. The reading might be good. Let's look at it and see what's happening there. Can get in another over, Joel.
Given the time that we went off yesterday, I probably have to tell myself that and keeping consistent.
No, I think they're going off. I think that's it. Unless they're going to bowl spin. That's what Patrick Gustard is saying.
Well, the option
That's it.
for spin.
No. I think they've offered the light to the batsman, and they're certainly going to take it, so they will measure from both ends. That's it. So at the end of day 3, Guyana Harper Eagles 91 for 8, 33 overs bowled, a lead of 242 runs. Vasami Permal not out 11, Niall Smith not out naught. Joel, please call the scorecard, the batting, and I will deal with the bowling, because it really irks me when I look at the shot selections that I saw today from the Guyana Harper Eagles.
There's certainly been a day that we did not expect, a day on which 14 wickets fell. A day where we thought that Barbados Pride might have batted out to the end of the day and positioned us for a draw. Instead, we're looking at a possible result in this matter. But Guyana Harper Eagles batting a second time. Tevin Imlak and Matthew Nandu opened the batting. Imlak, he went for naught. Matthew Nandu, he was caught off the bowling of Keon Harding for 16. Kemal Savory, he went for a duck. Leon Johnson, 12. Anthony Bramble, 1. Kevin Sinclair, he was caught Brooks Bowl Harding for 1. Shandapal Hemraj played a shot that he would want to forget. He went for 15. Versami Pramal, he's not on 11. Shamar Joseph, he was bowled a couple moments ago by Akeem Jordan. And the other not-out batsman is Niall Smith. So at the end of play, Guyana Harper Eagles 91 for 8. That bowling card, Vernon.
So they lost wickets at 3 for 1, Tevin Imlak. 4 for 2 in Kamal Savory, 42 for 3, the captain Leon Johnson, 49 for 4, Anthony Bramble, 56 for 5, Kevin Sinclair, 69 for 6, Macho Nando, 77 for 7, Shandapal Hemraj, and 90 for 8, Shamar Joseph. The bowling card. Akeem Jordan, 10 overs, 4 maidens, 18 runs, 3 wickets. Then we have Jaya McAllister, 6.3 overs. That should be 7. No, yes. 6.3 overs, 2 maidens, 9 runs, 1 wicket. Shem Holder, 3 overs, no maiden, 7 runs, no wickets. Keon Harding, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 37 runs, 3 wickets. And Shamar Springer, 5.3 overs, 2 maidens, 16 runs, 1 wicket. The game is set up nicely. And when we say nicely, we mean really nicely. They are 91 for 8 as compared to the first innings where they scored 371 all out. Barbados 220 of 91.2 overs, and Guyana Harper Eagles, they have thrown the game right into the hands of the Barbados Pride. They're 91 for 8, a lead of 242. Game on.
Game on indeed. It's going to be an exciting day of cricket tomorrow here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. I will be here early and I will be looking on at all of it, and I hope that our viewers join us for that as well.
And just to let you know, in the other game at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the Leeward Islands lead by some 224. In their first innings, they scored 260 off 118.3 overs. In their second innings, they are 198 for 7 off 65 overs. And Jamaica was dismissed for 234. Standing in the way is the big man himself, Rakeem Cornwall. On behalf of the team, Vinod Manchan and Joel Manning, I'm Vernon A. Springer and the entire technical team here of 360 Television, signing out at Stumps on day 3 in this all-important game. Guyana Harbour Eagles and the Barbados Pride, 2 powerhouse nations in regional cricket. We'll be back tomorrow morning to call it at 9:55 right here on day 4 from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Be safe, and if you're driving, please don't be texting and driving, and keep your eyes on the road.